And there it is right there, Agbado Ewa. So there it is right there, Agbado Ewa. So yes, yes, exactly as Najaman just said. I feel I should start the session with an apology. I was not set to go out, to come out yesterday, but I was just too exhausted. I usually have a busy day in the build up to, I have a full day and I still come on anyway. But yesterday I had an especially busy day. My little boys at school were having their Christmas, whatever it is, and he was playing the role of a king. So we had to go and do that. And then having done that, then we had to wrap something around it. And then it was a full-on day. I was just too exhausted to come on. I have a little flavor of my little boy playing king.
And I'm sure you would all agree. Milk was absolutely fantastic. Well done, so well all the way.
So that was what consumed my time yesterday. It just made it impossible for me to come on. And I'm sure you can spot who was my kid. It is cool. It goes to, it's especially spot the dot. If you know what that means, then you know what it means. It's especially spot the dot. So spot the dot. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So hopefully you've not missed me too much. I certainly have missed you a little bit, but here we go again. We do it as we always do it. A short-ish sort of session today, I suspect, because of the timing and because I'm still recovering. But I have sort of full-on day yesterday. I'll probably not have a long session today, but a session nevertheless. Everything remains the same, just where we left it. Click on the like button if you would, please. If you're not already subscribed, we need a minimum of at least 5 subscribers today. Just 5, just to get us over, just a tiny little hump we need to get over. We have a bigger hump to get over, but 5 subscribers will get us over a tiny little hump, and then we go for the bigger hump. So if you're not already subscribed, please correct that immediately and right now. So click on like, and then subsequently click on subscribe. So do that, like and subscribe. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. is this thing leaning to you know, I'm going for the heart look now, as a lot of you can see. I'm not sure if it's my look or not. You tell me. So yes. What was I saying? Click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space, and then I'll let you onto the screen after I've done the opening salvo. So that's just how it works. You know how it works already. Like, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you feel inclined, follow Boson's example right there. Super chat towards the stream. You know what the format is. I've said it endlessly, copiously. Good God, some people have no. You look at this maintain man. Gosh, some people, man, you need to. Anyway, let me just leave that. So do all those things. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says stream. You have to come and join me, and all those nice cozy things. Super chat if you feel inclined. Let's just step into it. You notice that I only played one. Did I even play 2 songs? That's because really. It's just one that we have to push through. So let's push it through. Tinubu not threatened by Obasanjo Kwakwanso Obi's 2027 talks. This is the APC now, feeling the need to respond to the machinations taking place in the coldness of the darkness of the night. So the night maneuverings brought to Tinubu's attention, he responds. Tinubu not threatened by Obasanjo Kwakwanso Obi's 2027 talks. So this is coming from the APC. And by the way, we are also touching on the happenings in Ibadan, where I think the last count now is 70 children that have died in the course of what was meant to be a joyous event. The person that sits at the head of that event is the and the most favored, at least within Yoruba land, Olori of the Oni Palace. But it looks as though what's been our fate since? Well, there's a lot to talk about within that. What just happened in Ibadan? Because anyway, let me not speculate too much, but hang around. We'll be discussing that as well. A lot of things, but let's get through this one first. And also, we'll be discussing as well that it seems as though the people of the Hausa stock, who are the largest population in Nigeria, it looks as though the people of that stock, they've reached between their legs and they've found 2 round objects there, which might well be considered balls. It whisper it quietly, but it looks as though the Hausa people may have found their balls. Why am I saying that? Hang around to find out. So let's kick it off with this one first. Tinubu not threatened by Obasanjo Kwakwanso Obi's 2027 talks. This is the APC talking about things that go creak in the night. The ruling All Progressive Congress on Sunday said it was not threatened by the weekend visit of ex-presidential flag bearer of the New Nigeria People's Party, Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso, and former Cross River State Governor Donald Duke to Abeokuta, Ogun State, home of ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo, to discuss the political future of Nigeria. So it gets to a point when it gets to that point when enough has to be enough. When is Obasanjo? How old is Obasanjo? Well, at the age of 87, when is Obasanjo going to concede now that Nigeria is no longer its problem and is not the president of that country anymore? It does get to that point where enough should be enough. It should get to that point where enough should be enough. And this man now overstretching. The ruling All Progressive Congress on Sunday said it was not threatened by the weekend visit of ex-presidential flag bearer of the New Nigeria People's Party, Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso, and former Rivers State Governor Donald Duke to Abeokuta, Ogun State, home of ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo, to discuss the political future of Nigeria. In the past few weeks, there have been increasing debates about the 2027 general elections after the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, canvassed for the re-election of President Tinubu for a second term. And by the way, we'll also be doing a session on the budget, but it's too big a topic to slot into this rather somewhat rushed session. So we'll be doing a dedicated, maybe tomorrow or over the course of the weekend, but we'll certainly be doing a a session dedicated entirely to the budget. So we'll be doing a budget-led session as well. In the past few weeks, there have been increasing debates about the 2027 general election after the Secretary to the Federation, Senator George Akume, canvassed for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu for a second term. According to Akume, there will be no vacancy in Aso Rock until 2031, when Tinubu would have completed the second term, but the opposition would have none of it, insisting that the ruling APC will be removed from power come 2027. At the weekend, and by the way, I keep pausing to say by the way, Kwakwanso, there's all of the suspicion that Kwakwanso is a double agent, and we'll see that play out as we build up towards 2027. Almost with certainty, Kwakwanso is a double agent. It serves Kwakwanso more for Tinubu to complete a second term. And as soon as Tinubu secures that second term, Kwakwanso crosses to the APC. Rabiu Kwakwanso is a double agent. At the weekend, Kwakwanso and Duke, 2007 presidential aspirant, visited ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo in Abeokuta and held a closed-door meeting. While the details of the discussions remain undisclosed, sources close to the leaders suggested that the meeting was part of a larger effort to strategize for Nigeria's 2027 general election. Obasanjo, a prominent figure within Nigerian politics, has been actively engaging various stakeholders to explore alternatives to the ruling APC and the opposition PDP. The ex-president has recently been very critical of Tinubu's government, decrying alleged corruption and increasing debt burden. So Obasanjo, of the $16 billion electricity darkness fame, is accusing people of corruption. Kwakwanso, a pivotal figure in Kano state politics, brings substantial influence and followership, whilst Duke, a former governor from the southern region, is expected to contribute his unique perspective on governance and national unity. Those specifics of their conversation remain under wraps. Kwakwanso's statement after the meeting hinted at a collective intention to challenge the existing political structure and foster a new direction for Nigeria's political landscape. Confirming the meeting via his verified Facebook page, Kwakwanso stated, "I was pleased to be in the company of my friend, His Excellency Donald Duke, and other associates to pay a courtesy call to former President Olusegun Obasanjo at his residence in Abeokuta." He added, deliberations on significant national, and by the way, the only canvassing that really matters in this election, in this upcoming 2027, is Buhari. Buhari is the only outsider that brings anything. If Buhari brings his followership to Tinubu, then Tinubu wins easily. If he withdraws his followership from Tinubu, there's a good chance that Tinubu might struggle. If he gives his followership to the opposition, there's a better chance for them to win. So what of all of the ex-whatevers, the person that still holds any form of sway is still Buhari. Confirming the meeting via his verified Facebook page, Kwakwanso stated, "I was pleased to be in the company of my friend, His Excellency Donald Duke, and other associates to pay a courtesy call to former President Olusegun Obasanjo at his residence in Abeokuta." He added, deliberations on significant national issues, including the future of politics and governance in Nigeria, defines the conversation. We are grateful to Baba for his warm reception, support, and hospitality. However, reacting to the development in an interview with The Punch on Sunday, the National Publicity Director of the ruling APC, Bala Ibrahim, dismissed the meeting as a potential to the APC continuity, as a potential, I don't know what that means. Ibrahim boasted that Tinubu's political profile and relevance in contemporary politics had dwarfed the opposition figures and statesmen. He said, "With due respect, I hold Obasanjo in high esteem as a former president, ex-head of state, and an elder statesman. I don't want to take issues with him. But when it comes to the politics of Nigeria, particularly contemporary politics, Tinubu is not their mate. And those are factual words. Those are factual words. Tinubu is head and shoulders above them in modern politics in Nigeria. So the combination of Obasanjo, Kwakwanso, Peter Obi, and Donald Duke, who was my schoolmate, does not present a threat to Tinubu. These are people who were trashed at the last election. This is not the first time Obasanjo is going to rally around someone and that person is defeated. Remember he supported Jonathan, who later lost to Buhari. Obasanjo supported Peter Obi and again lost and was trounced by Tinubu. So on another goes. But really, the machinations are. I wonder when this opposition could reach a possible critical mass, so that it then borders the sitting government, because there has to be a point where it reaches a critical mass. Sorry, Cross River State, I said Niger man. Hopefully I didn't say River State. There has to be a point where it reaches a critical mass for it to be something of concern, you know. And I think, so if they have Obasanjo, Kwakwanso, Atiku, Peter Obi, if they add Buhari to that, I think Tinubu may be out. But because who would he then claim voted for him? So from that to the tragedy in Ibadan, Ibadan children stampede, 35 children confirmed dead, Olori Naomi, 7 others arrested. So what especially struck me was that the Olori, this is tantamount almost to saying that the wife of the Sultan of Sokoto, even if they wiped out, it will never happen in the north. If the wife of Sultan of Sokoto goes out into the most prominent square in that state, and AK-47s, 1,000, 10,000 people, nobody will touch her. But look at now, the wife of the Oni in Mamugari in handcuffs. Ibadan children stampede, 35 children confirmed dead, Olori Naomi, 7 others arrested. So what's going on here? Former wife of Oni of Ife, Olori Naomi, Ashilekunla, and 7 others have been arrested by the Oyo State Police Command in connection with the stampede at the Islamic school in Bashorun, Ibadan. Spokesperson of the command, SP Adewale something or the other, says sponsors of the event, Prophetess Naomi and others, were arrested on Thursday. She said 37 minors have been documented dead, while 6 others are critically injured and on various medical intervention, the statement reads. Sequel to the stampede incident recorded on Wednesday, the 18th, Wednesday, the 18th of December, 2024, at the Islamic High School, Bashorun, Ibadan venue. Let's do that again. Sequel to the stampede incident recorded on Wednesday, 18/12/24, at the Islamic High School, Bashorun, Ibadan venue of the family event organized by Wings Foundation and media partners, something or the other. The Oyo State Command wishes to inform the good people of the state that 8 persons have since been arrested for their various involvement. These persons include the main event sponsor, Prophetess Naomi Shilekunola, female, age 31. And that is really, that's the main one we wanted to get to. So there it is right there. I didn't even know she'd reverted to her maiden name, but there it is right there. The arrest of the wife of the Oni of Ife. So what does he say? This is the Oni coming, leaping very quickly to the defense of his wife. Oni reacts as police arrest ex-wife Naomi over Ibadan funfair stampede. All right. The Oni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Enitan Ogunwusi, has expressed condolences with the families of the children whose lives were lost at the Ibadan funfair stampede in the Oyo State capital on Wednesday. Correspondents reported that at least 35 persons were confirmed dead in a stampede. So what does he actually have to say? Oni, in a statement on Thursday, through his spokesman, Moses Olafare, how can the spokesperson of an Oni be called Moses Olafare, showed solidarity with Naomi, noting she genuinely cared for children and organized similar events in Osun State when she was queen. The monarch called for immediate actions to prevent such unfortunate incidents in the future, emphasizing the need for rigorous adherence to safety standards and child welfare policies. The statement reads, "We share in the grief." So there it is. Okay, let's just read the statement and then we leave it there. We share in the grief and pain that have engulfed the affected families. We pray that Olodumare grants them the fortitude to bear these trying times. Whilst at the Ile Odua here as queen, Miss Naomi Shilekunola Ogunsheye demonstrated love and care for the children of Ile Ife through similar events which she executed passionately to give succor to children of indigent parents every December period like this. The House of Odua pledges to support all efforts aimed at bringing solace and healing. So that is to say, the dollars will be sent, just leave my wife alone. You know, because you have to interpret some of these things sometimes. This paragraph right here is telling them essentially that, look, the dollars will be sent, just leave my wife alone. Don't embarrass me in this way. The dollars will be sent. And no matter how tragic it is, dollars often solve most problems in Nigeria. Now, the House of Odua pledges to support all efforts aimed at bringing solace and healing to those affected by these devastating laws. The House of Odua calls for immediate action to prevent such unfortunate incidents in the future, emphasizing the need for rigorous adherence to safety standards and child welfare policies in educational institutions. Whilst the situation calls for solemn reflection and collective responsibility, we will want to express dismay at the unprofessional conduct of bloggers who have chosen to censor. So that is so that's what the One has to say to that. Go on from there to the next one. A lot of this I'll probably only give you the headline for. I'll send the link again if anybody wants to come in. Let's send the link again. All right. Let me just hold on. All right. So that's the link if anybody wants to come in. We go on from there to the next one. Buhari breaks silence as Wike revokes 762 plots of land belonging to ex-president, governors, and lawmakers. So if Buhari can take one on the chin, then everybody gets to suffer as well. Garba Shehu, former spokesperson to ex-president Muhammadu Buhari, has addressed reports that the Federal Capital Territory FCT revoked a plot of land allocated to the ex-president Muhammadu Buhari Foundation. Correspondents reported that the FCT Minister Wike revoked 762 certificates of occupancies in Maitama 1 over unpaid fees, targeting prominent figures and firms. Wike gave 614 other plot owners 2 weeks to settle outstanding payments or face losing their right of occupancy. Ex-President Buhari's Trust Foundation, Speaker Abbas Tajuddin, and firms like Julius Berger are amongst those impacted by the revocation. Shehu clarified on Wednesday, December the 18th, that the land in question does not belong to the former president personally, but was lawfully acquired for the foundation by associates. It says, while the reason behind the revocation remain unclear, it might stem from either an error or intentional administrative actions. Buhari, as an individual, already owns a plot of land in Abuja allocated to him before his presidency. During his tenure, Buhari declined an additional land offer, stating that priority should be given to those without allocation. Shehu urged critics to verify facts before drawing conclusions and cautioned against dragging Buhari's name into unnecessary controversy. So So there it is right there. We all know that game, of course, of hiding your assets behind foundations and charities. So if you carry his name, it belongs to him. 2027, if Atiku says it's not contesting the presidency again, PDP crisis will go down. So this is wicked now, setting the conditions for peace for peace in the PDP. So we leave that at the headline. Why we revised down NNPC's 20% stake to 7.24%. This is Dangote refinery. Speaking to the first one that seem to have pulled on us. Okay, I think it's important that we have this one. Dangote Refinery has explained. Dangote Refinery has explained that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited stake in the refinery was reduced from 20% to 7.4%, 7.24% due to NNPC's failure to meet key terms of their partnership. In a statement released on Wednesday, the Group Chief Branding and Communications Officer clarified that claims made by NNPC about providing $1 billion loan to support Dangote refinery during liquidity challenges were incorrect. The refinery explained that the $1 billion was part of an investment to acquire a 20% ownership stake, not a loan to address financial difficulties. According to the statement, the total value of the partnership was $2.76 billion, with NNPC paying only $1 billion upfront, whilst the remaining balance was intended to be covered over 5 years through crude oil supply and dividends. However, the statement revealed that NNPC's failure to supply the agreed 300,000 barrels of crude per day, which was a key aspect of the agreement, led to the revision of NNPC stake from 20% to 7.24. So there it is right there. The fight between NNPC and Dangote still carries on. The fight between NNPC and Dangote still carries on. Good news from Dangote to the Nigerians. Dangote refinery reduces petrol price to 899 naira 50 kobo per liter. So it just needs a strong competitor to really force it down. Federal government named new owners of oil wells in Nigeria as MRS, Total Energies, others emerge winner, NNPC lose. So we get this often actually. When one administration comes in, they allocate the oil wells to themselves. When the next one comes in, they'll revoke those allocations and then give it to their own team. So you get to bleed the oil whilst I'm in situation. It's like pass the baton, the oil wells in Nigeria, pass the baton. Okay, so I think we've already read that. Let's go on to the next one. What does this one offer? So this still speaks to the revocation. So that's that. So that's that. Let me now give you the let me give you the clips that we do have, and then we'll see what happens after that. Let me give you the clips that we do have. Oh, all right. You know, at the start of the session, I told you that the Hausas, it looks as though they reached between their legs and they've discovered that there was testicles there. It looks as though the Hausas may have discovered that they do have balls after all, and they're willing now to take on this fight with the Fulanis. Why do I say this? I say this off the back of this clip. Watch this.
History written by their forefathers. Any history from Ahmad Bello, or any history from Muhammad Bello, any history from Abdullah Ngondo in relation to Hausa people, wallahi, I will not accept it. Because these are people that came and invaded my place and killed my ancestors and turned some to slaves. And you are telling me that I should accept facts? Mr. Man, if you are a Fulani, you are a Fulani. Hold on to your history written by Ahmad Bello.
Thank you, sir. Just wait.
We Hausa people. Yes, we Hausa people are Nigerians. We did not migrate from anywhere. And I have said, as I've said earlier, Endoten Daji, if you can Google out, it was Endoten Birni. It collapsed due to ecological problems to Endoten Ramo. Endoten Ramo collapsed due to jihadist activities. Then now we Endoten Daji. And the issue is, we are Hausa people. We are not Fulanis. Fulani, the one we know in northwestern Nigeria, came from Futajalo. And when they came and settled with us. They prayed the way we pray, with they fast the way we fast. You know, there are 5 pillars in Islam. Shahada to Allah ilaha illallah. You have to testify that there is nothing worthy to be worshipped except Allah, and Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that is to say, peace be upon him, is a messenger of God. You have to establish 5 regular prayers. You fast, you go to Mecca, you understand? So this, you give out zakat. So when they came, they are practicing all those things. And as I said earlier, there is no racism in Islam. There is no tribalism in Islam. So that's what gave them the way to settle in Hausa land. And we started marrying each other. From there, they took over our kingdom and enslaved our forefathers, sold them to the Western world, and became the emirs and took over the entire kingdom and established the ideology of Hausa-Fulani for them to be able to settle without any prejudice.
Okay, so another thing, before Islam came to Hausa land, what were the indigenous people practicing?
Well, like me, in Kano people, they worship Zambarbara. Barbushe is a custodian of Zambarbara, and even his grandfather Dala worshipped Zambarbara. In my place, we worship the Kwatarokwashi.
Okay, so how did you now adopt Islam?
Islam came into my Endotel land from Egypt because of the relationship. Arab easily comes to Egypt, and our people have a relationship with the people from Egypt and Mali, because you see Keita, the former president of Mali, we call him Ibrahim Boubacar Keita. Keita is a place in Mali, and if you go to my place, there is a village called Keita. If you go to President Kaduna State, there is a place called Keita. So it's due to our relationship with these people, blood relation. They are the same people the way we are. So the Arab they are very close to Arab than us. So from them, they bring Islam to us. And when the prophet companion realized that there is a mighty kingdom of Hausa called Endoto, he now sent his companions his subjects to come and establish Islamic University, and it was established. But it was set ablaze and born by Amfodio via Muhammad Bello, which is his son.
Okay.
In the name of Jesus. Fulani brought Islam into Hausa land, was written by the Fulanis for them to be able to settle in the name of Islamism. But in nutshell, they met out with Islam. We have a University of Islam in my place. Everybody know that that place is a university town. People from Western and Central Sudan school there, and most of the Islamic clerics before the Jihad period study in Endoto. And if there is no Muslim and there is no Islam in Hausa Kingdom, who teaches his father Arabic language? Who teaches his father Quran? Is it not Malam Bawa? And Malam Bawa is a Zamfara man. And Malam Bawa gave birth to Nana, and his father married to Nana and gave birth to him. And Malam Bawa is a Muslim, take less of Endote himself. So it's a fallacy. The history of saying that Fulani introduced Islam into Hausa land is a fallacy, and I condemn it. And it's unjust for them to say so. And even the people are calling him Mujaddadi, somebody that came and revivalized Islam. Not that there was no Islam. There is Islam, but they call him reviver. He came and revived Islam. That is how they call him, not introducer of Islam. They use that word as reviver, Mujaddadi.
Okay.
Somebody that come and revive.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I came from Futajalo. Listen to me, sir. Listen to me, sir. Let me finish. You can come in. This is what is happening. Neocolonialism is what is taking place now. Even presently as it is now this morning, they still kill people in my place, all in the name of taking over our land. They don't want us to fight. Yes, we have to tell the world what is going on. You are trying to deny the fact. Even the history of Hausa people are saying that Hausa is not a tribe, rather a language formed by the Fulanis. Very unfortunate. What are you trying to tell me? The same thing your people are still doing now. We are taking over even the remaining farmland that remain. You people are now taking it over in Zamfara State. You people are now part of Eastern Sokoto, part of Kontagora, part of Birnungwali of Kaduna State. The remaining land that remain, and that is why there is hunger in the country now, because our people are farmers, and you people allow them to farm on their.
So, as I said, it looks as though the Hausas have reached between their legs and they've discovered that they have testicles. So this is it. whisper it quietly, but it looks as though the Hausas may be calling enough on that space. Watch this. It's something that's starting to gain currency, and we've picked it up here first. Watch this.
They are somewhat lighter skinned than their neighbors, the Hausas.
Yes. Go ahead. After World War II.
After World War II, about 47% of this old northern region was inhabited by the Muslim Fulani, Hausa, and Kanuri combination.
Thank you.
In the remaining 53% of the other tribal areas, different forms of nature worship predominated. Among these tribes, there were many conversions to Christianity, but even today, there are very few Christians among the Hausa-Fulanis.
Yes. Stop there, please.
Yes.
Open at page 89. 87, we have established that the Hausa-Fulani and Kanuri combination only had 47% of the total land mass. The remaining 53 belong to the rest. So we are going. Open to page 89.
Yes.
The second paragraph, where they say the peoples of the Middle Belt.
Sorry?
89.
Yes.
The peoples of the Middle Belt. Start from there. Just that paragraph.
Yes, the peoples of the Middle Belt, both north and south of the rivers Niger and Benue,
yes,
consist of a number of tribes of different ethnic groups speaking quite different languages.
Thank you. Just stop there.
Yes.
So you will agree with me, one, from this book, not your opinion, that as at Second World War II, the land of the Hausa-Fulani and Kanuri combination was only 43%.
I don't agree with him.
No, from this text.
I don't agree with
not
it.
Your opinion, sir. From this text.
I don't agree with it.
You will also agree with me that this man agrees with Sir Ahmadu Bello that the people of the Middle Belt are both north and south of rivers Niger and Benue at page 89. Is that true?
It is not. It is not totally true.
No, Sir Ahmadu Bello had already said it.
So there it is. It looks as though the North is starting to get fed up with the excesses of the Fulanis. Let me play you one more to that space.
We are not happy that we're talking about Middle Belt. We will talk about the Middle Belt because we are not Arewa and we are not Cornot. Gone are the days when you do your appointment, the only thing you think about is Kano, Atsina, Sokoto, and you leave people like us that are from Benue, whom you claim to be you claim to be not and are not considered in the scheme of event. We will talk about Middle Belt, and this is the discussions that we are going to take to the next level. This is a new generation. We will not sit down and watch. During the time that Buhari was the president, how many people from the Tiv Nation, let me give a classical example of the Tiv Nation, who happened to be the 6th largest ethnic group in Nigeria, was considered, even though we claim to be from the north. And we are speaking out now. This generation is speaking out, and we will carve our difference. I don't know, you don't like it, but we are going to propagate this message of Middle Belt. You are shouting Middle Belt is not in the Constitution. Is Arewa in the Constitution? Arewa is not in the Constitution. So we will shout it, we will take it to the rooftop, and all the sons of the Middle Belt will rise. This is a new challenge for us.
So there it is right there. The beast has been awakened. Is it reawakened? Everybody had given up on the Hausas that they are forever in perpetual servitude for reasons of not having the brain function or the braveness of heart to stand up for themselves. It looks as though we may have to revise those words. So now, we are in the festive season now, and a lot of people traveling to Nigeria. In fact, they are calling it a Dirty December, DETTY. A lot of the young people, certainly in this country, globally, they are all heading to Nigeria. The party scene in Lagos is going to be one like has never been experienced before. But what is going to happen? What are they going to be entertained with? All these are Brodians traveling to Nigeria. I just got back. So all they I just got back. What are they going to be entertained with when they get to Nigeria? Watch this.
See what they are packaging here. There is this ceramic. Yes, now you see all the fake that they are doing here. My God. This is Jackson. Jensen. See, amo. From the same source. All this expensive wine from the same source. From the same source. This is a Zuku market. See how they filter. See, look at their filter. This is the funnel. Just no, when you decide you want, you can just from the same source. You get white horse from the same source. From the same source. From the same source. No, not just few. Then we'll destroy this one. This is their cooking. See their cock. See, all the cocks.
Just the two cocks here.
So there it is right there. So that's you know, these people. I actually know about 3 people from my own personal wider family going to Nigeria for the very first time. These are guys in their mid to late 20s there, but the very first, because they are hearing all of this excitement and all of this noise around Nigeria, and they want to go there for the very first time. In fact, curiously, one of their parents is actually wanting to hire security. So afraid is he, but that's an aside. But when they get to Nigeria now, they are going with the mindset of everything has already been, the quality control already gets things to the market. So they're going there with that mindset, but not knowing that there's no look at what we just saw. So they'll go there and come back with their liver problems globally, you know. It's just the heartlessness of it. But there it is. But still within that space though of people traveling back to Nigeria. So if there are a lot of people traveling for the party, but what a lot of guys are actually traveling to Nigeria for is this: they are traveling for the reasons that this guy is about to explain to us.
What's around? I just got back. What around? Is you I'm talking to Lola?
Oh, hi, Lola. I'm in the country right now. Are you around? Okay, come check me. I got a short-let apartment. I got you some stuff from the States and everything. Oh, my life, Lola. I just got back. What? 9 months later. Whoosh. Lola. It says...
So don't say you've not been warned if you are Lola. So now it is very rare that I agree with anything that Rice TV has to put out. But in this particular instance, and I think this may well be the first time in history, I agree with what Rice TV is putting out in this instance in totality. I agree with what Rice TV puts out with this particular clip in totality. Watch this.
I'm a happy birthday to former President Muhammadu Buhari. But the honest truth is that for a number of Nigerians, it evokes very bad memories. It's not nice to, on a day of celebration to bring back, but the truth is that we cannot rewrite history.
Yes, who are you?
This president plunged Nigeria into the economic woes that we face today. And so let us not butter it up and of course his supporters and people who benefited will say very nice things. Those who've, said very nice things about him ought to be polite. Yes. But the truth is that the reason why sometimes we have leaders who perform badly and don't feel ashamed is that we don't call them out oftentimes. Mm-hmm. They leave office and it's as if we have amnesia of what they did or how they performed in office. Mm-hmm. The Tinubu administration itself has talked about how the bad economy they inherited from the previous administration is what they're still dealing with at the moment. He looks very fresh at the moment. Unfortunately, I can't say that for many Nigerians. He's living well at the moment. Unfortunately, I can't say that for many Nigerians. It's time we spoke up the truth about the way that some of these past leaders mismanaged the economy. With regards to President Olusegun Obasanjo writing letters, I think that's even a better approach. At least it shows that he has more interest in the country and in the progress of Nigeria as a nation. So happy birthday, President Muhammadu Buhari. But unfortunately, a lot of Nigerians, when they see you, it doesn't evoke very pleasant memories. That's the truth.
Well said, Ayo.
All right. So that's that. Let me bring up the people here so far. I've got Baba, I've got Zita. So anybody else that wants to join. I've still got a clip to play, but I have to attend to something for a moment. So Baba and Zita, talk amongst yourself for about 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, man, Zita, how are you? Good evening.
Good evening. How you doing?
I did fine. Merry Christmas in advance.
Merry Christmas, my dear. How you enjoying?
Well, it's a season for everybody, both Muslim and Christians, and
Are you a
all the
Muslim?
reds, the shiny things are all over the place. That will take a lot out of your pocket.
Are you a Muslim?
I'm Muslim, I'm a Christian, I'm animist, everything put together.
You know, the funny aspect of here is that they will say the number of Muslims, then they will say the number of Catholics. It's like here they see Catholic as a different body than Muslim, then Christian. Whatever that means, I don't know, but that's the way they rate it here.
It's
They
a good
don't rate
season
Catholic
anyway.
with Christians. Eh?
It's a good season. The thing is, the Muslims are enjoying it. They enjoy their holidays alone, both Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Kabir. But when it's Christmas, they also join. I know they don't want to wear that label, Christian. They hide under the fact that, they are celebrating New Year. So they take everything you give to them too. Even leg of pig, then go take.
I was discussing with a friend. That was it on Wednesday? Oh, Tuesday. I was discussing with a friend in the office, and then it was like he's not a Christmas person. He doesn't do that. Blah blah blah. The holidays is just normal for him. I said no. Why do you feel you don't do Christmas? He said because it's kind of Christian stuff. I said, can you remove the Christian stuff and check the time and the date?
Exactly.
You will have every reason to celebrate it. I said, looking at it from this Christian angle, say Christmas, what does that really mean? It means the birth of Jesus Christ. Was he born on December 5th, 25th? The answer is no.
Exactly.
But they put it at the end of the year so that when you count your blessings, your failures,
and
your
name
ups
them one
and
by
downs,
one.
coming to the end of the year, the last week of the year, and you're like, man, I need to take champagne. I need to rest. And you find out that within that period, work is not that serious. Nothing is just serious. It's just shopping, relaxation, and things like that. So why don't you just take advantage of that and rest your two legs? That's an extra holidays for you in case if you took what do you call it? Your leave within the year. Because the last period I can ever take leave in my life is December. Why would I take leave in December when December
there's
is all
free
about
holidays
leave?
around?
Yeah. So I take my leave during the year, and Christmas is never a very busy period like work. Here, Fridays is 11 o'clock is closed. This period now, you go to the office, you don't hardly see anybody. So why would somebody take a leave that period?
Every
So he said,
service is
well, you are
skeletal.
making sense. You just made a lot. I said, enjoy the holidays. Make your family happy. If you like, decorate it. It doesn't really matter whether it's Christmas or you're a Christian or you're a Muslim. Have fun. Relax. Pop champagne.
That's the spirit.
People, relax. Relax your bone. You've been working from January to that day.
Are you?
Have fun.
You're talking about Christmas.
Yeah.
You know they even celebrate it in Dubai. So I'm not sure it's anything to do with religion, really. They even
Yeah.
celebrate it in Dubai.
That's what I'm telling the guy in my office. I was telling him,
Christmas
look,
is for everybody.
yeah,
Last
just
7 days
it's
of the
end of
year.
year. Run it like that. Forget about the name is called. Run it like it's the end of the year. Have fun.
But do you see what they are doing in Nigeria though? All these fake drinks.
Anyway, one man, let me tell you something.
It looks
If
as though
you
somebody
go
has
to,
started Christmas already. I can hear a party going on somewhere.
can I say this? If
Yeah,
you
go on.
drink those expensive wine, you wouldn't buy it that place. If you drink, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
If you drink those expensive wine, you're not gonna buy it that place. But if you buy it that place, you are as fake as the fake selling it to you. Because why would I buy my mohair by the roadside? Why would I even buy my mohair
No,
in Nigeria
but
in
the
the
thing
first
is,
place?
so some unscrupulous restaurants could buy it at that rate and then sell it to you at the going rate.
You know one thing,
One
one man,
man. The thing
Yes.
one
is,
man,
if you've been used to the taste,
one man.
you will know. You will
You
know.
never see people where they drink. Oh. Let me tell you. I pray in this lifetime, one day, I will be in Nigeria. And I will tell you, I'm in Nigeria. God willing, you are in Nigeria. I'll take you out for a drink. And you will know how it a drink. I don't go to any place and say, give me this drink. I come with my drink. Pay you for your space. That's the way I drink. Because if you drink a drink of $1,000 per bottle or $500 per bottle, why would you go to Nigeria and buy it for 50,000 naira when you know that is not the price? So why would anyone do that? Because you are fake, and you will get fake chicken now. So why are they complaining?
Yeah, Zita, good that you are here. I think, and you are. Let me just put it that way. I think it will be acceptable to you. You are a Dangote person, and something has been troubling in the last 3 days. Maybe it's because of the season. Nobody is picking it up. And when we are not tackling things like this, we cannot thrive as a nation. We are allowing things to always be the same. 3-4 days ago, NNPC came out and said they guaranteed a loan of 1 billion Afri-Exim loan to Dangote. They said that, and that's apart from some other investments they've helped him to achieve in order for that refinery to be operational. 3 days ago, Dangote refinery came out and said that's not true. But what I've discovered between the back and forth with NNPC and Dangote, a lot of discrepancies. And if there is anything more than discrepancy, I think this is it, because you can't say $1 billion, $2 billion. Now discrepancy, not be discrepancy. We are being ripped off one way. First things I noticed, Dangote said they offered NNPC 20%, 20% stake of the refinery. 20% stake of that refinery. and that 20% stake is $2.76 billion. Listen, my mathematics is not good. Those who has better knowledge of mathematics, please, if I'm wrong, quickly check me. 20% of a 2.76 billion investment, I think that takes it to 13 point something, close to 14 billion. So does that mean Dangote refinery is just $14 billion, not 20, not 18? That is one question I ask myself. Now, the second question is, if we say, okay, it's 18 billion, of course, that will be 5.55%. And they've come out before to tell us that Dangote himself came out. I heard him that NNPC investment is just 7.24, that they did not take the rest opportunity. And if you look at 7.4, he said that time, when we are all looking at the refinery as a $20 billion investment, that will take it to 1.44 billion. So we all assume that, okay, we have $1.4 billion investment in Dangote refinery. That's all we look at until this new arithmetic of 20% stake of 7, which is 27.24%. And if you take the 7.2% against the $20 billion, of course, that will just give the totality of the refinery at 13 point something billion. In fact, I think it's 13.8 or so. So what is the real value of the refinery? 2, what exactly NNPC invested in cash in that refinery? A nation has to know.
Is it a question you are asking me, or you are telling me a story?
It's a rhetoric question. So that's why I said
I don't even know which one is the question now, which one is the story.
Okay, if you've been following it, can you help us understand exactly this funny arithmetic?
You see, maybe because of the way I react to Dangote refinery, you just ended up calling me Dangote person.
I said in quotes.
No hard feelings.
Don't take offense.
Don't worry
okay?
yourself. No
I take it back. Okay.
No, I don't worry yourself. I don't hard feelings. I actually do get irritated at the focus. I get very irritated at the focus on that refinery. All this, it was 15, it was 20, it was 18, it was 30. We gave him 15%. We invested 1.2, we invested 2.2. Can I ask a simple question? When they were doing those business, did they come out to tell Nigerians?
Are we not supposed to know?
I asked a simple question. From the one that man laid the foundation of that his refinery, did this your ridiculous NNPC that I have been agitating for a total scrap, did they come out to tell Nigerians? You see, I don't really know what the problem of Nigerians are. And I don't know if they really do have problem. Maybe not. Or let me rephrase it. Maybe they don't want whatever they think that is happening in their country to be sorted out. Apart from other ridiculous refineries here and there in Nigeria, and the one that the government has been owning for God knows even before I was born, that refused to function properly. Had it been, it was functioning properly, there wouldn't be anything like Dangote refinery. And those refineries were being manned by the same NNPC. They could not put 7%, 18%, 20 billion in Port Harcourt refinery, in Kaduna refinery, 14 water refinery, to make it work. They didn't do that. But one single man stood up to build a refinery. All of a sudden, he struggled. Who can cook, get it standing, get it working? Nigerians have gone crazy. Everybody is mad. What is actually our problem?
No, Zita,
No.
Let me interject for just 30 seconds.
What is our problem? Your problem now is it that you want to know how much Dangote's refinery is what?
No, I want to know Nigeria's.
We want to know how much of it we own.
Nigeria has in that refinery.
Let me finish. Calm down. It would have been very good if you people would have been asking how much NNPC has put in Port Harcourt refinery that is not working. For 30 years now. Hold on. I'm not done.
Hold on, Zita. Is it an unreasonable thing for us to want to know how much we own of
very,
that?
Very unreasonable. If you want
really, so they will give our sovereign wealth. They will give our sovereign wealth to him, and we won't have to account.
Can I explain myself, please?
Yeah.
I made a comment. You know, sometimes I do say some certain things. When I say it, people go braska, and I don't care. But if you want to know why I said it, I will tell you why I said it. Because Dangote refinery is not to anybody.
Sorry, everyone. Hold on, Zita. I don't want anybody to say anything. There seems to be a bit of background noise coming.
I don't hear any background noise. It might be from
I
you.
hear it.
Yes, like a party going on. Can everyone hear it? Can you hear it?
I can still hear it.
Hold on. I think we may be experiencing interference. I think we may be overlapping. I think we are overlapping another stream. It's not coming from anybody's background, but carry on, Zita. Apologies to the people who can hear background noise. It's not coming from the studio. It's coming from interference. I'm I'm sending notices to the StreamYard as we speak. Sorry, carry on, Zita.
Okay. So, one thing is sure. Dangote refinery, not to anybody's knowledge, is a partnership. It's solely owned by Dangote. And whatever business he did as a private citizen of Nigeria to get his business up should be between him and whosoever he did that business with. Nigerians asking to know how much somebody's business is worth is becoming very ridiculous. I don't even know what is pushing people's attention to that refinery, if I may ask.
Okay. Just give me 10
Let
seconds.
me finish.
Ask a question.
Let me finish.
Okay,
Dangote
don't go on for too
refinery
long.
is not the only refinery NNPC has funded in Nigeria. Not one, not two, not three, but it is the only refinery that today, as it is written, conceptually, detailedly, is functioning. Is that what is getting everybody angry? That when they gave him, hold on, let me finish. That when they gave him that money, he did not drink whiskey with it and pat some people on the shoulder with the money. And then Dangote's refinery will be in the air for God knows how long. The anger, is it that it's functioning? Please, whenever you people want to discuss that refinery, you should not involve me.
Okay,
I think I have
thought
made
you
myself clear
I
here
thought you are a
on my
person of
stand
interest.
on that
It's
refinery.
okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I am not
Okay.
interested. People should hands off that refinery until he come out to say, Dangote refinery, as I see all over the world, including in my office, is no longer Dangote refinery, it's Dangote partners. And who is his partners? I see them. Then him and his partners can slug it out. But this idea
Okay, woman,
of
all right.
Nigerians getting
Hold
so
on.
much interested in that
Hold on, Zita.
refinery is
Hold
beginning to
on.
upset me.
No, it
Please.
shouldn't it shouldn't upset you, and it's not unreasonable. If Nigeria's money is
woman,
in
let
that,
me take the floor.
Yeah, carry
See,
on.
we are in a modern world.
Is that
This
the
is
only thing your money
Can
is
I
in?
finish? I own the floor. I started it. So let me finish. It's a topic I came primarily for. On the tip of my finger now, I can tell you, if I check the percentage, the equity the German government owns, either in BMW factory or in Volkswagen. Same thing, Paris. I can tell you what the French government owns in Renault, and so on and so forth. I can tell you the investment of Switzerland in DuPont. In the civilized modern world, a country like Nigeria shouldn't be run like this. When we have an investment with pride over 6 years ago, everybody, it was on the lips of every Nigerian. The refinery is coming, in which the government of Nigeria invested $4 billion. Nobody disputed it. Nobody disputed it until this year, when the refinery is working. And both people who put us into that equity, who the investor and the owner of the refinery, they are giving us discrepant figures. And I think, like every other responsible Nigerian, we are being hard. Big time. It won't be the first time, and may it be the last, because people are not paying attention. People have lived as a civil servant in houses in Ikoyi, and by the time you know it, when they stay there for 20 years, they become owners today in a government house. They've changed the title illegally. It's no more in government record that government owns that building. That's how we've been living. But all these kind of things have to stop. You don't run a country like a provision shop.
It will not stop with the one that is functioning, please. If he has to stop, stop it with the ones that are not functioning.
I gave you time. I'm only enlightening Nigerians. I am waking Nigerians up to their responsibility of what is going on. Despite the figures that are not gelling. So we will know, we want to know. The country should know, like every other civilized country, exactly the size of our equity in that refinery. It is a must, and I believe this have to be spread all over the place. It has to be spread. And that I go further, one man, with the new oil well and things like that, which they are really, really, really now sharing. In Dimi of Oriental Energy is bringing an FPSO. FPSO is like a storage vehicle, storage vessel. If you remember, NNPC once has Tuma. You remember Tuma? During the time of Professor David West, which was anchored off in Bonny waters. where they store all our oil and then they export from there.
Sorry, Baba. Is that background noise? Is it unbearable? There's nothing
No,
I can do to fix it.
no, I can bear it.
All right, carry on. I'm
But
trying my best.
I can't hear background noise.
Why
Is
is
it
it that I
my
can't hear background noise?
I can't hear background noise.
Yeah. What it sounds like is like an office party, sort of being streamed, and it stopped now.
No.
Oh, okay, carry on, Baba.
It looks like now it's you and Babaka that will hear that
But
one. I can't hear it.
the comment section is also talking about it, Ola. That's what bothers me. It's the quality of the stream. But it seems to have stopped suddenly somewhat. Yes.
Man. The comment section is not talking about it. They say you should meet me. That is me.
No. They thought the noise was coming from your background. That's what they thought.
I thought so too initially.
Oh
I thought it was yours. Your side.
Yeah. No, you're one of their favorite voices, Ozita. If the one thing is, if you don't jar people, if you don't jar their senses, you're not doing a good thing. That's why whenever I go somewhere and I upset them a little bit, I'm all the happier.
Exactly.
All right, sorry.
No, you have some bandits in the comment section these days that all they want to do is to attack panelists. You have some of them there.
Yes, we know them. Chioma being the number one, even though she's the what can we do? Baba, carry on. I want us to get the conversation to Queen Naomi, who is now in police custody as we speak. But carry on with the
okay. If that is what we want to say.
No. This is also part of the topic.
Yeah. I will get to that actually, because a lot of things is happening in that industry. The government of today, you see the budget is based on oil output, not on anything, not on production. Production in the oil sector. That's what the president is relying on. If we can go to 2.6, NNPC has approved OPEC has given us 2.06, but the president is pursuing about 2.6 for next year. And in meeting it, they are very aggressive about it. And the FPSO is coming by January, owned by Oriental Oil. It's in the Akwa Ibom side of the water, the Okwok marginal fields. And with a storage like that, a lot of funny stuff can easily go on. I've talked about it before here. When they talk about oil theft and they're talking about people in Kenu taking the 20 barrels, 40 barrels away, you go and worry them. This is where the oil theft actually is. This is where, because when an individual bring in his own FPSO, FPSO, that is floating production kind of storage, where you take crude oil, and also you can do a lot of slant drilling. You can do a lot of slant drilling into other people's fields and be storing it and getting much more money. I hope Nigerians, I'm just trying to sensitize Nigerians so they can know exactly what is going on.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I wasn't going to join. I just came to come talk. I mean, based on what you're talking about, I think you're being, sorry if I say this, I think you're being simplistic if you're just using straightforward math to say Nigeria's $1 billion is 7.24%. So you extrapolate it to, is it 13 or 14 billion or whatever?
Yeah, you forget okay, that you are a better mathematician. What was that?
You forget that valuation also includes debt. Valuation also includes the debt that has been incurred to finance the construction of that refinery. Okay. So it's not just the shareholder equity that Nigeria has 7.24 to calculate the total valuation. That's just, shareholder equity.
Okay, let me make me understand this too. I'm glad you are here. When you have that evaluation, does that increase your equity holding?
No. Your equity holding is separate from your debt. is derived from your debt financing, debt that you use to finance the construction. They're going to be separate. And then if he has, if he has future cash flows, that too will be included as part of his valuation. And whatever what of whatever they built will also be included. So there's a case for the higher valuation if you include all the construction, all the debt, and whatever future cash flows are expecting.
Okay,
But
what
I just
happens
said
to
I
my
should drop that.
equity? No. I'm glad you are here. What happens to my equity?
Sorry, Baba. People want you to speak a bit louder.
Okay, what happens to my equity? For instance, if the valuation of the refinery at the start of operation increases, what happened to my equity, which is at the level of a certain percentage?
It depends
when
on
the
how
construction was going on.
It depends on how you increase it. Do you increase it by more share? Do you increase it by buying more shares?
No,
or do you
automatically
by borrowing?
Automatically, it doubles itself, or it acquires more strength on the basis of the value.
If you offer more shares, your own share may be diluted, right?
Okay.
If you offer more shares for sale.
Okay. So if I hold a 20% holding in a company at the moment, and the value of the company rises, does that mean my own equity also automatically rises?
Your 20%, if you don't offer more shares or whatever, the value of your 20% will increase, because the amount you bought the unit should go up if the company, if the valuation has gone up. It's like you buy stock and the price of the stock increases, but your percentage is still your percentage if they don't have anything for sale.
Exactly. You've arrived at my point. That is why I say it is high time we knew exactly the strength of our investment that refinery. Because as it stands now, there is a different figures
we
coming
invested
from the
1
refinery.
billion.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
The idea that the last sentence you said, it's high time you knew the investment you'll be making. You knew it already, but you don't want to admit it, because
I don't know.
The investment we've been making is the reason why Shell is leaving. Is the reason why Equino AXA, my company, has left Nigeria. Is the reason why Mobil is leaving. Is the reason why Ajip is leaving. Is the reason why multinational companies in Nigeria is leaving.
No,
and
they are
probably,
not leaving.
If not that, Dangote has built something so big that I even
I'm
blame
correcting
him for
that they
building
are not
such a thing
leaving. They
there.
only shifted
That would
ground
be the reason why
into
he
deep
too will leave.
waters. They only moved to deep waters. Didn't you hear of the Bonga fields recently? $5 billion investment from ExxonMobil, from Shell, from Total Energy. The Bonga fish, they move out of the midstream and go into deep waters so that the communities will not be worrying them. In deep water, you can't come there. That is where they have moved to. So when you say they left, they did not leave. They are there, but in comfortable
I don't know
waters.
how often I will tell you. I've been in oil and gas for almost 27 years of my life and of my career. If I tell you they've left, they've left.
They've not left.
Okay.
Check the Bonga
My battery is going to
investment.
die. I'll join you guys later. I need to go do some work. I'll be back.
Yeah. Check the
No
Bonga Fields
problem.
investment.
The thing is that it's ridiculous that the excuse Virgin Atlantic gave 25 years ago why he left, that same reason. Is it 32 years ago, 25 years ago? That's the same reason all of them are giving for leaving. Make una leave that. One man when you finish, there's an important this thing you put here that I want to discuss.
Yes, woman. What I'm saying is that they have not left. They are in deep waters. All of them are in deep waters. The reason they left is like the wahala of midstream is too much with the communities. And when I talk about the Bonga fields, they just invested $5 billion in that field. Both Total Energy, ExxonMobil, Sinoma, and a host of other players. They are in deep waters and even exploring ultra deep waters. It is the new direction. It is safe for them. They don't want any wahala or palaver with the communities. So that is what is happening. That is what is happening. It is people like Seplat now that has taken over those fields in midstream and downstream, which they left. Seplat is mopping them up. Nothing is left in isolation in Nigeria. So I'm only sensitizing Nigeria to wake up, particularly those whose territory owns the oil. They have to wake up and ask the right questions. And Nigerians should know, like any responsible citizen, exactly where their investments are. When Saudi Arabia has their Aramco fuel stations in America, they know how many numbers of fuel stations they are and where they are situated. That's how to run a nation. And that's the responsibility of every citizen. You don't just stand proud and be talking, oh, my country owns this, my country owns that. Know exactly the what of those things and where they are situated. That's my take on that. I'll be coming on this topic every time I have the opportunities. They should stop taking us for a ride. Nobody. It has to stop. We did not have about almost 200 universities in our country for nothing. We should not just live by catching cruise.
Yes, Ayo and Noriola, you can chime in, but I'm with you on this one, Baba. You know, all for all of the, especially almost the lifespan of that refinery, we're all under the impression that we owned 20%. And just on a side note in the newspaper, they just told us that 20% has now turned into 7.24%. No real in-depth explanation, nobody coming out to justify with any reason anything, and they just made a statement and people just moved on. That's a lot of money, you know, and also it's a lot of money for the future as well. You know, when that refinery starts to become what it could be, then that 20% could be a significant, you know, investment. It's not, it's my money, it's your money. And we need a comprehensive explanation as to what that deal was. They said they promised them 300 barrels per day as part of the deal. Then it's just convoluted, lost in the fog of it, and close to 15% just disappears of an investment in an oil refinery. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Because the back and forth and nobody's paying attention. This is how they've been getting away with murder in our country. So let's move to the Ibadan incident. I don't know. People here in our country, we don't take security, order as important things. What is there? When you say you want 5,000 people to feed or to give handouts to, other climes, they do it. People line up. And it is well organized. They call police. Police will do all the barrier, put all the barrier in places and direct people, both motor traffic and people who are footing it. They direct you. They be the first people to be there. They map out the territory properly. But this one, you just say it, say 5,000 people, when you know that at least about 10,000 may turn up. and they all just start going and start. Look at what happened now. Almost 40 dead. We don't know how many are children out of all the 40 that's dead. Somebody has to bear the consequences.
Baba, can I say something real quick? So I came in for the other topic you're talking about, that we have to be asking questions, and I'm not even sure exactly how, because the country itself is not transparent. All these things should be like, you can go to any of their website and they will have it there exactly what's going on. Does the country own this? What investment was made? So, and you just, part of your comments, you mentioned that some houses belong to the government, but some people already made it theirs. So if the government is not transparent, how do you think a citizen, I mean, that's why we have lawyers, and I don't think lawyers are even doing their jobs. So it's more like, how do you think, like me, for example, do you think me, I could just walk up to any of the ministry, even if I ask them, they will say, okay, we hear you. Do you think they will even do anything? So I'm not sure. It's good that you want a lot of young people, us, to kind of like have it at the back of our head. But how do you go by fixing it? There's no way. Like, the country is not transparent. It's whatever they say is what you know. So that's that part. That's what I have about that. But the thing that you just started talking on, see, that's how Nigeria is. If you go to restaurants, if I walk into a restaurant now, they will not have a line. Everybody will like jumping all over. Like, there's no sense of organized. Like, we're not organized. So if you heard any stampede, it's because we're not organized. The kids, they learn from their mom and dad. They see their uncles do the same thing. So why would you want anything different? Like, I've been to many restaurants. It was so shocking to me. Everybody was just like how we used to do back when we were in boarding house. Like, everybody just rushing. There's no organization. So I'm trying to understand how, if the parents are not organized, you go to airport every day, people are not organized unless they see any military standing. Like, we are knucklehead. We don't listen. We don't need anyone to tell us. So who to blame for this? I don't even know why the cop are picking people up, because this thing happen every day. It happens every day.
It's
And especially the
Can I say something there?
yeah,
go
carry
ahead.
on, Ola.
Yeah, you see, Oriola, I think I agree with you to some extent on that organization. So this is where we need government to put procedure, because look, if you are carrying out a major event that we have many people there, it is not, the citizens are not going to get organized. That is why that the event organizer must provide for security, and part of that security is organization, so that you move people accordingly, so that anybody cannot just behave the way they want. So any event that will be involving crowd, there should be some kind of bylaw or some kind of guidance locally that should be responsible. Otherwise, anybody can just gather people around to organize anything, and this kind of unfortunate event will happen there. So that's just my point about that.
Yeah, it is I don't know. You don't just pick up and just announce something. I don't know why we do that. We felt, okay, it's about charity, so nobody will care. So let me just announce it. Everything comes with consequence. Yes, you are trying to do charity. You are trying to do a give out, or what do they call it these days, for people. Yes, fine, but you have to organize it properly. Properly. Put safeguards in place. Don't put people's life in jeopardy. particularly Nigerians, which I call Russians, because all we do is rush. Everything is rush. Even in traffic, we rush. So it is so funny. Because when I saw the crowd, when I saw the clips of the whole thing, and I said, oh my God, this was like a street thing. How can you organize things like that? You think people will not get killed, or there will be no stampede, knowing the kind of people we are? I don't know how they're going to live with themselves. The organizers who are in trouble now.
But were they right to arrest the Olori, though?
Oh, they are right. Everything comes with
A whole
responsibility.
Olori of a whole Olori.
It doesn't, even if he's a Kabies himself, why not? Lives have been lost. Lives have been lost because of your carelessness, because of your inability to organize something properly.
Can I
You
ask
have
you,
to take responsibility for that.
Baba? Can I ask you? Did you remember? Was it 2 years ago or a year ago when there was a rice distribution with the custom?
Yeah,
The
the
law
same thing happened.
enforcement were there. They were standing there.
No, custom too
People
is law
do not
enforcement now.
listen. It's more like a cultural thing for us now. That's what I'm saying. It's more
It's
like
not.
even if
It's
the
been
police is standing
there.
there.
It's been there.
So
Almost
it does. Do you think it will matter even if they have law enforcement standing there? People will still do. That's how we do. We don't listen.
like it's done here. The barrier will be like quarter kilometers from the place. That's where the checking will start. Okay, the next 50 people come in, they streamline you. You go in, they give you direction. Okay, you guys stay here. Then they go back again. 100 people, please go this way. They direct you. So when they do, you see, with that, within few hours, everything is done properly, in good order. It's no rocket science. It's a no-brainer. But when you leave people to their devices, of course, that's what happened. We do it everywhere. You will see that at the airport here, everybody will behave like they are human being. But as soon as they get to Ikeja, even before, as soon as the pilots say we begin our descent, we'll be touching ground in 30 minutes, you will see them getting up and carrying their hand luggage. Some that wants to go rub pancake, some that just want to change things. And even if the scarf fall on your head, they don't care. Just say sorry. Carry your hand, rub your nose, go sit down. And in other places, you are not allowed to do that until the plane lands properly, effectively, before we will get up. We do that all within hours. We've from a gentleman, we've turned into something else within hours. Because how we behave when we want to board in a foreign land in Europe or West is different from how we land. When they even land, to go to immigration,
No, Baba, it's just because there are consequences. You see, what you call disorganization among our people in an environment like this, and they are just things like that are opportunities for revenue for the government. You see if we allow our local government to function properly, things like this will transfer to them.
Yeah,
You
it
see,
is within their purview. Correct, Ola. Correct.
exactly. How do we just see? Look at the peak of BK in Nigeria. I mean, Boko Haram situation in Nigeria. Things like that, you see that people just organize people and put people in crowd, whether being religious or whatever. It's a risk. It's a serious risk that no government of any country or of any local level should just allow. So if you put people there and if they misbehave, it's an opportunity for revenue. You catch people. By the time you scapegoat some people, they become reasonable. It's not that it's going to happen immediately, but by the time you start scapegoating people, give a decade, people will start they will start thinking normally. But as of now, there's nobody taking responsibility. So anybody behaves the way they like. without even thinking of the consequences. So I think it is high time we got consequences for because I agree you wanted to give something, you know, I don't know. When you put consequences in place, people will even be creative. If I want to give people a Christmas party thing, for example, I don't need to organize a crowd. I can transfer money to your account. I can get your address to find a way to. But guarding people, even 100 people, is a risk on its own. Talk less of when you now gather among crowd. So to me, this reaction of even arresting the Olori, I think we are just being reactionary now this time around. So I think we should be more proactive in solving all these issues. And like I said, it's an unfortunate situation.
You can see the laws are there. You just mentioned the local government, and I remember in our students' days when we used to organize things like things in the hall or anything, we go to the local government and write to them. They have services they provide for that kind of thing. If you look, it's in our laws. If you look when this woman is charged to court and others that are involved in it, you will see the laws they'll be throwing at them. There will be local government laws.
Baba, have we ever had anybody of this level of seniority arrested in the history of that country? And if they arrest her, where are they going to even keep her? Are they going to keep the wife of the Ooni of Ife in custody, in police?
She'll be in one of the offices.
Ex-wife,
she's not ex-wife.
It's unbelievable, unbelievable.
Why not?
She'll be in one of the offices, not in inside cell.
She should be in a 5-star hotel, and then the I mean, for goodness' sake, the wife of the Ooni.
One man
he has blue blood, Abi.
One man is
you don't get bluer than that in Nigeria now.
One man, it's time for bed. Because this one that you are saying, I don't know if you be using 5-star hotel. Some people died in an event, and you're telling me 5-star hotel.
I'm surprised you being a traditionalist and a royalist.
Let's not excuse that. But here's the question.
But does the burden of blame lie with her though? She's just a checkbook, isn't she? She's just a checkbook.
Do we have any active LG councils in Nigeria? Don't you get permits to organize this kind of events?
It's in local government law.
Exactly. So where was local government council? Did they request for permits or something like that? Do we know?
They will come out. You will see in 2 days. They will come out and say, "Oh no, they didn't come to us."
They organize it. Once you see the crowd, all put in place for crowd control now. In a small school, you can't just open it up to everybody. So who are the organizers of the show? You cannot put in place for security. Who apply for permits? Were they granted permits? Did they follow the laws and regulations? These are the questions we need to ask. I don't care if she's the king or the ex-wife.
Exactly. And most of these people are children, but they say they want people up to age 13. So they're all children.
Baba, can I ask a question?
You know the imp in me wonder boy if you want
man, don't go there. Don't do that.
I actually thought about the same thing too.
Yes.
Nigerians.
You Africans, I don't understand. I don't understand.
Not African, no, Nigerians.
I don't understand where your mind. But here's the question to you, sir. Would you be surprised if she goes scot-free?
Oh, she will naturally. Wait, Senator, what's his name now? Muro, is it Muro or Uru? Senator Muro, was he not the head of immigration when there was stampede and a lot of people died, including a pregnant student in somewhere in Abuja or so, a couple of years back during Jonathan's time?
That recruitment, right?
That recruitment, have we forgotten? Have we forgotten? Is it Senator Moro now? Is that a senator now? He went scot-free.
But these are children.
Abba Moro. Thank you, Mumun.
You know, Baba, this is gonna be it's gonna go viral very soon. You know why? And if they don't manage this properly, it might get out of hand. These are children. 35 kids. And they're already linking the Ooni of Ife like X of one, he has to
Yeah, but from which strata of society though? Because that always comes into play as well. From which strata of society?
If she's not, since she has not remarried, she's still an Olori.
Of course, now. And of all of the Oloris, she's still the one that everybody looks at as the queen.
No, because she
Even
has it.
X or not, yes.
Because he has his only male Diaremo. He has Diaremo.
Not the only. No. It's not the only.
No, the first.
The first. Yeah.
So that's the Aremo of the honor of Ife. So she's the mother of the Aremo. So that would count.
Imagine that. That's essentially the Yoruba race. Yes. No. Sorry. Somebody's talking about. We spoke about Uptown yesterday. And I spoke to him in person
2 days ago.
Yeah. So, 2 days ago, and I spoke to him in person as well. So I'll keep you updated. I'm not sure how much of it was shared, but it's all over social media. But you know.
All right. Can I say some? I think I have two things. I disagree with one of the solution that some I think it was Ziola that brought it up. I'm not really in line with that. And another angle that I want us to look at is this: some of their parents were there, so it wasn't like just only kids. Some of their parents, they were standing there. So meaning, just like I said, now this organization is in our blood. And when you guys were only looking at the fact that you're just looking at this incident, I think we should broaden it. While I was in Nigeria and I went to different restaurants, people are not organized. They rush for everything. Instead of come in, come serve. First in, you serve first. No, everybody was just rushing. So meaning this disorganization is everywhere. So it doesn't even matter. This just happened that people die. A lot of incident like this might have occurred, or if you went to anything, people just don't follow the law. So that's number one. Number two, I just think that the best way that I think is you learn from childhood. Like once they put you in kindergarten, they start teaching you this is how you organize yourself. All this past that we like to do while we're already adults, because by the time you over 21, you don't listen to what other people people don't usually take advice like that. They stick to what they already know for that 21 years. So trying to change people after they're already adults is difficult. We need to start teaching them organization, every single thing that we want in Nigeria. Whoever is in kindergarten today, you need to start teaching them. So by the time they get to adulthood, they already familiarize themselves with how the world should work. Now, if you're saying 18-year-old, you now want to start correcting them, you're just wasting your time. 21-year-old, no, they don't listen. We can't listen to what other people were saying. You can't start changing us at that time. So you have to start breeding kids and letting them know. Teachers start teaching them how to behave in the society instead of waiting till. I just think that we don't like to take our time in making sure things are perfect.
See, Oriola, let's face it, the authorities, look, you have to apply. There are rules in everything. Look, here, you are in US. In US, they organize giveaway every time. And what they do, they even ask for volunteers within that county to help them on the appointed day. If they say they start 9, by 6, 7, county policemen are all over the place with barriers, everything. And thousands of cars will come in and they will say, look, you park first. When it's 9 o'clock, this is how you line up. You start coming in one by one. They count the first 20 cars. Okay, you turn right. Those ones will go right. The next ones will go left. The next one will go down. There will be nothing. And everybody is in their car. You don't have to come down. They hand over everything to you and they show you the exit. And by 3-4 hours down the line, it's all over. Everything is empty. Warehouse is empty. Everything is empty. That's the order. Do you think there are no animals amongst the people? There are. But when the authority is there, then nobody wants to mess up. But then the organizers have to take authority from people who will come and help them organize the place. Failing which that morning appointed, even the county authorities will not allow you to do what you want to do because you did not inform them. When katakata happens like this, they are the first people they will query. So when things happen like this, when you talk about what of the one we talk about, Abamuru, who is today a senator? Immigration is not part of authority. Gathers people they want to employ in a stadium.
But
many people died, including pregnant students. Yes.
Sorry to interject. I remember in the 80s, there was still crowd control. You apply for permit to close the roads that was still around in Nigeria in the late 80s. So when did this stop?
It's not stopped. I told you it's not stopped.
The law is there, but it's only they are not enforcing.
Recognize it.
I'm saying back then it was enforced.
They will come and enforce it, but they themselves is for a gunje. They will just come and
now what
do this.
Who is the one enforcing for LD camp? Do you even know anybody in the government council?
No. See. The problem is when the state and the federal they hijack all the structure. Those things are there. It's not as if they are not there, but they don't allow those things to function. That's the problem we have. You understand? So it's like those things you see are where the local government used to generate their revenues those days too. When they apply for permit, but now when you have someone sitting far away hijacking everything, gradually all those organizations will be dying gradually.
What I'm saying is back then, I remember back then, even to do like a Fuji show or any show, any gospel show, you have to go to the LG and they will consult with the landlord of that area. And they say, okay, you can't do more than 7 p.m. or 11 p.m. They have to work with the landlord of that area to see what they are comfortable with.
And you pay some money.
To them, they also make money from you organizing party and closing roads.
It's still there, BT. Nobody observes it. That's
you see, Babati is like you see underrate the decay we are talking about. Okay, look at it this way now. It's as bad as to the point that the state government want to be collecting levy from the market, and that's supposed to be the business of the local government. But what do you think will happen to the local government structure if the state hijack? So now, even when you look at those works, they've lost the sense of this existing law or organization just because they do not allow them to function as they should be. That's the point there now. So we have to find a way to restore all those old structure back, or at least allow them to function. Because you see, okay, when you don't have someone that is coordinating locally, how do you want to do? The laws are there, but the capacity to enforce, the capacity is no longer there. That's the problem. I saw Riola trying to say something. You see, there is a reason where you have rules for adults and rules for the minor. Minor are those people you teach how to do something, even if they commit some offense, because they are minor, they are excluded from the consequences. You know, the greater consequences. But once you are an adult, you understand, you face the music immediately. That's what we are talking about here. So, but all those minors, they learn from what is happening to the adult too. You know, I agree with you. We should teach people, but when you are teaching people, the people you are teaching, they should be seeing consequences. People here, like I said, like we've said over time, it's not as if they are that disciplined, but they understand the consequences. If you won't say it, okay, I said something here the other time. I was in downtown. A lady was just trying to naked herself. All his friends, they were trying to say they were covering with cloths. This lady was not listening. But immediately she saw the police van flashlight immediately like this. All of a sudden, the person they were appealing to for more than over 30 minutes just conducted herself immediately. But she still got that ticket. Those are the things we are talking about. Once you know the consequences are there and enforced, you will apply senses immediately. That is what we are lacking in our community.
All right, Baba. Yes, bring it on a little bit. I want to bring Zita into the conversation. I want to use two clips to bring her in. But at this particular topic, I'm hoping it will be the hub of conversations. I don't think the Olori should have been arrested. No, because okay. I want to organize a party, and I hire an event planner, give him or her a whole bunch of money, and say, okay, and then they come to me. This is the venue. I like this. I don't like that. This is the menu. I like this. I don't like that. All I am doing is signing a check. So what is she being persecuted for? She didn't pick the venue. She didn't organize the crowd. All she did was to sign a check. You know, I mean, this is an embarrassment to. Is this
It was done in her name.
is this the Fulani? Is this are they trying to? Is there a Fulani angle to this?
The glory will have gone to her if everything was successful. So let the glory and the damnation also be at her floor, at her feet. It's as simple as that. If it had gone well, oh, they will say that Olori did this, did that. Now there's damnation. Let her bear the consequence too. It's good and bad.
Yeah,
So
but
that is it.
this was not the first time she was doing it. I think she had another one last year. There was another one from last year, so it's not the first time she's doing it. So it just happened that this year was turned out to be what it is. And one of the organizer, I heard that he's now in sick bed. Maybe he was scared or something, but he's in sick bed now. So
All right.
Okay, one man. Let's go around. I think the Baba BJ topic is still there. I think.
All right. Yes. So let's bring Zita in if she's ready for us now. So it looks as though the machinations in the coldness of the dark still going on. Operation Unseat Tinubu. Tinubu not threatened by Obasanjo Kwakwanso Obi's 2027 talks. So now a lot of people say Tinubu has incumbency. He has this and that and the other. But if you look at the sort of names that are now starting to rally, these were the sort of names that went against Goodluck Jonathan back in those days, and incumbency or not, he just has to yield. So are we getting to that stage where Tinubu has to fear? So hold that as a thought. Let me also play you this clip. You know, Tinubu went to France recently. A lot of people saying that since the French have been kicked out of the Sahels, they are looking to park a military base in Nigeria. The Nigerians say no, but the video clips that we're seeing speaks to the contrary. Watch this.
Zai ƙara ci gaba da taimaka mana wajen ciccire abinda masu fashe wannan wanda su yan boko suke sa mana hanya yana kashe mana jama'a da sauransu. Yan boko haram ba yan boko ba, yan boko haram. Ai amfanin abin shine zai taimaka mana inda suka sa su za mu je mu amfani da kayayyakin mu cire. So abu ne mai muhimmanci su taimaka mana akan yakin nan da ake yanzu. Taimako daidai gwargwado kasar UK tana mana kuma
So that apparently, allegedly, those are French military personnel somewhere in Maiduguri. So contrary to and I think the government is starting to yield to thaw their position somewhat that they do have some sort of military security collaboration with.
One man, let me ask one question, please. Who is the military brigadier there, Brigadier General?
I don't know his name, but it sounds like a northerner. That's not the lead person. It would have been the person.
I want to know that man, the Nigerian big general there. It will give us the time whether that clip is old. You know why? The white soldier by side, that's not a French soldier. That's not how
How
they
do you
wear
know
their
that?
beret. That's not how they wear their beret. I can guarantee you that. A French soldier's beret is hung on the left side. On the left side, it's not straight. Check it as a fact. We will know for sure if we know that brigadier general in that clip. I've tried to place his face, but it's not familiar.
Yes, it looks as though this is from the news agency of Nigeria. It looks as though the government are trying to debunk it, but the video clips tell us to the contrary. No French military base in Maiduguri. See, this is the army, but it's not a base. It's personnel. So because that's a qualified denial, it's not a full throttle denial. It's a qualified denial. So now the clarification followed allegations by a social media influencer, Madi Shehu, on his X handle, claiming a French military base has been established in Maiduguri. Shehu supported this claim with a video showing the actual general officer commanding GOC Division 7, Brigadier General Abubakar Haruna, alongside a foreign officer who he alleged was a French military representative. The defense headquarters, however, clarified that the video in question was recorded during a recent press briefing at the Malari Cantonment, Maiduguri, after the donation of equipment to the army by the British Military Advisory, something or the other.
Exactly. I
Yes.
got it right. It's not French soldier. I know how they put their beret. So if they talk of brigadier in my Malari barrack, my Malari, okay, that's a brigadier. But the Caucasian by the side is not a French soldier. No.
No, all right, but we're keeping a watching brief on them. But let me play you this now. Last,
You know, you have
it's
a good
several
platform with good panelists.
Yes, well spotted, Baba. Nothing gets past you. Let me play you this now. This is just a little snippet of the response to Tinubu's budget presented. I think was it yesterday or today? So a little snippet is they're touting it as the most ambitious budget yet. But when you dollarize it, is it any different from what we've had previously? Watch this.
It's an exciting moment when the president said that the budget is ambitious, and I could hear PDP also say it's an ambitious budget. Unfortunately for the two of them, the budget is not ambitious. In fact, the budget is so small. When you look at it, what the two, both the ruling party and the main opposition, don't understand is that we are suffering from money illusion. This budget is still within 30 billion that we have always done. What makes it so humongous is because we devalue the currency. The budget is still 30 billion. 30 billion in dollar terms. People say, oh, we don't want to hear dollar terms. But remember that the president and the central bank says they want to grow the economy to be $1 trillion economy.
Right.
Where so many other economies...
2030.
In 2030.
5 years away from now.
Yes. So if you look at it, we want to grow economy to $1 trillion economy, but we are budgeting, according to the presentation today, a meager $30 billion. That tells us a lot. There are things that are fundamentally wrong. Even this 30 billion, unfortunately, I'm afraid, we might not be able to finance it. And that is where we can now say it's an ambitious budget, because where do we get the fund to manage this budget? And when you look at the budget, maybe when we get to the details, interesting items in the budget. So if you tell me, is this budget huge? In naira terms, yes, it is. But in the real sense, it is not, because when you compare Nigeria budget, you compare Nigeria budget with what South Africa is doing, far ahead of what we are doing. Compare it with what Egypt is doing, far ahead what we are doing. Compare it with what Brazil is investing in the economy. Brazilian economy is investing more in terms of the largest fiscal document in the economy. But when it comes to Nigeria, we saw 40-something. That tells us how we have devalued the currency called naira, and it's taking us, all of us perhaps, on our back.
So there it is. Zita, the floor is yours. Zita. All right. I don't think we have Zita fully. Who wants to speak to whatever? So we've got we've got the budget as a topic. We've got the Ibadan tragedy. We have to describe it as a topic. We've got the not Kwakwanso. We've got Kwakwanso, Peter Obi, Donald Duke strategizing with Obasanjo to unseat Tinubu, and Tinubu inviting them to dream on. Wike telling us that the only way that there will be peace in the PDP if Atiku states categorically that he has no intentions of running, and since we know Atiku is going to run, no chance of peace in the PDP ever. Dangote refinery reduces petrol price to 899 naira. So that's Dangote right there. Christmas gift to the population. And Buhari breaks his silence on his parcel of land being revoked by Wike, saying then that the parcel does not actually belong to Buhari directly. It's just something that that is foundation board. So come in at whichever point. If Zita is not ready, then Oriola or Betty or Baba. Anyone there? Can I be heard?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, let's take the Baba OBJ arrangement. I don't know how to. Honestly, it beats me. Baba said officially is 87, but unofficially, Baba could be 92, and he's blessed. He's still working. But we shouldn't forget. So also people like Are Afe Babalola at 95 plus, still working too. But then I think Baba should retire from politics and everything and just stay in that is a small local government in Abeokuta, which he calls OBJ farm, with library, with zoo, there's nothing there that's not there, everything. But then, because if you look at what Shehu Musa also, Buhari's spokesperson or advisor who worked with Additional and was always oppressing Additional. And
Shehu Garba.
Shehu Garuba, I mean, in congratulating his principal on his 82nd birthday, felicitating with it, he took a swipe at Baba and said he should emulate people like Buhari, who are not interfering with any government or any president and things like that. And that's true, because as we speak today, Gowon is still alive. He ruled this country the longest. IBB is still alive. Abdul Salam is still alive. Jonathan is still alive. So we have about, including his good self, so we have about 5 ex-presidents, all still living this time around. None of them, none of the other 4 has been troubling. It's not like they're quiet, but as ex-president, they know the dignified channel to use to contact somebody who is sitting there and talk to him. You think they are not talking to Tinubu? They are talking to him. But do they make it public issue or an harassment? No. Why are you the only person? You ruled. Everything you want done now, you could have done it in your time. You could have done it in your time easily. Because we're still fresh, smarting from military government. We will tolerate any democratic government for that your 8 years. So you will have done a lot of things and got away with it. Because if you listen to Additional in his book, yes, he did as a tribute to Buhari. He said, Ore Mekuno, that he did not remove the subsidy because he knew the hardship that will have brought on the government, on the people of Nigeria. And I say that is irresponsible of Buhari. So he knew that thing has to be removed. But because people will suffer or people will go against the government or anything, he kicked the can down the road. That's not the work of a true leader. Leadership is about taking responsibility. Leadership is about traveling through the road less traveled, or treading the road less traveled. That is what leadership is about. It's not about taking the easy way around. Because if this subsidy has been removed during Obasanjo's time, I mean, we wouldn't have been talking like this. He himself, he increased fuel price by 580%. During that 8 years, I think he did it twice or 3 times. He aggregated it. And by the time he left, it wasn't what he met as a pump price. He left when he left as a pump price. There was an increase of 580%. So this man has come now and taking the bull by the horn and traveling the roads less traveled by others. I mean, daring where others feared. So why not let him be? And if you have to talk to him through back channel, like a statesman. Then organizing and like.
Do you think the vultures are circling round Tinubu though?
No.
Because even people like Baba Gana Zulum, he's been making commentary somewhat, you know.
Baba Gana is APC. His boss is a vice president today.
So, and Buhari is not coming out to endorse him, especially.
Has he ever endorsed anybody? He didn't endorse Tinubu during the election, did he?
But Tinubu carried him twice now. Tinubu carried Buhari twice.
He
like Tinubu said, the president. That's absolutely true.
What happened, if you remember, the second time around 1920, Tinubu did not come out. They went to
beg him. Yeah. Exactly. So there's an obligation owed there.
So he went. But the thing is, calling, look, he has problem, a grudge with Tinubu. When he came, the military organized the 1999 election for him. He became president. 2023, when he's supposed to do it on his own, he did it do or die. And he took the whole Southwest. Which one he couldn't take? Lagos. Who was the governor? Tinubu. So it was like a fight. Tinubu defeated him then. And ever since, I think he has that grudge against him. Because I don't see the reason why he's just after him. You must leave, you must leave. It is not your throne. You don't own Aso Rock. So why do you want everybody must go if they don't adhere to whatever you are saying? I don't understand. You organize against Jonathan. No sooner Buhari got there, you start harassing him. And that will not mind himself. Not give him face. He did everything he could do. You started again in 2020. He has this way of coming, it's the Igbo turn, like he's doing with Ohaneze now. He's going to Ohaneze and telling them they should take the president from Rivers State, and he's even giving them a candidate to head Ohaneze. I don't know what design he has about that. Some of the people in Southeast are kicking against it, that no, Ohaneze president must come within the 5 states of the Southeast. That's the Ohaneze president must come, not outside of the Southeast territory. That's another trouble that is brewing now.
Yeah. I'll kind of wait for my own turn, but I want to add this. Do you
We called
questions?
you Oriola, you didn't respond. That's
Oh,
why Baba took the floor again. But carry on.
yeah. Sorry about that. Two questions. Do you think really like Southwest people, any of like prominent Southwest actually like this guy, this man? Do you think genuinely that anyone actually like him? So that's number one. Number two, what Nigeria is going through now, the democracy they're going through now. During his time when he was military, it was the one who actually turned from what we were practicing, the what is it called, what the UK is using, and converted to
Westminster.
the huh
Westminster democracy.
yeah,
Yeah,
and he
a
converted
parliamentary
to
system. Yeah.
yeah, parliamentary
Parliamentary system.
system, and he turned it into like the federation, the democracy that we have now. Don't you think he's trying to safeguard it so it doesn't destroy in his face? Because he knows, is a question, I think he knows that if he's gone, there's very high probability that we might have to restructure everything. Don't you think he's trying to safeguard his work, not to blow up in his face? So that's
Which
my two
work?
questions.
Which work? Can you explain the work?
Yeah, the
What
work is the fact that from the parliamentary system to the
presidential?
presidential, is the one that actually made that switch. He's one of the people that turned Nigeria into what it is today. So don't you think he's trying to safeguard it so it doesn't turn erupt in his face? Don't you think so? Because I think it looks like probably that's what he's trying to make. For example, I'm Yoruba, and I think I'm Yoruba first before I'm Nigerian. But he doesn't think that way. He thinks that he's Nigerian and everybody should be Nigerian, which it makes sense. But the thing is, if you look people like UK, for example, before they consider UK, they're either Scottish first, or they're from Wales, or they're British first. But at the end of the day, they all come together to to held up the UK. So don't you think he's just thinking that this might blow up in his face if he doesn't still hold stand, like he's not doing what he's doing? So that's my two questions. And the first one, just like I said, is the fact that do you think any prominent politician or big people in, or even kings in the Southwest, they really consider this guy? Don't you think they don't count him? It's not
I
important.
don't think Tinubu is especially popular. I think maybe the Oni is the only one that I can think that is full frontally backing him. Apart from you can't count Bisi Akonde because that is a political acolyte going back. I don't think Tinubu is especially backed by Yoruba land. If you look at the commentaries coming out of that space, would you say, Baba, that Yoruba land backs Tinubu?
No,
Okay,
well, I'm talking
before I
about
answer,
Obasanjo though, but you can
yeah,
add Tinubu as well.
Oh,
Blue
sorry, I
Shell.
thought you meant Tinubu. Yeah.
Blue Shell, can you remind me the Ohine the president from Delta? Just type it in. Juggle my memory, please. Okay.
Baba,
Yes, sir. Yeah, BT.
the Southwest has what in American politics we will call purple states. Okay.
I can't hear you.
I said Southwest has what we call purple states in American politics. Your
No.
your state is like they don't lean towards one particular political party. It depends. They always or Osun are not APC leaning or AD leaning. They've always, even though Ogun State, I remember I was discussing that with Chief Shegun Showome earlier. Like your Ogun East is a PDP arrangement. They don't vote APC or AD. So there are pockets in South where they've never really leaned towards the AD agenda or this. So I would say maybe it has control over 3 to 4 states in the South.
You know, the Yoruba politics is very dangerous politics. Then people I won't use the word funny, because even if you look at the time of the parliamentary system, for instance, the Ibadan people generally have never been Awos person.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that is the chief Chief, this man, Onya
Adedibu.
Kiloye.
Okay.
Onya Kiloye. Onya Kiloye, Chief Lekon Salami and Co. They've always have their own party. The Ogun people have always been Awo's person. That's the Adegbenro and all the rest. Where in Lagos also, they have their own politics. They say, okay, Gedegbele Kowa, you understand that we are a colony. We are a colony. Yes, it's a Yoruba land, but this is a separate colony in itself. So it has been a volatile thing. But one thing I observed that when the chips was down, when the existence of the Yoruba was threatened by the incursion of NCNC, when Zik was to rule as premier of West, what happened overnight? Overnight, they changed because
the other meeting, Abi.
Yeah, that meeting they have to invoke the progenitor spirit, which is Oduduwa, that look, you guys should look at North. Who is there? A Northerner. Look at the East. Who is there? Easterner. So Yoruba land would now be governed by somebody considered a non-Yoruba. And what happened in the morning? They couldn't believe it. NCSA couldn't believe it. So we play this politics. But when the chips are down, you see the politics Baba is playing. Oriola mistakenly said that he puts the presidential system in place. No, in 1979, it is the People's Assembly or Constituent Assembly that proposed the presidential system. That it will be best, maybe because we've tasted something.
Yeah, but it was done during his time, though. It wasn't.
It was done. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
it was done.
Listen.
It was done during his time. But then, when that republic collapsed in '84, we've had Buhari ruled, Babangida ruled. I don't always count Shonek on time, and Abacha ruled.
Yeah, but they still rule as correct?
They adopted that again, because if you remember, Abdul Salam spent only 8 to 9 months on the seat as president. They were in a hurry to go. So the easiest thing is to dust that 79 constitution and dub it and use it for this time without thinking. It was an adoption of what he left. And he was to kind of monitor it, to pretend it for 8 good years. So that 8 good years is spent. Why didn't he use it to fine-tune it, to make adjustments, particularly when he has had experience before? Why? What does he want done now that he couldn't have done in the 8 years of the formative years, which is the formative years of this Fourth Republic? That is the big question. If you can't do it, wait, what you are asking me to do now, when you had the power of Soriola, you didn't do it, but you now ask me to do it. Why should I do it when you didn't do it?
Yeah, but
and he's not talking straight. What he's talking, he has this cunning way. I'll put it cunning in the sense that he wants control. He couldn't control Jonathan. He turned against him. Yaradua was lucky. He spent very few times. Even Yaradua was against him because he sold, whether rightfully or not, he sold the refinery. Yaradua came, who we all know that is his picking. Yaradua is his pick for president. He returned the checks back to Otedola and Dangote. Yaradua did it to his displeasure before he fell sick. Jonathan came and everything. He tried to pretend to Jonathan. People who were bigger, who has enveloped Jonathan, thumbed their noses at him. He was angry. Then this time around in 2022, 2023, he came with, no, it is the turn of the East. Let the East come and rule. Come and do this, come and do that. Okay, you back the Eastern candidate. No, fair enough. It's a contest. You understand? And they did it. And in the course of the election, when the election has gone about 95%, you came out, father of the nation, father of our nation.
Can you
Came
believe
out
that?
and said they should stop the election.
Can you believe that?
They should stop
So
counting.
arrogant.
Say again?
It's so arrogant. Why would
Yeah,
they?
he said they should stop the election. Meanwhile, there is a law guiding election of that 2023 election that he must, once he started taking off in the morning, nobody can stop it until result is announced. There was that law guiding that 2023. You knew it as a head of state, ex-head of state. You said they should stop it. And you are talking to a Buhari. Are you, where both of you are no more wearing the toga of military uniform, even though it's your junior? He didn't mind you. The election went ahead, they announced the result. But that day, I was like, Baba, I was asking, talking to myself, silly, look, why isn't that? Baba, why? You know better than everybody in that country. And you are mounting illegality.
But it's even worse. So it's even worse. Remember when it was recorded and they had a video when Charlie Boy went to him.
And that's it. That's it. That's
And he
it.
said
That evening.
Mobilize. You should mobilize people against the government if they don't. I'm like, are you serious about
it? Since then, I've been looking at him one kind. Anytime I see him, I shake my head. Anytime I see him, I just shake my head. And why, Papa? I wish I can see him and ask why. Why did you propose that? Why are you saying now, with benefit of hindsight, all of you started saying he started with the game when that one didn't work. He was talking of interim government with this same area of Babalola. They are talking of interim government with Cardinal Onoyekon and this Kuka. They are all now talking about interim government. It's like they are conspiring against us. Wonder wala money now. Why are they worrying us? Why are they worrying us? If there are different channels of avenue, you are all elderly people. You've witnessed everything more than all of us in that country. And you know we need peace. So in your twilight
Obasanjo,
years,
his potency has started to wane because in the last 2-3 cycles of elections, the person he went for lost. He went for what was it called? Atiku. Buhari defeated him in 2019. He went for Peter Obi. He was defeated in 2023. So maybe it's not as potent as it used to be.
It's overrated as far as I'm concerned. You know why? Because people like Atiku give him power, which he doesn't have. He wrote that thing in his book, whether it's true or not. If you ask me, I'll tell you everything he wrote there about Atiku is true, because Atiku has not come to deny it. But I saw him few weeks back with Chief Titi Atiku, Atiku's wife, and Baba coming to them, is now romancing Baba. Somebody that has written that kind of terrible thing about you. That means what Baba said is true. As far as I'm concerned, he did it. He tried to now rally around IBB, Salami, Gowon, and Danjumo. I think they didn't mind him. You remember he went around all of them, these people. He went around them. Only Gowon is his senior. The rest are his junior. When he was colonel, they were like full lieutenants. You went to them, bad-mouthing the present president. They didn't do anything. They didn't mind you. You come back again. You are now, you fall down from where you are. It is Donald Duke and co now. You are now putting on your back. What do you want to achieve? Tinubu will beat you again the third time. When during the campaign, Tinubu was practically begged to go to him like everybody is going. Tinubu went. He took him into a room. We don't know what they discussed. Where Bajabia Miller told us hours later that he is backing Tinubu. He didn't deny it. He did not deny it to say, yes, this is what we said behind closed door. But Bajabia Miller told all of us that he's backing Tinubu.
Baba, do you think he does? Because one man said earlier that he supported the article in 19. I find that very hard to believe that he really wanted. He hates that guy with a passion.
He's confusing all of us. I don't even know the color of his politics.
Now he's doing Shekusheye over there.
Meanwhile, he has not even won any election in West. Even in street, I heard that the polling booth there, he never won anything there. I don't know if that is true or not. It's unpopular. But one thing I know historically, BT, keep about careful. I just go very careful. If something happened in the whole of the country, he will be surprised that he should go back to Yoruba history. That's how much I would just say. He should just go back and see what may happen to him within a twinkle of an eye. The Yorubas and the history is replete with this kind of robodion. He has to be very, this game is playing, I don't understand. I don't get it. I just don't get, other than I look at it as something vindictive. And if he's an Abami, Tinubu is also an Abami. The two of them even look alike.
I think I've said this before now. I was at this lecture in Fort Worth, TCU. OBJ came there. Right? He spent the first 10 to 15 minutes like, disrespecting Yoruba people. You know why, Baba? Because we did not vote for him. He said it's unheard of in Africa that somebody will run for office and his own people will not vote for him. And he was blasting Yoruba people. I'm like, what is wrong with this? He hasn't gotten over that.
The only person he respects is the Awujale. And I know why he respects Awujale so much. Those are the people who made him survive when he took over from Retala. Without them, he wouldn't have survived. Because he lived in mortal fear of Danjuma and Yaradua then.
Let him explain how he betrayed his own people in 03. How he lied to
Let me tell you two things. Visitor, just wait. Two things he did to General Olutoye. He did to General Olutoye, who is today the Oba of Iduani. I think Iduani is in Ondo State. General Olutoye. When he took over from Muritala Muhammad, as a Yoruba man to a Yoruba man, Olutoye called him and said, look, these people that surround you, the promotion you've given them is just too much. Look at your Yoruba officers to promote them and give them command so that you will be protected. You know what OBJ did? He went to Danjuma and Yaradua and told them what General Olutoye said. Then the next day afternoon, they invited Olutoye to Dodam Barracks. Olutoye arrived in good spirits and he saw the three of them sitting down. And he told Olutoye that what you told me yesterday, I want you to repeat it. A general is always a general. General Olutoye repeated everything. And they said, well, you've spoken well. It was Danjuma that spoke, that you've spoken well. We will look into it. You can go. He was His office was in Independence House in Racecourse. Between Dodan Barracks and Racecourse, he had the news on radio that he has been retired. That's the kind of person Baba is. That's the kind of person.
Look at what he did to Oshoba now. That betrayal in 03. And he was the one jumping up and down to say, Baba Mawani from our state. And he betrayed the guy, bought up Bengadane from the middle of nowhere. And and the guy just blocked them and just, thank God Tinubu was smart enough to see the game.
I can regale you with many, many things which he has done to people like that. Just sacrifice them at the altar to make yourself big.
Do you think it's really from our side? Because do you really? Because I don't think I would have the guts.
No, don't go there. I think so. I read his autobiography he wrote himself. Yes.
But what does he have against that? Is more that something went wrong somewhere.
Yeah. Do you think
that way? Like, dude, everybody else don't die against their own people. Like, what? Okay, what was the benefit of OBJ as president to Abeokuta for 8 years or Songota?
Nothing.
Yeah, but they didn't vote for him. They didn't vote for him the first time, though. So you couldn't have expected.
Regardless.
Did they vote for him the second time?
Well, the first time they did not.
What about the second time?
But the first
he
time,
won, but did they vote for him? Election, he classed as do or die. He was the one who used that language, do or die.
Yeah, but he kind of manipulated the entire thing.
They are doing do or die today. You are against it, but you are the father of do or die politics.
Yeah, he manipulated the entire thing. He kind of like it's not a real election, so he's probably just scared that somebody else is going to use the same tactics that he used, and he doesn't want that to happen. And I'm still thinking that this one Nigerian thing is probably one of the things that he wanted. He doesn't want it to scatter, and it looks like he's going to erupt if he doesn't do anything.
Was it there in 1914 when they put us together? When they lumped us together, was it there that he wants to tie it by force?
And do you think he's the one that is doing it by himself? Okay, let's look at a different angle. Do you think there's any outsider interference that is telling him what to do?
No, he has a God complex. That's just it. He has a God complex.
Before you even go on, when somebody will tell you that he's Nigerian first before he's Yoruba, isn't that a red flag?
Say that again, BT.
He said he's a Nigerian first before he's Yoruba.
That's not him now. Me, I be Yoruba first.
I mean, who says that? I mean, I don't think Buhari or Kashim will say that about their own tribe. They will eat them alive. Imagine Peter will be saying he's a Nigerian first before he's Igbo. They will eat him alive. So I don't know where this God complex comes from. He always has to interfere in every government. He has to tell them what to do. They have to come beg him or consult him. And for what?
Thank you, Blue Shell. I think I remember Ralph. You see, the thing is, at the end of the day, let him plot everything he wants to do. The 2027 election will bring him down entirely. I think his spirit is indomitable anyway. Even if he went against him, he will still want to fight on. He's cut from that cloth.
Baba, don't you think he wants to beat Tinubu?
He's been wanting to meet him. After all, during the last layer, he went to Bodilon.
Be him. No, he wants to be him. And the reason why I said that is this. Tinubu, when he's long gone, he has protege. He has people that he mentee. His name is always going to be. It doesn't even. People will reach out to him. See, whoever after he left, whoever is going to be in the position will be his mentee. Someone of his protege.
Sorry, Oriola. Blue Shell, I acknowledge it. Yeah, I've seen it. I think I remember Rafu Wushe. Thank you, Blue Shell. Carry on, Oriola. I'm sorry
Yeah,
about that.
so like I was saying, I think what he's trying to do now is what he should have done previously. He's trying to be what Tinubu is, meaning Tinubu has a lot of mentee. He's prodigious to a lot of politicians, and if when he's gone, he's long gone, a lot of people that will succeed, that become presidents, will be people of his prodigy. Yeah, sorry about that. So I think people that will succeed him will be his prodigy. Yeah, take that. Will be his prodigies. So don't you think that's what Obasanjo is trying to do now, and it's too late?
I disagree with you. Do you know why? That battle was lost a long time ago. That once Tinubu was the only one that stood up to him in Southwest. Once he could not beat him at that game, that was it. That made Tinubu the force to reckon with in the Southwest. Even as OBD being the ex-president at the time, or sorry, as the president, once he left office in 07, Tinubu was then. You remember they were even comparing Tinubu to Awolowo at that point. They did not compare Obasanjo to Awolowo. It was Tinubu as a governor. Okay, so that battle, that game is already over. It's been over for a long
Right,
time.
I understand, but see how like Awolowo is long gone, and
Yeah.
people are still. He has a lot of prodigies, like a lot of people that he mentee, a lot of people around him that
Right.
they still leading us today.
Yeah,
Compare
but
that
who
to
replaces that?
Awolowo's opponents then.
But
None
but
of
but
his
that's my
opponent
point.
then.
But
They don't
but
have any prodigy today.
but that's my point. Like that would have been better done as a president to raise up the army. Like you know,
No,
would have.
I think what happened, BT, was
Then Daniel would have been like he's pretty right. Look at Daniel now. He's now working for Tinubu now, right?
Tinubu holds him in contempt. He does when speaking Yoruba. Tinubu doesn't use the first person plural for him. Kukinlo fun ewo lo fun. He doesn't use the first person plural for him, and I think that must be one of the things that is really hiking him, because he holds him in contempt because of that contest when he took the whole Southwest and Tinubu defeated him. That time they use there's nothing, no taxes they didn't use. Even Elijah Abibatu Mogaji was involved, and they told him, look, I don't let me repeat all the things they told him. Then
Baba, can I ask you something serious or more serious though? Why is it that in Nigeria, for some reason, to prove your Nigerianness, you almost have to betray your own tribe? That is
that's
only
the only way you can prove that you are a
why
pan-Nigerian
it
person.
doesn't make any sense. Like, why do you have to downplay your own
It's
tribe?
the only credential.
You can be a proud Igbo person and still be in Nigeria. You don't have to downplay or disrespect your own people to play.
That's my
But
point.
that's not true for the Northerners, though. That's
That
not true for the
I'm a
Northerners.
Yoruba doesn't mean I don't have love for my Delta brothers and sisters, for my Southeast brothers and sisters. I flow with everybody. It's only the Northerners I'm not used to. But down south, I flow with everybody, but I still maintain my Yoruba-ness. My friends, the first day, a friend's political giant, I would say, friend's mother saw me, I dobale, and she blessed me because she was up. I was telling them, those standing there, you see Yoruba man, I don't wear the red cap when I go to the east until I got a chieftaincy too. I wear black. That's how much I show respect. But I still wear my Yoruba-ness with me. And I'm still pan-Nigeria also. But it doesn't take anything away from me. But Nigerians don't want to believe that. When you say that, oh, you are tribal, Abi, you are ethnic, this thing, you are this, that. No. No, that is wrong. That is very wrong. You can be your Yoruba self and still love Nigeria. I love Nigeria, but I won't deny myself my ethnicity.
Yeah,
I'm Yoruba.
but the Northerners, they never go against their own people to kind of like make other people happy. I've never seen them do that.
Thank you very much. Look at Kashim Shettima saying, "Oh, Kemi should forget that day." He dare not say that the same thing to Senatana. He is from Karuru first before he's Nigerian.
And I like the fact, and I like the fact that Baba said, "Oh, anywhere I go, I still let them know this is my ethnicity, but that doesn't mean I'm against anyone else." But the thing that even us not trying to claim our ethnicity, the problem that will cause in the future, like 20 years from now, is the fact that there's a lot of foreigners that are being born in Nigeria as of today, either mixed or they're born of different or their parents came from different country, but they're born in Nigeria. That because I believe that those people 20 years, 30 years from now, they will claim to be Nigerian, even though they might not look like the Yorubas or the Igbos or the Hausas. Now that's where the problem will start. It will start because if we're not claiming our ethnicity, there's no way. I mean, if I say I'm Nigerian, I'm Nigerian, but it doesn't tell you because anyone in Nigeria today knows that no matter you can claim you're Nigerian, but you are of one ethnicity. So we are crying now. Wait till 20, 30 years from now. We will even cry more. And I'll give you an example. Shaguri, the big guy now that is friend with everyone, he has kids. Those kids, most of these kids were born in Nigeria and they claim Nigeria, but they're Lebanese. Now, are you telling me if they decided to run for any positions, can they run? They can. A lot of Nigeria are mixed now. Now, the only thing because the only people that will be crying then will be people from one ethnicity they did not stand up for their ethnicity. They didn't stand up for their ethnicity. Now their parents did not. So their parents are claiming they're Nigerian. So now
Oriade,
yes.
I spent like 50 minutes listening to everyone. Like it's like everyone here, like I just said anti Obasanjo and they think
Ojola, go and sleep. Go and sleep. I know you will come. I know you will come. You will come and be protecting your Yeye Baba.
Let me contribute. Do you just want to follow a one way? Let's have a contrary opinion.
But your own is biased.
Ola, before you switch to Baba, what Ola or Oriola is talking
Let
about
me
now?
contribute what I want to contribute now. Since when have you started teaching our daughter to speak? You are behaving like Shoma too. Shoma, I think they can manage an adult that is even enough to even give back to her. Shoma want to be telling me how to speak when I'm even old enough to give back to her. So
Ola, let me just tell you, I'm going to be leaving in a moment, and I'll be handing over to Chioma, who will be hosting the session. So,
Please, guys, behave yourself.
Please, Chioma, let me kick Ola out, please. By the time you take over.
I swear, if Shioma kick me out, she won't like coming to internet because I will.
No, Ola, you're my person. Why would I do that to you? You're my person.
No. You sometimes you overstep. Sometimes you overstep. So don't patronize me. So sometimes
don't make long narratives, okay? Just keep it short and sweet.
No, you are not adult. Yeah, see, the other time when you say, I thank you for your feedback, but when you start making it like a constant thing, when you have 10 people here, you have some people spoke, once Ola speak for 2 minutes, so Ola thing is long. See, there are some kind of things that you may have some kind of inherent HATE for person, and you will now be hiding under some circumstances just to present it. That's let me just use the word bias. That one is no longer correction. It's just about your opinion, your feelings, your emotion about the person. So I just want you to get that. So that's what it's no longer a correction. So you don't teach an adult how to behave. That's like a micromanagement. You allow everybody to express themselves in a public space. Okay? So whether you agree or disagree is another thing entirely.
Okay, Ola, I'm the new moderator, so get back to the point. Thank you.
So the point here is this. I've seen everybody talk about how Obasanjo is this, that Obasanjo cannot decide to be in Nigeria. See, guy, whether Tinubu or Obasanjo, they are all political class people that they don't care much about you and myself. So you like Obasanjo is for you. You like Tinubu is for you. Tinubu is not clean too. As Obasanjo is not clean. So everybody is fighting within this political space and we decide to belong to somewhere. So to me, there's something about we Yorubas. As I speak today, some people, if you talk of Tinubu, they don't want to see Tinubu. Some people, they will do anything to pull Tinubu down. Just the same way we have people to pull the other one down. I think we should concentrate on more, or let us even see positivity. Let us see positive things that Baba Iyabo has brought to us, the things that he has brought to us, and let us see what Tinubu has brought to us, instead of focusing on the vast aspect of these guys only. So when we are saying Tinubu, when we are saying Obasanjo cannot speak, to me it sounds somehow because I'm in the political space here. My former PM still speak today when the policies of Trudeau is not going right. How many times has Trump spoken about Biden here in the United States of America? So if we are praising people like Abu Salam Abubakar and IBP because they are not speaking, and they are even the one not helping the country, because they are the elders that are supposed to make sure that they correct whatever that they seem not to be right in that country.
Bad example, bad example. There's someone called Jimmy Carter. He's still alive. No, I've never seen him since I've grew up poke anything or say anything about politics that's going on today. And we have George Bush, we have Obama. None of them is spoken or putting their mouth in what's going on today. And well, let's correct one thing. No one is bad mouthing Obasanjo, or no one is claiming Tinubu. I don't like neither of them. We're just pointing out what we see. So don't get in your feelings and thinking that we were bad mouthing the guy. We're not. But the guy didn't do anything good. That's why we're talking about that. But don't see it as if we're trying to put him down. No. If he did something good, we'll talk about it. But it doesn't seem like he do anything that makes sense. The guy just, I mean, I don't want to disrespect elderly.
No,
but
say your opinion. Say your opinion.
Yeah, I don't want it to seem like I'm disrespecting him. I just don't feel like he should be poking nose and talking about what's going on today. He should just have people, for example, if Tinubu has a problem, it should be Tinubu that goes to him, not him saying stuff. Let this politician comes to him, and he would now like let them know I'm your father in this thing.
You know the thing, Oriola, is that they have this thing in Nigeria that they call the Council of State. They call it the Council of State. And who are the members of that council?
He has never attended one since he left.
The members of that council are all of the existing former either president or military head of state. They are just, is that exclusive club. If you've ever ruled the country before, you're a member of that council, and they meet periodically to sit with the incumbent president to say, what is going on? How can we help? So Obasanjo has unfettered access to Tinubu. But and look at Buhari. Buhari runs commentaries too, but you will never hear it from his mouth. They say Garba Shehu, the Buhari spokesman, so he will speak via, you know why they speak via a spokesperson? It's for deniability. So if that comment takes the wrong turn, they can say, oh, he misspoke my intentions. I didn't mean it the way he delivered it. So But Obasanjo, just anywhere there's a camera and there's a bright light, he will immediately run in front of the camera and tell us how the country should be ruled. I mean, enough is enough now. At 90, whatever, enough is enough.
I don't even think anyone wants to work for him. I don't even think there's anyone out there that wants to be his guy.
You've all spoken well, but that's your opinion. Obasanjo too. We shouldn't just ask him to keep quiet just because he was the former president. Like I said, we have leaders that have spoken about their current leaders. So it's not as if, Nigeria is the only exception. Let me tell you one thing about we Yoruba here. Because whether we like it, we are a major political brokers in that country. In fact, I can even say Yoruba as a race, we've even governed more than any race. Because when we go to the north now, we have Kanuri, we have Fulani. But when you are saying call Yoruba, I think we are at the forefront of it in that thing. But there's one thing among us that we tend, in quotation, we tend to dislike or hate our own. If Awolowo was still there alive today, even till Awolowo die, some people till Awolowo die, they never loved Awolowo for a day. It was only after he died, he started a pie, they started even trying to give some kind of story and started pretending, using that man for political gain. So the thing is this, we rather speak to the policy rather to the character of Obasanjo. Now, ask Fela family now, Rasoputi family now, ask whether they love Obasanjo. Never, even in their grave, they will still be fighting. So the same way we have people that benefited from Obasanjo that you cannot say anything again. The same with Tinubu. Tinubu is not a nice guy in the real sense of it. Neither Obasanjo is a nice guy too. All those political leaders, they are not nice guys. If they are really nice guys, Nigeria should not be where we are today. If they are nice guy, Tinubu should be as rich as Ajasin, should be as rich as Omoboriowo. When I say as rich, you know what I meant. Because these people, they retire back in their old house. Who corner body loan? Was body loan supposed to be meant for Tinubu to start with? So we are talking as if these people, they are just like dead. Someone wanted to speak.
No, sorry, Simba wanted to come in, but before Simba comes in, let me use the window to bail out, hand over to Chioma, acknowledge the super chatter so far. So we're expecting people to super chat to us, Chioma as well. Olatubo, so right there, George Blueshell as well. So there's that. And then don't forget the show race session. That's still a while away, but we keep on trailing it. We've got our Prince Captain Ado Sanusi joining us on the 11th. He's from the Royal is from the Kano Royal Court. So and it's a pilot as well as holding several positions. So he'll be joining us as well. I'll be telling you more about him. He'll be joining us on the 11th. So I'm going to hand over to Chioma. So Chioma makes a debut as the host. So please, with gentle gloves. Thomas is in Nigeria at the moment, celebrating his mother's birthday, which he told us all about a few months ago. So Thomas not as available as he once was. So we'll be leaning a lot more on Chioma as we go forward. So be gentle with her as she debuts as the host. So Chioma is right there. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Sorry, carry on. Hello?
You know, say I don't draw ground with Chioma today. Chioma, now me, are you there today?
Ola, don't worry about me. You're good. Trust me.
I worry about you. I worry about you.
Ola. Yeah. Don't twist the discussion. You are twisting it. They are talking about what he's saying. Why is he interfering with government activities? If you have, let me wait. All this one that you are saying, Tinubu is corrupt, you are just going about those ones to support whatever you are talking about. That's not the discussion. Obasanjo is equally corrupt. So they are not talking about his corruption. They are not talking about his character. It is the way he carries himself, the way he sees as if he's the only one that has the idea of running the country. And if you have any opinion or any idea These are the people that you can call. You don't need to go into public space anytime you have opportunity and be back. And is it only Tinubu that has done that to? Every other person that has ruled after him, that's the way he behaved, and that's what we are talking about. So
Simba,
don't
I hear
go
you.
about saying because Tinubu is equally correct, is not a nice guy. That's not the discussion.
I've heard you. I said there is one thing in our blood as Yoruba. We tend to pull our own down. Whether it's Obasanjo, whether it's Obasanjo, whether it's Awolowo, or whether it's Tinubu himself. Now, we are fortunate to have people now that are supporting Tinubu here. Another group will come on this same platform tomorrow. They will pull the same Tinubu down. That is our nation.
Just hold on.
Wait,
it's not about the panelists. Let the example that we are giving. Okay, let me ask you. Who has come public? Even this same Obasanjo, if we are talking about Awolowo, it was the one that worked against the same Awolowo. This same Obasanjo you are talking about. If you are talking about somebody who has been working against his people publicly, politically, and everything, it's this same Obasanjo. So what are you talking about? I don't even understand your argument.
You are still confirming my exact sentiment. So everything you are still defending, you are still supporting my sentiment. You from time, you are not an Obasanjo person, which is all right. I agree. And you will deploy every point to back up your opinion. But what I'm saying is this: it is impossible not to see anything good about Obasanjo. You know how many times Buhari criticized Jonathan. The only thing is that Buhari was not writing letter. You know how many times Atiku criticized and even threatened Jonathan as a president. So the thing is, it seems that we
if Atiku does that, and even even Buhari, they were contestants to the same public office, and they can criticize.
You can see what we are saying now. Is Obasanjo not a politician?
In what capacity is he talking now? Is it the only ex-president that we have?
Wait, Tinubu and others, they went to Obasanjo when they wanted to pick between Atiku and Buhari. They went to him. You publicly, you really think that Tinubu and Obasanjo are enemies? No, their interests, they just have
what we are saying is not about Tinubu. We are looking at what he has been doing right from not only we just don't pin this thing down on Tinubu as if that okay because you put up support Tinubu, that's why you are talking against Obasanjo. That's what
there should be no opposition. What we are clamoring for now is this: because Obasanjo is mounting an opposition, it becomes a problem. And I don't
what kind of opposition is that? What kind of opposition is that one?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The question is this: you see something that you think, you see something that it is not good, whether it's okay with you or it's not okay with you, can that thing put that president, the current president, on his toe? So must we be clapping because you and I are clapping? Okay, for example, now I'm a Tinubu person as well as Obasanjo person for different reasons. I believe Tinubu can restructure the country. And when I even thought it was failing, the way he was going about that thing, when I thought about this transition, I said, oh my goodness, what a brilliant man. The same way, if I go to Tinubu, if I go to Obasanjo, I will see the positive thing that he did. So the thing is, when all of us gather here now, we are now anti-Obasanjo. Fine. I'm the only voice that's supporting Obasanjo. And at the same time, now you now want to suppress my voice. I'm saying we cannot all sleep and put our head
We are
on the
not
same
supposed.
spot.
So if you are talking, we should not. We should not talk. You should just make your own opinion, and nobody should speak against you. Is that what you say? We are there
No,
suppressing you.
no, I'm countering you too. The way you are countering
Why
me,
are
I'm
you
that's
being? Okay, okay. Thank you for supporting Obasanjo. Earlier on, Oriola was saying something about foreigners that have nationalized. That by the time their children started growing. No, Oriola, let me tell you one thing. Nigerians will welcome them. We welcome foreigners in Nigeria. We don't even, there is no way, especially in Nigeria, we love them more than ourselves. If a foreigner, let's say a Chaguri child want to become a governor of Lagos State, I don't think if they find him capable, nobody will raise anything against him because there is nothing to pin down against such a person. And it can work anywhere in Nigeria like that. But when by the time he's now become somebody from maybe it's an Hausa, another tribe, that is when we start raising our voice. I don't think that one will be a problem. And
Well,
Oriola.
I disagree. I think
You know what?
I
Let me
think we
tell you.
can't be slave in our country. We cannot be slave in our country. If you're saying majority of people don't see it, that doesn't mean all of us do not see it, and I don't see it that way. The reason why I'm saying this is it's already happening now because you can tell that a lot of majority of people that they're going through poverty in Nigeria today, they're Nigerians. All the foreigners, the immigrants in Nigeria, they're not going to poverty like you are going through it. And if the population keep expanding, including the mixed kids and the immigrant kids, is going to show because you will see that there will be that wide segregation where the immigrant live in one particular area and they're living good, and the people that think the owner of the land, they're suffering. And you will see that disparity, like there's a separation between this and these people. Some people are enjoying, and you will see that. And the point I'm trying to make is us actually accepting who we are. Because myself, for example, if I have to introduce myself outside, I always say I'm Yoruba. I'll be like, I'm Yoruba. Then if that person wants to know, like, I've never heard of it, then I'll now say, oh, I'm a Yoruba from Nigerian side. I will explain it. And to be honest with you, I have kids. That's how my kids will express themselves. And I know there's other people that's letting their kids know today that this is who you are first. So all this that we are trying to entertain something that would destroy us in the long run, I don't accept it. I understand that because of the colonization that we went through, a lot of Nigerian people see like anything foreign, they accept it before they accept who they are. I know that for sure. But that mentality has to stop. And it cannot just stop
But
like
Oriola, that's the way you feel. But is that the way the generality of the people feel? You understand? That
like I
is
just said,
so.
Oriola,
yeah, I
Oriola,
know.
I think you are underestimating the Nigerian elite when it comes to power issue. When it comes to power, they will not cede power to anybody outside. In fact, they will not even cede power to someone outside of their own vicinity. You know, see how Nigerians fight when it comes to oh, it's our turn, it's the south turn, it's the east turn. Like what? How you go?
Okay, so
Nigerian,
Sheyi
our
Tinubu's
elite,
kids, are you saying Sheyi Tinubu's kids, they won't be they can become the next president or the next
they are
governor?
Tinubu children are Nigeria. What are you talking about?
I know, but they're mixed kids.
It doesn't
So
matter. They are Nigerians. They are
I
Tinubu.
know that's where it starts. If mixed kids can be that, definitely immigrant that they were born and raised in Nigeria should be able to attain that position as well.
Yeah, but, immigrant like you're talking of Nigeria that is 99.99% Nigerian of that comprise of 99.99% of Nigerian citizens.
Today, but in 30 years, 50 years, we will be
Oriola,
at
what is
least
your
5 to
fear? What is your
10%.
fear? What is your fear?
I'm not
Tell me, what is your
I'm
fear?
fear because I know like my people will go back to where we came from previous like
The
100 years
Nah,
ago.
the elite
not
that have
in terms,
been ruling.
not
No,
in terms
sorry.
of, not in terms of
How is that
Nigeria.
one going to affect governance? How is that one going to affect governance?
Apart from that, not even in terms of Nigeria. If there are children of Nigerians born outside, I don't have any issue with that. But if there are children of foreigners born in Nigeria or anywhere, trust me, in 50 years that will not even happen. I'm telling you right now, because the way the country is,
If it happens, me, I even believe that they will do better than the so-called Nigerians that doesn't even have the Nigerianness in them. Nigerians, the way that's
So
why
why
it's not work.
are you against the guy that wants to run in Lagos then?
No, is a Nigerians, a pure Nigerians now. That
Yeah.
is
So
the
why are you
problem that.
against him? If you
No, wait.
say that
What you don't understand what I'm saying. Let me tell you. We are more tribal than being Nigerians. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you have somebody who is not even tribal at all, I think it will be more Nigerian, because those one will be more Nigerians than being tribal. That's what I'm talking about.
yeah,
Those
but they
people
want
that
to rule over, they want to lead the people that have ethnicity, they have a culture, they want to rule over them. I
the
don't think
people
you
that have
understand
the
what
the people that have the ethnicity that are tribal that are ruling now, are they governing well?
so hold on. Do you think this system of government, this kind of democratic system of government, do you think it works in Nigeria?
no, it doesn't work.
I don't think it works. I think we need a form of
I
mix system, maybe some form of civilian stroke military, or a
uh,
Chinese system like
no, I don't
Nigeria.
agree with the military part. I
No,
don't agree
so
with
no,
I
but
mean like
okay,
regional will work, but I don't accept the
no,
military.
no, 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 no. Listen to me. If for any form of democratic settings to work in Nigeria, you will have to just get rid of all this generation and start build from the 5, 6 years old, and then culture them from the school system. Look, Nigerians, I don't even think there's any form of government that can change their persons, their attitude, the way they behave, the way they think. I think this generation is gone, like GONA, gone.
I
I
agree.
just think that if it's the only way this can be fixed, it needs a proper iron hand. Okay, a proper iron hand. If not, I don't see it getting any better. Trust me. The level, even if you were to have laws, the policeman is going to say, oh, for the sake of God, I don't want this. Oh, it's a mistake, or it's the work of the devil. All of those things they will put together, and they will make sure the old things they don't work. So for me, I just think our attitude as people is in the gutter. I was listening to Oriola earlier on. I had the same experience, and I said it here before. When I went to Nigeria a couple of weeks ago, a flight from Lagos to Benin, I got to the local airport, and this AP staff, broad daylight, were sleeping on duty, not even care, not even care if there were people there. Where do you start from? Then you stay on the queue. You stay on the queue. People are just jumping over you in the queue. The man that is attending to the people, you have 3, 4 people. He's attending to 3, 4 people at the same time. He couldn't even say to you guys, go and stay on the queue. That one is throwing his own sleep. The other one is throwing his own sleep. The other one is throwing his own sleep. And you look like, what are we doing here? So for me, as a people, I think we need some form of iron hand government. Trust me.
Yeah, but like you just said, like the kids that are growing up now, like from kindergarten, they need to be we need to start showing them all every single thing that we adults want about Nigeria. It needs to be instilled in them as of
Yeah, but Oriola,
right
the
now.
teachers, what about the teachers that are teaching them? They're already corrupt as well. That's the problem.
Akim, let me tell you
Yeah.
something. Like how I responded to Riola that time is this. I believe in consequences. Now, if you have an option here now to buy a ticket to board a bus here, right? Now,
Yeah.
If you decide not to, if you are caught, you are subject to fine of $5,000. And some people, he says some people 3 months, so even make $5,000, right? Now, assuming they take you to court that you did not even pay that $5,000, let's assume that they even reduce it to, let's say, $50 for you. The stress that you even went to that court alone will be a serious deterrence. If you overspeed,
hold on,
30 kilometers beyond a distance, they impound
I
your car.
understand what you are saying, but look at it from this angle, right? You're talking about this now. Imagine you have these laws in Lagos State, and maybe Tinubu drive through one way. What are you going to do? You're going to stop. Who is that police or VOI or whatever that's going to stop him in that place?
No, okay. We don't have to limit it to that level.
Yeah, now, but it has to. Everybody have to be accountable. This is the difference. In the United Kingdom, listen, in the United Kingdom, right? A minister was sent. Him and his wife was sent to jail for lying for speeding tickets. Speeding. His wife took the fine on his behalf.
I do not disagree with you, Progressive. I'm just saying we have to start from somewhere. Okay, the Minister of Justice here.
But start when they're kids. Start when they're kids.
Now, the Madu, who happened to be my province Minister of Justice. Now, he was caught using phone around the playground, and the policeman, a corporal or there, but I can't remember the rank, gave him tickets. And after he got that ticket, he paid for that ticket too. He went to the extent of asking, I hope you are not profiling me just because of, he was trying to bring some kind of racism there. You know what they did? They removed him from that position immediately. As a Minister of Justice.
That is accountability. They have to do some form. But we've gone past that. Look, I'm telling you, we in Nigeria, we've gone past that level. We've gone past that stage. I'm telling you. Look, I don't know when you visit Nigeria what your experiences are, but for me, I'm not even going to lie to you. For me to say I want to live in Nigeria, I don't think that will happen. Because it's not that because of infrastructure or because nothing to do with any of that. It's just that I've got to that stage whereby people's behavior irritates me. When I see people behave a certain way, it irritates me. When I'm in the car, the policeman is asking for bribe. If I could just come down and give him a slap, I give him a slap straight away. Things like that irritates me. I don't like them anymore. They are not things that I'm now. I still want to be part of. This is what those kind of life whereby anybody can easily just oppress you just because they know more. They know people in the higher ranking than you know. So I don't want to live in a society like that.
Akim, if you are expecting the leaders to be accountable, then you are not ready to do anything at all for now. I'm just saying, let's just start from the low angle. Let's even start from the society, and over time, let the society promote responsible people.
Ola, that's not the low angle.
Wait.
What you're saying?
Let me make a. Let me finish
heard you. Okay, go ahead. We heard you though.
You understand? Now, it's like saying just because the leaders are lawless now, that okay, everybody should be lawless. You understand? We are saying the one that you can do now, do it, and let us move forward.
Yeah, but there's nothing we can do now. There's nothing we can do now. What I'm trying to explain to you is that where do we start from? Where do we start from?
Okay, Akim, this one may be totally different from how you. Okay, now let's say in Nigeria today we know that the big men, the so-called big men, they don't pay tax, right? But we've started something that even you are a trader, if you want to go and register your children are in the school now. I know someone that just paid 11,500 or thereabouts per year. So paying for 2 years just to get tax clearance together. That's starting a process from somewhere.
Oppression.
And gradually.
So you want to start with the poor people. you want to leave the rich people alone. Is that what you're saying? Oppression, right?
They will
When we
still listen.
we
I
met
went
the people like Bob
to
Marley.
see.
We went
You
to
go
people
to
like Bob Marley singing about injustice in the society. So we know that it didn't start. That will not start from Nigeria only. When I'm saying that you have to start something from somewhere and improve over time. That's just for me.
And your case is let's start with the poor. That's your own suggestion, correct?
Okay, blackmailing me. Oh yeah,
I
King.
didn't blackmail you. That's
look,
what you
look.
said.
You see,
That's what you are doing.
you see, when I remember when we were growing up during the military era, right? It's not like I'm advocating for military government or some or anything of such. I'm just kind of looking for a way whereby there will be some form of equity or equality in terms of how people are being treated when it comes to the law of the land. So I've seen situations whereby a soldier man will pull a rich man out of a Mercedes Benz and beat the hell out of him just because maybe he's broken traffic laws or something. I'm not advocating for that kind of physical beat up. I'm saying if there could be a way whereby nobody gets away with anything. In fact, if there's anyone that's going to get maybe less than 1% or so, every now and then you go over the speed limit, but you don't get caught. But one day you get caught and then you have to face the consequences. So it should be like that. That the day you get caught, you cannot just pick a phone and call somebody and then that is it. That should not be happening. It's
Wait,
like when
you guys don't like baby step. I'll give you an example. When I was in high school, I've been taught like Bill of Rights, what I need to know when it comes to this country. By the time I get to university, I don't even have a car when I know what I need to know. So by the time I start driving and I have to go through driving course and everything, I already know what I need to know. Let's do baby step.
So
Kids
imagine, hold on. Now. Imagine you know what you need to know, right? And then you get to that stage, everybody around you, they're just doing it without doing that, without going through that same process. Like you are saying, okay, you know what, I need to get a driver license, and then everybody like, what's wrong with this guy? You crazy? Come on, jump in the car. And you say, no. Then everyone is driving. You go to a place where you need to get driver license, and they're asking you for bribe. Ango, you say, well, what's going on here? I thought this
No,
this
but
is not
you're
what I was
not
supposed
you're
to
not
do.
getting my point, because I'm saying that if we start with every kid in Nigeria that's 5 years old, we start with them today. By the time every kid of that age will get to 18, they already learn how society needs to be run. So they don't care about the adults. They will even check the adults, because by that time their population will be more than the elderly. So
Oriola, so you think that Nigerian, you think, sorry, I'm talking, Ola.
Second. Okay.
Oriola, do you think that Nigeria misbehave because of lack of knowledge or because they don't know what is right?
yeah, I believe they act because of lack of knowledge. I see everybody else
It's not
doing it.
true. It's
No,
not true.
and now let me give you a reason why I said that.
Okay.
Okay, your kid now. Let's a lot of you guys have kids. When you train your kid, you to already tell them. Like when I was younger, all my mom has to do is give me a face. And when she's not there, for example, you don't go to people's house, and if they offer you food, you say no. Up till I'm adult, when I go to people's house, I still say no. My mom is not there anymore, but I remember the reason why they told me not to. So I have that at the back of my head. So another one, before I go to people's house, I call them ahead of time. This is the culture that you grew from when you're younger, because they told me before I go to anybody's house, call them and
The
tell them
Oriola,
I'm
the only
coming.
thing that can stop people misbehaving is is punitive. If there is any consequence, if there is no consequence, whatever they know, everybody will. Even in
Yeah,
that
there will
US,
still be consequence. But even if that consequence,
without
wait.
consequence, whatever knowledge that you have, everybody will throw it away and misbehave.
Wait, let 1 minute, please. Let me give you the example. Where you live right now, if you go into a restaurant and you go into a restaurant, do you rush and go to the counter table? No, you go. Nobody even have to tell you. If I see a line, all I do is just stay behind the last person. I don't need anybody to tell me. That's because since I was younger, I've been seeing how people were doing. I've been told you have to be organized, follow the system, don't rush. But the thing is, in Nigeria today, since we're younger, since I was born, I've seen people when I was in boarding house, we don't organize, we don't line up. All we do is rush to the counter.
Let me correct you. Let me just counter you there, not correction. You understand? If you go to McDonald's today, if you rush and the cashier there said they were not going to attend to you, and you say anything, whatever you say immediately, they are telling you are resisting, or you abuse them, or you whatever, it's already becoming an offense already. And there will be consequence if you go a step. But in Nigeria, when you do rubbish, even if they correct you sometimes, you start fighting everybody. You can even scatter the place and there will be no consequence.
Yeah, but
because you know that everything.
But it's even hard. It's even hard for you to see people rushing. People will just stay in line. Even kids.
No, because you are not getting because people in society, they've learned over time that for all your ill actions,
Baba, I was at home, right? I was at home.
Baba, this Ola speaking, Baba.
Ola, sorry, I say Baba. Ola, listen, sorry, Ola. I was at home, yeah, and we went to the market to buy stuff. So I had like a bottle of water in my hand. And when I finished drinking the water, I asked the woman, sorry, where's your bin? They were laughing at me. I said, bin, can they say throw the tin anywhere? I said, what? Like what I'm saying, they say throw the tin anywhere. Like me, I couldn't throw it. I had to hold that empty bottle in my hand.
See? That's a great example.
If you don't refuse here like that, I think the bylaw says you are going to pay $2,000.
Even if there's no law enforcement or anybody there the passerby alone will tell you, they will make sure that like what you're doing, you cannot do that.
You yourself, you look stupid, even throwing it on the floor.
You look stupid.
Like, why would I do this?
Progressive. If those passerby like you, they will correct you. If they don't like you, they can just take your picture of how you dump that thing and they will report you and they will find you. You understand? A passerby that say pick it, he likes you. The one
they were looking at me like I'm stupid, laughing. They were laughing at me like, oh, what
do you know why they are laughing at you? Do you know why they are laughing? They know that what you are doing is right, and they know that is the right thing to do. But because there is no consequence, they are laughing at you and say, why are you worrying yourself when there is no consequence for what if you throw it? That's why they are laughing at you. It's not as if they don't know that it's wrong.
You see a madman walking on the road naked, no clothes on, and kids walk past this. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? What are we doing here? Are we serious? Like, where are we? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is Benin City, and you have a madman walking on the street without clothes on, just naked. Broad daylight.
When do you start behaving like an Igbo? Is it strange to you to see such a thing?
No, I used to look. That is the life I was used to, but I don't want to be. At least it to be. I'm not.
When you started this discussion, Akim, I totally agree with you. The kind of politics, the kind of democracy that we are practicing, in as much as when you want to become a governor or any elected post, you need the people to vote for you, to canvass for vote, to beg them for vote. I don't think we can actually get out of this problem that we have.
That is why I'm saying that's why I say I don't think
the military, the example of military that you gave, they can do that because they don't need people to vote for them, to approve them.
This is why you see a nation like China.
And that is why, let me tell you, even in some, I've been giving this example. If you go to the Arab world, search them very well. Those who are practicing monarchy system, they are the only one that seems to be making progress. They seem to be the only one that are relatively stable. Others that are similarly practicing democracy. I will give you an example. Gulf country. Look at Saudi Arabia. Look at Qatar. Look at UAE. Look at Kuwait. Look at Bahrain. They were progressing. They are doing well,
Yeah, but they're not
very well.
military. They're not
No, just
military.
wait. But if you look at places like Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, and all those ones, Egypt, and all those, look at the way they are. This one, I can liken monarchy to a kind of military because it's by succession. You don't need to go and go and campaign to people. You don't need, once you are there, is only death that can take you out of that position. And that's why they can take, let me tell you, here in Saudi Arabia, whether you are right or wrong, you cannot even have two fighting. You cannot even shout on each other. You are going to jail. The two of you, you are going to jail. So it makes people to behave very well.
Well, can I
And
say
those
something?
are the kind. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't military cannot work. But the
We
style
are
of
not saying
government
military. I'm not talking about military. I'm just
you
talking
just
about
told
the reason why this democracy, this type of democratic system that we are, and it's not only peculiar to Nigeria. Let me tell you, you can just go Africa generally, even beyond Africa. How
yeah,
many
I
of these type of democracy is working?
yeah,
No. Listen,
but
it,
let me say this real quick. So because what I heard is military and what the monarchy system that they practice is similar, but it's not. That's number one. Number two, you have to realize that even with the monarchy system, they still have institutions that enforce law, and it's not like there's law and it's not enforced. The problem with Nigeria is the fact that there's law, but it's not enforced.
no,
If we
okay,
use
no,
military,
look,
no, let me land, let me land.
okay,
I'm
go ahead,
almost
go
there.
ahead. Yeah.
When you use military, for example, remember when Buhari was there the first time, when he has the war against indiscipline. While he was there, one of the major things that he wants to make sure that happen is cleanliness, and he was able to enforce that law. When somebody else took over from him, they didn't enforce what they were doing. They weren't able to continue it. So what happened? Everything, because it's not a law. When you have a law and it's being enforced by the right institution, that law stays. That's so we can have any form of government that we want in Africa. If we don't enforce, if you create a law and it's not
But
enforced,
the
the
question
same
you're
thing
supposed
would
to ask
happen.
yourself, Oriola, is that why is the law not being enforced? What are the impediments to the enforcement of those laws?
I don't know. I mean, the
See,
police is not
That's what we
working.
are telling you.
no,
But the police system is not
politics,
working. The
no,
It's
judiciary
politics.
system is not working. The
politics
banking
plays
system is not working.
yes.
The everything, every one of them, they just
No.
stealing,
Listen,
stealing.
Oriola, politics plays a lot. Okay, let me explain something to you, right? You think the tax bill that Tinubu want to pass that day, if it was China, would that be not passed? The bill would have passed easily. But what happened?
But they
Even if
practice communist system. They practice
even
one
hold
form.
on. Even if that bill wanted, even if that bill was going to transform Nigeria in the next 5 years, they're almost going to kill it. Like they withdrew it now. Nobody know if look. Sometimes these things hinder, like the way our democracy is set up, with the kind of mindset of the kind of people that we are. Trust me, it hinders progress. I think we need a different form of different system of government. If you want to do a one-term 15 years government or one-term 10 years government, so that whoever is there knows that I'm going to be here for one term for 10 years. I can do, undo. Anybody misbehave, I discipline them. I don't care. After 10 years, I go and relax somewhere. If that's what we need to do, let's do that. But this
Akim,
idea that
sorry for interrupting you. You said
yeah.
they withdrew the tax bill, the farm bill.
Yeah, I said they could kill it. Anything can happen to it now. Nobody knows. You know?
Okay, yeah. You scare me though. Now, okay. You just
No.
okay.
I said they could kill it. Anything can happen to it, nobody knows. But just imagine if it was a country whereby Tinubu does not have to worry about politics. It's going to show that in true. You understand what I'm saying now? If he doesn't have to worry about 2027 or 2031 or
It's
whatever.
not even apart from that, Akim. It's not only even yes. One of the fears is 2027. The other thing is that the house that we have, Are they there for the nation? Are they there for Nigeria? All of them, they are not there for Nigeria. They are there for their constituency. They are there for their tribal people.
It's the politics. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Akim. Let me counter that your position on politics with this thing. See, the fact that Tinubu was able to implement a lot of tax regime in Lagos State and is still holding on to Lagos shows that it's not necessarily that, because, like what I said now, all those Yaloja, all those Baba, they still pay tax, but the next time they are still going to vote for APC, they will still be there. The thing is, I just believe we have incompetent leaders that cannot decide what they want to do. Look at what Fashola did. The way Fashola handled Lagos that time, that people were saying, oh, Fashola was too much. When he wanted to go for the second term, it was people that were even supposed to be, don't let this man go, it was too harsh. We're even telling, no, this man must go. And Tinubu had no option than to allow Fashola to go for the second term. I think if we have a leader that we can trust, that can truly deliver, do whatever, I think irrespective of the reform is bringing, I think it's going to pass through. And you know, one thing in Nigeria is that just give the right political structure in place, you are going to win. So to me, I don't think any competent leader, I don't think such kind of reform that Tinubu is going through will necessarily stop him from winning a second term. But now, like what you are saying now, just imagine the situation now, you now give a president like Buhari 15 years to rule Nigeria. And those people will say, I've come to Buhari again. Give Buhari 15 years to rule Nigeria with that type of behavior of that Buhari. You will doubt if there will be Nigeria after the like of Buhari will have left. So I still support whatever we are doing now, that whether the military or whatever people want to suggest. To me, like I will still defer back to Oriola before I did this thing. It's all about consequences. Now, we have a situation whereby you digitalize everything. That's why I said start from somewhere first. If the big men are not paying, as long as you have the record, a crazy leader can come tomorrow and put them where they belong to. So to me, we can learn over time. It's all about.
Ola, you think that a crazy leader can emerge with this kind of democratic system?
Baba, nothing lasts forever now. A crazy, it may even take 300 years for crazy leader to emerge. I'm not saying it's going to be immediately.
The check and balance that we have, you understand, vis-a-vis the House of Rep, the Senate. Tinubu achieved so much in Lagos because one, is in charge of everything. He control the house. He control, so whatever I want to do, he can just like a military regime, like a fiat. He will get it done, and that's why he was able to move. But with what we have on ground now, and the way it is structured, it will be very, very. Let me tell you what. I will still go back to Obasanjo. What Obasanjo enjoy between 1999 and 2007 is because, as at that time, Nigerians they were still sacrificing for this democracy. They were tired of the military, and he got all the necessary. He could, in fact, most of the decision he took that time, most of his actions, he escaped them because Nigerians still don't want anything that would threaten that democracy. But that is not the situation that we are now. It's like we are forgetting what we passed through from the military.
Okay, Simba, see how country learn within a polity. I don't know how far it is true. I learned now that we have speed camera on top mainland. You only need, because I suggested something here 2 years ago, or maybe 3 years ago, that if I happen to be the governor of Lagos State today, I know that some drivers are coming from Ekiti. You understand? If I try to work with Ekiti governor to make sure I be able to penalize those people that overspeed or cut red lights, drive through red light in my state. You know, if I'm unable to get that, when the vehicles are coming to Lagos, I will impound those vehicles, or I will work with the union, so that anybody that has traffic infringement, I will either pass the ticket cost to the employer to deduct that ticket cost from their salary every month, or the union.
Okay, so you are talking about digitalization. You are to at least instead of using human being. Okay, you know, I will agree with you on that, because I think I've given an example of what happened to me. All my vehicles were registered in Lagos. My wife took one of my car to Lagos for a function, not knowing that the plate number has already expired. You know, women now, their own is just to take her, and she did not even bother, and I was not around. Right here in Saudi Arabia, they sent the picture of my car to me, where it was, the car was caught, and they sent the amount that I'm supposed to pay. You understand? And I could not even renew my the vehicle license until I pay that penalty. You understand? If I register that vehicle, probably maybe in Kwara or something like that, the only thing I need is just not to take that vehicle to Lagos again, and I will not pay that. But I paid because I want to renew my license, my vehicle license. So to some extent, it can work.
Yes. See, you that you don't want to come to Lagos again because of your offense, there you are solving the problem, because already you are suffering.
Exactly, you'll be suffering. Yes, that guy is like he's banned from entering Lagos.
You understand? Okay, why are some of us here? Why are some of us here now trying not to overspeed? Because we know that two things: they can impound your car and suspend your license. And if you suspend someone's license here, especially maybe your work, you have to travel several kilometers. Not you that you are working within. Okay, maybe some of us that we have to travel like 200 kilometers sometimes. If they suspend your license for just a week, it's like an inmate on DEATH road. That's the way you feel.
Ola, I think one of the steps that we have to take is for us to even register ourselves first. Let all Nigerians have a number. You understand what I'm saying? Let us even identify ourselves. If you cannot identify ourselves, there's no way. Exactly. Let me tell you here. Once you have an ID, your ID is linked to everything that you are doing. Your bank account, your everything, your place of work. If they input your ID like this, it will tell them everything about you, where you work, where you're, and like if you overspeed here in Saudi Arabia, they will not. Nobody will even. It's the camera that will catch, and the next thing that you see, that the thing will appear in your bank account, that you are owing certain amount of money. You will see it on your phone. Nobody will pursue you.
You know,
you understand?
Exactly. When you break offense, your children, you are unable to register your children for secondary school without paying. You are unable to register. You are unable to allow them to go to university, except you want to send them out of the country. Even when you are sending them out of the country, if you are lucky, if your passport has not expired, you are renewing your passport and you do this. See,
it will pop up.
Consequences there. People will start thinking of the consequences of their actions.
Yeah.
So I'm an advocate of don't send police to go and be harassing anybody on the street to say no.
We don't need human. We don't need human. Yes, we should do less with human.
See how they solve the problem of digitalization, land, everything. Lagos is not just raising revenue for anything, because before they used to give all those people some egunje for them to cover track, but you cannot do it today now, because even if you give egunje and you are caught 5 years down the line, all those taxes that you invaded, you are going to pay. Or maybe all those government levies and you are supposed to pay that you were giving money. If you are caught 10 years, You are going to pay everything. So
Yeah,
why
but
what
Ola,
happened in Lagos?
what we are saying is some people are enforcing that law. So the thing is, it's not like just like you said, there's consequences for every single thing you do. But the thing is, when there's no one enforcing the law you made, that's where the problem comes. So it's not like
Oriola, it is even more of monitoring those people that be enforcing. Those people that are enforcing collection in Lagos now, they are being monitored through system.
yeah, there's
Before
a
they will collect that
regulator.
money, they put in their
Yeah,
pockets.
that's how
But the system is
usually.
monitoring them.
Yeah, so you have people that will enforce law and they have a regulator. So the regulator would make sure the people that are supposed to enforce law, they're doing what they need to do. But what we're saying is both that systems is not working. The enforcer is not working, and the people that monitor the enforcer, they're not doing their job. So I mean, the thing is, everything single thing that you're saying could work if people that they put in that position are actually doing their job, not sleeping on their post. So that's the thing. If I mean, you can create any law there, you can put any consequences that you want, but if that people that needs to enforce it, they're not enforcing it, and the people that need to manage the enforcer, which are the regulators, they're not doing their job, it's not going to work. And that's what we have. The cops are able to collect
I
$20.
know that is why we said they have to put a system in place. Now look at it this way now. If they digitalize our prison system in such a way that when you are taking an inmate in, you have the count. And maybe that thing is being monitored by the Ministry of Justice. At the Ministry of Justice now, maybe where they are, they now see like say 200,000 inmates, and they now see there are just about 20,000 of them being in court. If they follow what people like Ganifa Wemi fought for, whereby they say all the judges, all the magistrates, they should be moving around the police station and be asking those people in the detention what the offenses, those ones that the police cannot back up, they should free them. If you allow that, I tell you, police will not be going on the streets to be raiding people and be detaining them because they know they are not going to benefit from that. And they should not stop on that. Police that we even raid sometimes, while you raid for people that are not, I have not offended, if they are sanctioned for that, everything will be normalized. But what I'm saying is this: you have to find a way to monitor the enforcer, and that is the purpose of digitalization. That's the
But
purpose of the government. Lagos has tried it.
Yeah, but even with digital, there's still you can find a loophole. But I understand what you're saying. That's why I was suggesting that
No, for
from
digital, you
right
give it
when
to
your
private
kids,
people.
huh?
See, you know one thing that has worked in that Nigeria, when you give things to the private people who are to make profit out of the process, everything will be okay. But if
No,
you ask, okay,
that's not true. Your banking system is the your banking system. Yeah, but your banking system is an example that doesn't work now.
Who told you that our banking system doesn't work?
It works. Okay, that people are not getting the money that they wanted. They would ask you to go to ATM to get money. They will ask you to go to what do you call the POS people to get money instead of banking giving you money. And you will go into the banking hall. They will tell you there's no money, but POS person will come in and they will give them huge amount of money. That's what I'm saying. There's loophole. People will find loophole to everything.
Oriola, waiting. And all these stories that you are, let me tell you this.
Am I lying? Am I lying?
No, wait now. You in Nigeria, there is a law, banking law that says that if you are withdrawing below certain amount of money, don't come to banking hall. You cannot go to banking hall now and say you want to go and withdraw 20,000 naira now.
But what I'm saying is, as of this December, people were saying ATM does not have money. They are telling them to go to POS to collect money.
No, and you believe that they are telling them to go to POS?
Yes. And the POS people, this is on live TV. They were saying it.
Let me tell you, because I don't even know, because I go to Nigeria regularly, and I don't even understand some of these things that we hear online and people saying. I don't pass through all these things. I don't experience all these things.
This is
Even
not social
some
media.
people
This is
just
people from the news
wait
station,
now.
the cable news.
Even before I left Nigeria for 2 years, 3 years, I don't have any business going to bank. You understand? Why should Nigeria be flooding bank for what? I don't know what they go to do in the bank.
You see what Oriola is saying. You know, some of these misinformation online or those.
No. It's not misinformation. Don't go. No. It's not misinformation.
Listen to me now.
They won't give people money because they know POS will charge them.
How much can you even Oriola, let me ask you. How much can you withdraw from POS?
Exactly.
I don't know, but people that are currently in Nigeria today, they were saying that they go to ATM, there's no money there, and when they go to banking or try to let them know,
because I withdraw regularly from POS.
When was the last time? Were you in Nigeria? Are you in Nigeria currently right now? I'm
So
talking like
it just
as of
started
last
now.
week.
It just
I'm
started
talking
now.
about you're in Nigeria right now.
This story, we've been hearing this story for years now. It's not something that is just emanating
right
now.
As of last week, people are complaining.
Oriola, can you please go to a bank, try to withdraw? If you don't see a cash, I give you my email. Please post that branch to me. At the time you go to POS, I want to do something with it. We are on live chat here now. I want to put something to you. Can you please do that?
I actually didn't understand what you said. What do you mean?
No, I want you to go to an ATM
in Nigeria. I'm not in Nigeria.
Tell someone that can do that.
Try
to withdraw from
okay.
Try to withdraw from an ATM. If the ATM is not giving you money, at least look at another ATM close to that place. Try to withdraw. If all those ATM are out of money, then go to a POS nearby, withdraw, present evidence here to me. Let us expose something here online.
Okay, actually, let me just get a video from you.
I just give you a challenge.
Yeah,
forget about video. You said you said it's not online. It's not YouTube. Anybody can
this is a TV station. This is from TVC. That's where I saw it. Like
Baba, I work in a bank.
No. Why are you countering what people that live there said?
See, there was a popular actor, tall and fair in complexion. He came to our bank on a day and he met me there. I was leaving bank there around 11:30 in the night. He came there. He tried to withdraw money while we were doing our what we call end of day. So he tried the ATM wrongly. He could not withdraw money. You will see the way this man talk. Unfortunately, and at midday, now the person who they talk to. If you see big lies, see, I don't just understand why you think because people are telling you things that you think they are saying the truth. It is a fact that banks, they don't want you to be coming to their banking or because over time they try to put different channel of payment. Like a mobile payment, like the one you can do on your phone, the one you can do through POS, the one you can do through internet. People
even USD.
Exactly. Bank in the recent bank don't want you to be coming to bank for small cash withdrawal. When you are coming to the bank, they want you to come for the real big things because that thing used to be a serious security before. That because through all those where the bank, that's where some armed gang used to enter bank. To the bank, they want you to operate more on POS. They want you to.
I don't even know what they are using the cash for. I don't even know.
Exactly. You understand? So saying that you go to the bank and you don't get cash, to me, it should not even be a news because you shouldn't even be using cash so much of cash again because that's what banks want. So all this narrative that all those POS operators you see, don't forget they are licensed too. So they are part of the banking system. It's not as if they are just black market.
Ola, even if you take Uber, they take transfer. I've done it several times. Why should you be carrying cash? You go to filling station, you can use your ATM card to buy fuel. You can go to even most of the retail outlets now. They have their own POS that you can use your ATM to buy whatever you want to buy. So why are the people shouting about cash for
Wait,
what?
so the market women, they have ATM now. They
We
have
are trying to encourage
POS.
them to start using all those stuff. That's
What
what
do you mean by market
Wait,
women? Oh, I don't
yeah,
even know. Let me tell you.
the
Let me
pepper
tell you.
seller. Wait, the
The
pepper seller,
the
the maize or the
that
corn seller.
big pepper seller now that have ATM.
No, we
I
are
mean they have
talking about
POS.
markets. Don't worry about the big one. We're talking about the small one in the market. Do they
Why
have
should
those things?
the issue is this? The issue is this. Why should I, if I don't want to spend cash and I have a place where I cannot spend cash, why should I be carrying cash? That is the issue.
That's understandable. We're talking about you going to the market and buying tomatoes and you buying
I can go to the person. If you don't, let me tell you one of the things that cash scarcity did achieved in Nigeria last year, early last year. Yes, last year now. Most people, even if you see an artisan, a vulcanizer, when you will use charcoal to write my account number is this. Well, by the time you finish working, doing your work for you, you say, okay, this is my account number, transfer the money, I will confirm and you go. Even vulcanizer, mechanic. So what are we talking about? Don't let us be. Yes, we know that our country is not, but all those small petty things, no, they are not something that should be. You don't need cash in most of the places in Nigeria. Again, that is what I can confirm that for you. Anywhere you go, even they will use chalk to write it, account number, SM. I mean, they will write the bank and then that is everybody can receive alert. So why the noise about cash?
Some people can even collect money through their phone now. Some people now their phone is their POS.
Hello, can I say something, please?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. I think what we need to understand is this: as regards the issue of scarcity, that scarcity, I think, is a carryover from the Buhari time when they had this ill-fated policy that they didn't implement the right way. Actually, they didn't print enough naira, and they already collected some money. Although there's still some money that are still hidden somewhere, and I think that was one of the reasons why the government is also reluctant to go and waste much more money again to actually print more. So, but what that policy was supposed to achieve was cashless society, and I think we are moving gradually towards that level. Now, if you check if you Google and you check the level of financial, one of the problems that Nigerians don't understand is that we like to talk. We want a system that works like the UK, the US, Canada, Australia, China, and co. But we are not ready. I normally tell us we are hypocrites. We are hypocrites. Both Nigerians living abroad, the ones living at home, we are all hypocrites and unpatriotic. If you want a system to work, we all have to put in something. We are going to lose something somehow. Now, for now in Nigeria, financial inclusion started really. I mean, it has been on board from the time of 2, 3 CBN governors. But right now, in just 4 years alone, 3 to 4 years, we achieve a financial inclusion of about 8%. We move from 56% to about 64% now. 64% of Nigerian population right now are financially included. When I say financially included, what that means is that I have a payment system where I can see you, I can look at you from the UK and say, I'm sending some amount to you right now. I can look at you from Maduguri. I can send something from you to you in Aruchuku. So I can easily do my thing. And without that, the government cannot actually bring people into prosperity. That's what all these other countries also have. Because number one, data. Our data, how do we manage those data? That's one reason why we can't even help the poor. We can't help the look at this nail fund issue, the student loan thing that is now is a what? Is a success as far as I'm concerned. At least I know people in my own university that got the money. I mean, look at it and look at how they have budgeted more for it. It's because they can easily do their thing seamlessly online. Everybody, the police dropped where it's supposed to drop. It's not as if somebody collect the money. You know how many programs they have done in Nigeria that never worked because there was no digitalization. And I kept on. I like what Ola is saying since he's an expert in that field and he knows what he was saying. Until we digitalize fully, and my friend that lives in the UK, we were talking sometimes ago, and he said, "See, there's no way out for all of us as Nigerians and that country as an entity, as a state, until we bring all ourselves into that level that we have the data of everybody in that country, where we know where to tick something. You want to put something money into a system, you know that you can put it in and you can check it. So, and I can tell you, it is here. Let Nigerians go and settle down. That thing, data complex, that data complex that they commissioned 2 weeks last week, that Tinubu commissioned last week. Aided by the Minister for Interior, is the solution to most of our problem. People don't understand. Nigeria is not the same Nigeria that you are looking at right now. Nigeria has gotten to a level that in the aviation sector, somebody was telling me that somebody need to do registration permit where I am. You know what they just needed? They just needed your name. Your name. Right now, Nigerians have seamless opportunity. There's nothing like a fake passport. They only need to what? To type your name on the API system. It will carry every of your biodata, everything, your NIN, your bank account, everything has been. They are trying to link everything right now with your what, with your driver's license, all the ministry. You know, the ministry that take care of everything that we need in our daily lives. We all on this platform normally call, oh, UK system is working. We brag, US system is working. Which US system is working? Is it not everything that has to do with the interior? The police is working, right? The border service, the border control, the customs, the identification system agency that is in charge of that. Everything that has to do with data about you is working. So there is a seamless interconnectivity between all these ministries. It is when there is a seamless interconnectivity between all these, that's where they can check crime. They can easily apply a particular solution to a problem that they have identified in the system across different sectors, from the financial sector to to other sectors of the economy, agriculture. They need, what gave the president Akinwumi Adesina at AFDB, was it not what that thing that he did, e-wallet, was it not that thing that he did that solved our problem a bit in agriculture? By making sure that the money, the seed, everything that the farmer needs gets into his what? He gets into his wallet. He collects his what? His seed. He only needs to take allocation stuff to the place and say, okay, this is what they have given me. And they show it to him. They give him his fertilizer, his seed, his improved seed. Everything is done seamlessly. And Nigerians should understand that we must allow these things to work and also continue to talk to our people. You know that right now in Nigeria, if they don't want you to land in that country, you will not land. In fact, if they want to pick you up right where you are in the sky, you are coming from US anywhere in the world, they will profile you on the flight right now, and they will pick you up as you are getting down, you are dropping. They will pick you up because they already have your data. And those are the things that we are talking about. Serious cyber security. You secure your channels. You make sure that you integrate all the agencies that are supposed to regulate some of these things that we are complaining about. You can't just misbehave with your car because the plate number guys, the FRCN and every FRSC, we pick you up, we pick your car up, and you begin to what, to tell them why you have not renewed your licenses, why you have not renewed your driver's license, every other thing that you're supposed to do, you have not done it. You tell them the reason, and it goes straight into your system. Then they can actually get to a level that you can pick your fines from your bank account, and you can know If they give you a loan in Nigeria right now, you cannot default. I hope you know that. I hope everybody knows that. That one has even happened like 2 years ago or 3 years ago. If they give you loan from First Bank and you run away to go and open Access Bank, you are deceiving yourself. That BVN, they will take that money from anywhere you have that money. Whether you borrow it from First Bank or whatever, they will pick that money up. Emefiele did that one before he even left with his corrupt self. But at least he did that one. We can say that. So with time, we get to a level. Financial inclusion is what we need, so that everybody can have equal platform. That's what is killing us in that country, where everybody have equal platform to government programs, where from the comfort of the Minister of Health, he can send you a coupon that you can take to or agriculture or whatever. They can send you something in your village and it will enter USSD. I mean, you can access the system of the government.
Dorothy,
That's it. Yes.
let me even say this. Am I echoing?
Not really.
You were kind of echoing them.
Hello.
No, it's true.
Hello. Yes, you can hear you. You can hear you.
Am I still echoing? No, I don't think I'm echoing.
Dorothy,
Yes, you're still
Let me go out and come back.
No, Simba, it's not you. It's not you. I think it's microphone.
Okay.
Hello.
So, Simba, you should be able to speak now.
Okay. I just want to give that there is one guy that is working for me. You know, Nigerian banks, there is this online loan that they used to give to some people. Say, okay, we are entitled to 100,000, 150,000. The guy went and took the loan, and he took it thinking that he can escape. So he took the loan, he closed the account in that same bank that he took the loan, and went and opened another account in another bank. You know that they will do the money from the other bank that he opened. I think we need technology to fight all those problems that we have in Nigeria. If we can digitalize, register everybody, and let everybody have an identification number that will be linked to all our activities, I think it will go a long way in curbing most of the problems that we have.
Exactly. Hello.
Can go ahead, Dorothy. Can go ahead.
Yeah, that is what we have been saying. Look at it. I'm following a lady on Facebook, and this lady, she lives in Scotland. I tell you, this lady has been in the country for about 2 weeks now. You know what she told? She told all of us. She said, he said, but Nigerians normally say this, and this. He said, the kind of party that I'm seeing people throw, I'm even afraid. He said, we came with a team from Scotland. And what we are saying is different from what even me myself, she's a content creator as well. She's a nurse, a professional nurse. And she was saying what I'm saying is actually different. And she was even telling us that, come, every guy that have been the lady that one is even long. You see, you have to understand, in Lagos, many people are becoming digitalized. He said everybody that has provided one service or the other to her is always their what? They are with their POS. At least he showed us what the wake up. That one has even been long safe. Since 2015, 2016, 2018. In league, you see makeup artists. All these guys, they will do your gele. They already have their POS. And this so everybody that was offering services to her, they have their POS. They have their account number, the POS, different QR code. You can do QR code. Use your QR code to link your account to buy fuel. I mean, you know that we don't understand what Nigeria is doing. Like, you look at it now. Nigerian banks have conquered Africa. Probably many of us don't know. Probably you don't know that they are coming for you, all of us. I mean, wherever we are outside of Africa right now. Nigeria has a lot of Africa. Their banks, they have already bought a lot of subsidiaries, and they are going global right now. They are already opening in France, Europe. They are coming to that Europe to come and meet you there. everything that you actually need will definitely get to you or your parents or your families. You even run your business seamlessly from anywhere in the world. I heard First Bank is going to Asia now. Probably they're going to Japan or China or something. They are trying to open a lot of channels, and Nigerians will definitely be able to benefit from it, because if we increase our financial inclusion, a country that does not have financial inclusion can never develop. One of the things that help us to develop our agricultural sector was that innovation that Akinwumi Adesina, the current African Development Bank president, introduced. So many of these things are coming up, and we have to embrace it. All this labalu about the tax reform bill is still all together about all this politicking and stuff like that. Anybody in his right senses should read that bill, and we understand that that bill is what we actually need right now. Technically, that guy is trying to do fiscal federalism, and Nigerians are not seeing it. I mean, this political crowd, they know it, but they are not ready. And some Nigerians that knows it, they are looking at it like, oh, if this guy is able to get through these reforms, let me tell you that Tinubu, one way or the other, he has also some downsides, some sectors that he has not probably done enough well or something. But let me tell you, he gets his comeback every day. Yes, he's getting converts every day, little by little, with these reforms. Because people are tired of this old way of government.
And earlier on, when Oriola was talking, he said lack of enforcement and all those things. Even in the Senate climb in the Western world, where we even believe that people are disciplined and they can enforce, why are they employing technology in everything that they are doing? They know human weakness. Anything that involves human to human contact is likely to have issues. You understand? So I think if we can go digitalize, make all every here in Saudi Arabia, you don't even need to go to bank before you can open an account. You can open your account on your phone. You don't need to go to bank. And even Nigeria, and I've seen it before, before you can get ATM card, you have to go to bank, fill form and all those things now. They have machine outside bank now that can print ATM card for people. I think that's what we should be. That's what we should be talking about, not talking about cash. Everybody has to carry cash.
Dr. Simba, do you know what? Let me tell you, in my days in the university, one of the ways, my own university, the university where I graduated from, happens to be one of the pioneers of digitalization in the university system. I'm telling you. I think if I'm not, if my brain serves me right, the University of Benin was almost like the pioneer of digitalization in the university system in Nigeria. Probably my school, probably second or third. Even UI, that's the premier university, which are technically also an alumni of that school.
You know that's where
they were late before they absorbed
the person that started.
Always mute when another person is talking.
No, I was talking. I didn't know that he was talking.
Okay.
Okay.
It is you that you are echoing.
Okay.
Ola.
Can I get Ola? Can Ola talk?
Okay. I said that University of Benin that you mentioned, that's where Michel, this founder of Interswitch, came from. When that guy started, so people were just saying the project was not going to be successful. I remember too, when they wanted to start Nigeria automated clearing system, people said it was going to fail. That is where our digitalization in the banking system started. And everything they've done from the day of NAX, from the day Interswitch entered the stage, the people like eTransact, before all these other people in the fintech started coming in, everything worked. They didn't even stop there. Banks started pushing. I've said that many times here, that they started pushing this Edu portal to universities, to before bosses can collect money from you, and half of the money could disappear.
Those
Even
time,
when they ask
the
you to pay the
bosses are usually millionaire now.
I'm telling you. But when they started monitoring everything, through all those digital platforms,
E-Transact.
difficult.
I think they started with E-Transact.
E-Transact and this industry, share their own. So I know that on my E-Transact that time, I used to use my code on my phone to do all those things. When I was paying for land document at Abeokuta, those guys, some people no, if you go to that place, they will double tax you, they will do this, don't even put your madam and your name together, they will do all those stuff. I didn't listen to them because I was working in the bank. So I know one story. So maybe after 5 years, they will now say a fake document. I went directly to the Ministry of Finance myself. I have for the requirements. Right from there, I did the digital money and they confirm everything. Even I pay tax, even though I was paying tax in Lagos, so I have to pay tax to comply with that of Ogun State to get my thing. The money that all those agents were charging me that money was even more than what I paid to the government. All those cooks you see, I will help you reduce it. I just look at
Ola, if I tell you in my own university what we used to face, for 1 week, you can be on the queue trying to pay school fees for 1 week. Sometimes we have to go early 5 a.m. to go and pick number. But now everything you do it in the comfort of your home.
Hey, can I say something? Okay.
Do you know what? My school has they have their own bank for a long time. And this is a third generation university, but the level at which they operate in that country right now, I don't think there's just few universities that can match. See, these guys have their own banks, they have their own apps, they have their own university app. Everything that you apart from the portal, they have the portal. Anything that you want to do. These are guys that have Galaxy backbone. They are one of the beneficiaries of the first set of digital infrastructure that were built in universities across Nigeria. So these are the things, and because of that, corruption. You see all this? Come to my office. Come and sign your course form. Come and register your course. You see that alone cut off all the lecturers, your contact with the students. I'm talking about as far back as early 2000. So you can see the number of years I'm talking about. I'm talking about over 20 something years ago. So it cut off all this nonsense. You want to come and befriend one girl. You can go and actually meet yourself, but sometimes you might actually not have contact with that girl. You can actually see her somewhere, but not that because she came to come and register, you will now be harassing her. You harass that girl or harass that guy to come and do nonsense. So everybody, because of that, it brought sadity. And over the years, the school has gone to a level that they have. When I say they have infrastructure to take, this is 22,000. They have 22,000 students, but they have an IT platform where everybody can write exams online. I'm not playing here. I mean, you can write exam. I mean, in the university, you submit everything. They will mark it instantly. So Nigeria is actually making some little progress, but it's just that leadership has to still be proactive and inform the people. What I see about Nigeria is that Nigerians don't even know what we have even achieved. Most of the things that we are talking, assuming I lied now, Ola that is a professional in that field wouldn't have been able to say what I say. Oh, bro, you are lying, you're a liar. So look at it. How many Nigerians knows what Ola just said or what I just said? Many people don't know anything about that country. People they just talk based on their own experience.
Go ahead, Oriala.
All right. So I think the problem that we have is I technology does not fix problem. What it does is it can limit corruption and also make your work faster. So I think the problem that this solution that you guys were saying, as if technology is put in place, then everything is all set. It means that there won't be a loophole. There's loophole in everything. The reason why, because you just said that your bossa is rich. out of the fact that they won't report all the money. It's because there's loophole in the way the structure is not there. So meaning, if you have a bossa in that department, do they have auditor? Do they have people that oversee them? Do they have people that regulate to make sure things go the right way? And what technology just do is even make everything more smoother than what it is. So I think that all this like saying technology thing is the fact that you guys, let me land, is the fact that you guys have not seen the back of it, to the fact that even with the technology itself, people can still do this. They can manipulate the system itself. So I think that we're the foundation. If the foundation is not there, that's the reason why Nigeria is not working, because the foundation is not there. The foundation that you have is of your colonizer. And once your colonizer left you, you don't know where to start from. And the only way that country will fix is you guys create your own foundation. But the moment that you keep working on what they already have, you will keep going, repeating in this system.
You are still sounding like old school that is not ready to change.
Right. I didn't sound like no old school. You guys don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about some technology stuff, but you don't have. You have to understand that even your technology, someone mapped it out first. It was first designed on a paper, and that paper is what they used to.
Let me tell you one thing: the best technology today, and NACA can still get into it. That's not what we are saying. There is a difference between when we have 1 million people doing corruption and when you now deploy tactics that limit them to just few hundreds or tens of them doing it. In Lagos State, prior to Tinubu, thousands of people engaged in corruption. The money that was supposed to be going to the government was going to individual pockets. And Lagos State was even borrowing money to pay salary. Immediately, they put structure in place. Tinubu is the only person you are accusing of stealing your money now, in quotes. You understand? Alphabet this, alphabet that. But you can see that the billions that were going to individual pockets now coming back to the government purse. There is no system in this world that is 100% foolproof.
And
So
who says that something is 100%? In what I said, did I even mention that?
No, I'm just saying.
I said it will limit the corruption. That's what I said. I never said that it will fix it completely. But I was just saying that the basic foundation, if it's not there, you will still have the same problem. That's even with what you're saying about the alphabet better. Do we actually know how much it comes in every single year? You don't know. All you know is the money that you weren't getting before has reduced, like the corruption has reduced, but you don't know the exact money.
Before Lagos State was getting 600 million a month.
Because when you know the exact value, you probably would now realize that maybe there's some people already find a loophole and they're taking money out of it. That's what I'm just trying to let you know, that
I agree.
We cannot depend 100% on technology just because some technology is there. We have to create how we want that technology to work. People create it. You have to tell the technology, this is how I want you to cross-check and make sure that people cannot get away with the system they can't get away with corruption. So if we're just relying on what somebody else created for us, we are not actually putting together how we want that technology to run, we will keep having the problem, because for 10 or 20 years, people might not figure it out. But after 20 years, the new kids might be able to find the problem and just know how to corrupt the system. So all this, we relying on technology. I don't like it.
Let me tell you how technology is. It seems like you think technology is human being. Technology is a tool that is better than doing something manually. Now, you pay for land document before.
This guy wants to teach me how technology works. I'm listening.
Because the way you are representing things, it seems as if you are getting the situation wrong. I'm not saying you may know how technology works.
Yeah, I'm getting it wrong because our thinking it does not align. That's why you think I'm not.
The thing is this. The thing is this. Before, if you do something, maybe someone can quickly go to the file and help you manipulate. Even there was a time, Owena back then, there was a typical case. Not only Owena, in Nigeria, then when people, whenever they defrauded bank, the next thing, then go put fire. You understand? When they introduced IT, data center, when they try all those things, they found out that they were just wasting their time. There's a part of transaction you do, you transmit to true names that central bank will be having part of the leg of your transactions. There are some you will do that your bank will have the primary data center somewhere and they be hosting the secondary data center somewhere else. That if you think you want to destroy that data, you are deceiving yourself, you will get the data there. So technology make it difficult for people to commit fraud, at the same time erase the traces. Because of the way it is, because of the architecture.
Wait, you're talking like IT person. You're not talking like engineer, like people that create what IT use. You're not talking like you're talking basically like people that work.
I don't know where
wait. You're talking like I'm hearing you now, and it's more like, see, you can trick the system. Even just because you're so now you're talking about servers. So you store your data. You have one in-house and you have another one. So you can manipulate both. But who tells you that if I enter two different information into the system, whatever I enter is what will be saving the data? Who tells you that every single group people that are logged into the system that is being saved on the server is correct? Who tells you that? Who's doing that cross check? Who's making sure that?
I like this your extreme angle to this issue. You like going extreme. We've told you that you should understand.
See, you have young people growing up now. They will manipulate every single thing.
Guys, Trump Daddy is here, so let's make room for him. Continue. Thank you.
Okay.
No,
Trump
go ahead.
Daddy, you want to talk or we should come? Trump Daddy?
I don't think he's ready yet.
Now,
it gets great. Land your points. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Olola, the thing I want you to get is this. When you say people can trick the system, okay, look at this. Everybody know how to approach human being and collect bribe. Maybe you have 100,000 police. Don't quote me. I'm not saying 100,000 police collect money from passengers. So before you start looking for me tomorrow. The thing is this. Let's say 100,000 police may know how to collect money from the passenger. But when we turn it to the point whereby you are now using the scan gun, I mean the equipment you use to scan, to do things, to scan something automatically. It's not everybody that knows how to go and intercept along the line. Maybe you want to attach through VPN and manipulate because you want to be talking technically now. Because already to you, you are talking as an IT person, you are not an engineer. I just laugh at you. The question is this: when you are doing things, Simba is paying through e-Transat. His mobile device is sending things directly to the database. Simba cannot even manipulate the figure and send it to that place because already everything is going to be done. It's on his mobile phone already. The same thing is like you want to do transaction on your internet banking or your this. You are saying you are going to trade the data. And like seriously, you trade the data and you post, you try post to the banking to the bank host, to the banking host, and it's going to take it from you. What kind of a joke? That's what I'm telling you, that you have to understand the system sometimes before you criticize. The way you speak simply means that you don't really understand how far the Nigeria has gone in doing some things. Why we are talking here today is just because of our political space. But if you are going to the public space, the banking system, or let me just the fintech generally, oh boy, Nigeria has one of the best payment systems in that country today. Go manipulate and see now, and see how it is to manipulate. You understand? I'm telling you, what we are saying, if it is possible today, people that made Lagos State realize only 600 million naira a month will have doubled down and made sure that the billions, like Lagos State is realizing today, they will have scaled it down to make sure the thing goes to their pocket. It doesn't mean they are not stealing money, but the corruption has reduced compared to what it used to be before. Technology is such that if 10,000 people are committing fraud, it may reduce the fraud level to like about 10 people that are highly skilled. Because some people are highly skilled now, or like a free for all corrupt or fraudsters. It's just like you have some Yahoo, but everybody can do Yahoo, but it's not everybody that can do the job of an hacker and hack into the system. That's what we are saying. So
I agree with you. I'm not even disagreeing the fact that a lot of people would be able to manipulate the system. I'm just saying that there's no way. I mean, you can put every security infrastructure in place. Still, you still see some people that are able to still hack the system or still able to manipulate and do something. But technology will reduce having like so much people like when you do it manually. So I agree with that part. The point I was just trying to bring out to you that there's nothing 100%. There will still be people that is able to manipulate the system no matter what. And that's why I was saying that, okay, the Lagos, for example, even though they put the right system in place, but who's to tell us that the system currently is not even still being manipulated? So, but I understand that it reduces it. That's what technology does. It makes it faster. The stuff that it might take 10 people to do, now you probably just need 2 or 1 people to do it, and it's more faster. That's what technology does. So I agree with that part. But
good that we agree at least for once. Let me give you a story.
Wonderful. I love that agreement.
Now, see, in a big bank in Nigeria, this thing happened in 2007. So someone in the headquarters used the profile of a cashier and of a branch head of operation in a worry to commit a fraud. He used it to transfer money, commit a fraud, right? Now that person thought he has done everything, and the person that committed the fraud was in the IT department, right? He thought that he has gone because of his expertise that he could go. You know, every standard IT system, they have trace, they have audit trail. That whatever you do is very difficult, except for irresponsible chief information officer, for you to just commit fraud and escape that way. It's either you commit the fraud and run away, but if you stay with this system and they want to figure you out, in most cases they are going to figure you out. These things, they may sound too technical, but look at what they do. When they look at the port, they look at the port on the switch that where that transaction occur. You know, once in software, they now looking at the infrastructure. This port transmitted this particular signal that committed fraud. Meanwhile, the owner of the profile is in worry, and this thing happened in the head office, Lagos. It took them weeks. When they were playing with the guy that committed the fraud, oh boy, this thing, how can we do this thing? They make sure they trace that thing and they got the same IP that was active for that fraud. They caught the guy. You understand? That's just the least of the thing that IT can do for you. Personally, some of us say Iwaga Patoski is there today. we were regular visitor to Babish Police Station and EFCC and even Magistrate Court because of things that used to happen, because the inspectorate and internal control, because they will detect some things. Even you must have done that, but the trail, the audit trail is there that this abnormality happened. But you know, before, when it was human, they will destroy the paper. They will destroy the paper, they will not see the paper. But this one now is becoming difficult now because this thing is in the data center. And not only that, it's in the primary data center, it's back up somewhere, all those activities. So you'll be able to trace things. Even though you may not be able to discover the thing immediately, maybe it might take you 5 years later to know, but we know. So this one is not a matter of snake is vomiting money, but not only that, it may, like what we both agree, it makes it difficult, more difficult to commit. Are you not wondering
Right, but if you take
professional eye.
if it takes you 5 years, you should be wondering that where's the regulations? Like, who's they don't have a regulator. That's number one. Number two, don't they have a department for auditor like that needs to audit their work every single time? Because if you do have those departments, because I believe every bank should have auditor, they should have auditing department, they should have the regulators will probably be CBN that monitor like
Oriola, let
yes.
me tell you, there is no all these things that you are mentioning. We have auditor, we have everything in Nigeria. You understand? It's not as if those things doesn't exist, but because the kind of people that are actually working, they also compromise. That is the problem. We have everything. Let me tell you, I don't think there's any auditor, whatever. In fact, they have stipulated time that is supposed to be doing their work. They will come and compromise, take their own share and go. That is the problem.
Right. And CBN is also compromised because CBN will be the regulators. So whenever they show up and the auditor is already compromised, maybe they just bribe the regulators as well. So that's what you're saying. So everybody is
Simba,
compromised.
Dr. Simba, another thing is that, before Nigeria doesn't, we have accountants, but there are some special accountants that do this work also. We call them forensic accountants. So I think I have a brother that is currently a forensic accountant. They are not that too many, especially when we just started that time. Nigeria has about 4,000 right now. But we're not up to that. So right now, just like you said, we have everything now to do.
The issue is not even having those things. The problem with Nigeria is that everybody has a price. You understand? So everybody. So they can compromise. It's not as if we don't have, and that is why we are talking about technology to limit human to human transaction. If you don't do that, and I think I'm still asking Oriola, even in US where you are, why are they using technology to do most of their things and not human? It's because they know that human being can be compromised. That's what we are talking about. So
just like in my days in the university, then some people printed what do you call it? They printed their own tickets. It was a big scandal in my university. Then, the transport committee, they call them management committee on transport. Those guys, they printed different type of receipts and they were giving students. And we have campus shuttle. You know that right now, QR code app, they already have their own app. A university alone has different type of apps that works. And you know who brought that solution? You know who brought that solution? It was an alumni of that university that brought that solution just about 1 year or so ago. Now you don't need anything. You don't need to pay buy one money on the campus shuttle. Just enter into your. That's in Nigeria. So some Nigerians that normally think that we are still in the 1960s. Be deceiving yourself. People are going. Just you will not pay 1 naira. So nobody can collect anything.
Let me quickly say something. Simba, you just called Oriola. Because I was about to ask Oriola, why do you think some states in America now are now using body camera? Before, police used to have those people that monitor them, right? But that didn't stop police from framing people up. It didn't stop them from corrupt practices, where they will even lie against the person they were arresting. It was when they introduced body camera, the secret view open. There are many. Okay, go and look at in the recent time, the number of police officers that have been disciplined in the United States. Go and look at the number compared to like 50 years before. That's technology for you. Because as you are in America now, as you did now, before, it's not as if you did too safe in the hand of some kind of crook cops. But today, because of that body camera alone that is capturing them, they've been able to to reduce the evil. That you know what I'm talking about. At least West President is there too. He can tell you. So it's like I don't know. Look at what happened recent time. That
I agree with you, but
thank you.
that's not what we are talking about, because that one too, he has like this. It's not straightforward, because if a cop is wearing a body camera, they might not turn it on. So you yourself can even ask them that before you talk to me, can you turn it on? So we can.
You can have your own dash cam too. That would be
Yeah, you can have that. So I'm not saying I'm not even saying that technology is not making things faster or reducing crime. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that if there's no foundation to how you want that technology to work, that problem will still persist. So it's more like you want to save money, but all you do is you saw that someone is have a way of saving money, and you just apply the same technology that
Oriola,
person. But
Oriola, let me tell you one thing.
let me learn. So
Okay.
you yourself, you didn't tell the technology how you want that technology to work. If you don't do that, that same problem will occur. That's where I'm going with this. I'm not saying
The
technology would not help you, but you have to instruct the technology how you want it to do the job in order to reduce crime.
human being evolve, Oriola. And once a solution is provided to a problem, then they will look for another way of actually outsmarting that solution. Let me give you, for example, those days, you also, at least you grew up in Nigeria. Those days, what we used to have in Nigeria is you see armed robber coming to houses to come and attack people, take their television, take their properties. Those things doesn't occur again, doesn't happen again. You see people traveling, they will be robbed along the road, they will take their money and everything. They don't do that. And that's why it resorted into kidnapping, because they discovered that if you rob people along the road, you cannot get money from them because nobody carry money. You understand? So we are evolving. And now let me tell you, even with this cashless, if we can actually reduce the amount of cash that people have access to, it can even reduce kidnapping in Nigeria, because how would they claim their ransom? You understand? So those are the things. Let me tell you, there's no society that can have solution to their problem without technology these days. It's not even something that we're supposed to be debating. That is the only solution. And once people now know that, okay, like before, people don't even renew their license. You can now in Lagos, even if you park your car and you don't use it, once it expires, you will see the thing will appear on your phone. They will send message to you that you have to come and renew your vehicle license. And so that one has deterred people from absconding from doing the right thing. That's what we are talking about. Once you can use it to put consequence to get them punished for any illicit or whatever problem that infraction they have undertaken, then it will straighten people. It will make people to behave very well. That is what we are talking about. You can use technology to actually reshape the society. That's what we are saying.
Imagine that. So you will not tell me that you have not seen the text that they sent to you that your car license has expired or your driver's license has expired. So that before you go to get to the road, you know the consequences you are about to face. I like that.
And there's no way, let me tell you, you cannot say, okay, now that policeman, that, okay, if you now meet him, and then they'll say, okay, your this thing has expired, and then you give that one maybe 500 naira to allow you to go. Do you know how much you are going to pay for 1 year? See, you know that it's not even economical for you to go and be bribed, because whatever bribe you give, it doesn't solve your problem. It doesn't solve it. The thing is still there. Now that they now said everybody should link their account number everything to their NIN. That is when you start seeing there's no way you can even escape anything. There's no way. People before used to run.
Look at what
Before used to run
You
look
know,
at what is
from
happening
one bank to
at
the other.
the airport. At the airport now. At the airport. Your body, everything. Before you enter, they already take your what? Your pack, the picture, everything, your biodata, everything has been synchronized. So let's see how you want to go and do nonsense. They know who came into the country right now. Everybody. So one guy was saying that I thought I was in the UK. Say we're done. We are getting there. No, we are getting there. That doesn't mean that technology doesn't have its own issues, though, but at least it's solving something. Because there was a time I heard that they lost my friend
Ola
one
want to
time like
talk.
that.
Ola want to.
you see what we have in our airport now. Probably if we had it during that time of Babasue, probably Babasue will still be alive today. You know, just because probably some people wanted money from Babasue, they were doing what they were not supposed to do, at least to prove a point, right? Those are the kind of unnecessary injury that technology is on. I even made a suggestion, but funny enough, one of my guy in the country said, "I'm not thinking of an America." I said, "No, I'm not even an American, but it's not about thinking of America." I said, if you want to reduce corruption among the police, our police should not be put in the pickup. They say, if I know the type, I say, leave that. If you do what they do in the US, what they do in Canada, in Nigeria is going to be better police rather than putting like 10 police in the pickup so that they can form a SharePoint that be collecting money. Buy enough vehicle for these people. Give them all the necessary weapon they need. Put them in strategic area. Monitor their position with GPS and some technologies. How they are removing their gun, how they are removing their rifle. You can monitor anytime, because some of the police in their vehicle, because the vehicle used to have fighting equipment, so some of them have rifle. As you are removing that, your rifle is already logging that thing. When you go back at the end of the day, you must give report of the reason for you to have to pull out that rifle. So if you put all those in place, you allow police to sit down in their vehicle, maximum of 2 people. They will not have capacity to be mounting roadblock and be collecting a gunje. You understand? You do that and you let the Ministry of Justice or maybe another independent body to be monitoring the activities. You know, if you do it in such a way that if police just go to maybe on the street and carry people and put in the vehicle for committing no offense, if you do it in such a way that you can monitor that, all this weary that they do, they will stop. You understand? Now, when it seemed that bank robbery was so difficult to solve in Lagos, how did Tinubu and Fashola solve this thing? They bought a more personal carrier. They even equipped the waterway police with technology. Oshoni Bank was super bad. We use
because it's called that some of them are escaping through the waterway now. Exactly. They will come and rob and escape through the waterway.
But you know what Tinubu and Fashola did? They started one more personal carrier at Lekki Phase 1 at that junction there. One other bridge at Awolowo in Ikeja. They put that in that. Where you were wrong go. Even you that now, after robbing that Oshoni Bank, now you say you want to escape through water. Even when you want to escape and pass, already they are waiting for you. So that's the function of technology. So now, when last have you heard about serious bank robbery in Lagos? When last? You understand? So it's all about now. Meanwhile,
because it's very difficult for them to escape.
Exactly. Now, you know what happened now? The thing now escalated to the northern eastern part of the country, because that time when they were the radio, because the signal to us that a major bank robbery wanted to happen in the region that time was that when they started reporting the number of vehicles snatched. Maybe there's a report to police commander, no, this morning now they've snatched like about 10 vehicles. The commander there can say, I'm not releasing my police except to find them I'm a personnel carrier. Because police used to do that. They will tell the bank, say, no, You have to find an adequate personnel carrier for me to. I'm just giving an example. The other time, the police community will be warning the bank that they have to provide better security for their police to do their job. That time. So, what Fashola did and Tinubu did in Lagos, if they done that in the northern eastern part of the country, they will. Even there was a time then, when Port Harcourt airport was not working, that we used to use Owerri. Some gang of armed robbers, they be waiting at the outside of, not far from Owerri airport, knowing quite well that there will be some cash movement there. And why were those people escaping? Why were those robbery gangs escaping? Because you will go and carry police and put them inside pickup, unprotected. But with one armored personnel carrier, that you cannot even see the police that is firing at you, it became difficult for them. That's what we're saying. That time, have you ever seen CBN moving money those days? They can have a troop of vehicle going to like 100 with different type of armored personnel carrier before you can put pick up in the mix. But these days, that technology is about, you just need about 2 armored personnel carrier. All those private companies, all those private CIT, cash in transit companies, they used to move money. How many times have you heard that they rob all those people? Because they are well equipped. That's the work of technology. Anything you want to do, when you use technology as your tool, you are better equipped than when you are using human mechanical thing.
I think there is no doubt about that. You can't even be debating it. That's the only way out.
Nigeria has improved in several ways. Actually, we have improved in so many ways, but only that politics that is not making. Politics. Politics makes
Are you aware of the problem? What happened in Morocco?
No, tell me.
Ola?
I'm not aware. What happened?
No, I didn't know.
This African Footballer of the Year award.
Okay, look, man. Where they were doing that thing, in fact, I was at one work game that I left that work, I think around 12 or 1 a.m. and I was driving back to my area for about 3 hours. So what happened? I didn't worry you.
There is one Moroccan guy, that controversial guy now that divorced his wife and says all his properties is for his mother, Rashava Hakimi.
Hakimi, okay.
They were Hakimi, yes. He played for PSG. He was the one that the Arabs are promoting to actually win that African Footballer of the Year. And that is actually his country that hosted the award. You understand?
Okay.
Could you believe that they were thinking that they are going to give him, and immediately Lukman's name was announced, all of them just stood up and left the arena. All the Arabs countries. And we are calling ourselves Africans.
Yeah, I saw the video. I saw the video. So.
Go ahead, Simba.
I think maybe we should leave these Arabs to go and be playing Arab League with the Gulf countries. They should allow them to just go and be playing, because it's not only this. Look at the and look at what happened to Nigeria when they went to Libya, and that was not the first time. There are a series of maltreatment and all these shenanigans that they have been doing for years, for decades. Even our people that are passing through those countries to cross to Europe, if you see the kind of treatment they receive from all these people.
I used to hear that one too now. That is true. I used to hear those stories of what people went through in the desert. No, the thing is, I think for the African leaders, I think we value vanity upon substance. Like I said, maybe this place is too open, it's too online. You know, there are something that we can just say at the back end, that's so that because you don't know the implication, but you want to pour your mind. As we are now, we don't the black race, they don't really have defense mechanism. They don't really have the defense mechanism. We are just at the mercy of others to the extent that you know that if we had defense mechanism, if we position ourselves very well, honestly, what happened to Lukman will not even happen because they will be looking for you. But because we've never positioned ourselves very well, when we have leaders that when you steal money from your country, the first place you think of is to go to another area to go and keep the money at the expense of your people.
Yeah,
how are they going to
you are right, because even if you see the sub-Saharan Africa, some of them are even campaigning against Lukman even before the election, before their vote. Even our neighboring Ghana, they will be. Yes. So I think we as black, I think we have issues. Yes.
Yes. Dorothy, you want to speak?
Yes, I think our issue is the way we look at ourselves. I mean, you know, I normally say it. Have you spoken? Do you know that an average African has this timidity for anybody that is of color, that is not his color? Do you notice that? Have you ever noticed that? And I know that people may actually want to hide it. You know, there's a way we look down on ourselves, that we are not capable of doing these things, and a whole lot of things. That's why it's just like Ola said, that it's easy for them to. Everything starts from when they were followers, and the leadership at that time too. When the present crop of leaders are followers too, what did they instill in them? Self-confidence. Then how are you able to give the people the human resource that you have? How are you able to give them good education? You kind of revolutionize their thinking to see themselves as people that can actually stand for themselves. But because we also have this servitude mindset in Africa, so everybody just give unnecessary credit to people that we are not supposed to give it to, and it has dented our mindset. Just like this Kenyan novelist and of international repute, Ngugi Watiogu, was talking about decolonizing the mind. It takes a lot of work to decolonize the African mind. So we ourselves, we have not portrayed ourselves in good light. Even to date, we still have a lot of Nigerians. Do you know some of the few things that we normally say here? Some of our people don't believe that there is any progress that's been made. So when we put ourselves out there the wrong way, they will treat us like trash. Look at what Badenoch was talking about in the UK. What did the Badenoch actually know about what is happening in Nigeria? Then look at it, ourselves, our country that she claimed now is the capital of illicit funds in the world. London is the number one capital of slush fund in the world, where they wash different type of blood money. Look at it, our own the color biwa. What is she saying? Even better she keep quiet. So people saying I don't believe those things, those bullshit, because at the end of the day, you are still putting us deep into the mud. We are trying to raise our head up, and that's why when Morocco qualified for the semi-final as the first African country, they said no, it is for the world, it's for the Arab world. And even the Muslims, our fellow Muslim brothers, were saying no, it shouldn't be. You are playing with us. We are playing together. We have been together for how many years now? You have produced one of the best footballers on the continent for a lot of years or so. Why do you dissociate this opportunity that we're able, this glass ceiling that we're able to break? Why do you dissociate? And that's why even in Africa, get to the northern part, you see what it normally makes me cry. I'm telling you. And that's why I normally tell people, no matter where I am in the world, I will stand up for myself and for my children. And I continue to do that to my children, to let them know, come, you are never inferior to anybody. Yeah, that's just it. It's a mindset. You have to start putting that into yourself, into your children, your kids that they're coming up, because that's where it starts from. That's what the white race also do to their children. They tell them the American dream.
But you know what I noticed Dorothy, the Africans in diaspora, especially Nigerian in diasporas, are the major problem of Nigeria. I don't know, maybe by the time they relocated, they are living in those countries. You don't know what actually affects their thinking. You will see them, even especially all these online bloggers, they will just be talking rubbish, as if they have escaped one hell, and that because the people that I don't even know where they are getting all those information, and they'll be talking. And I used to ask them, the question I used to ask is that if you are saying that your origin is not good, there's nothing good about you, and you are telling somebody, a foreigner, what do you stand to gain? It's the same way, the way you portray yourself, that's the same way they would look at you, that's the same way they will treat you. So I don't even know what we stand to gain by saying all those rubbish that we used to say about our country. Well, I agree, yeah, there is a problem, yes, but telling them, is that the solution? It's not the solution. And I don't know, maybe they think that by the time they are saying all those things, they will get sympathy from them or what. I don't know. Please, I need enlightenment. I want to know why our people are doing what they are doing. Somebody should tell me.
You just mentioned bloggers now, right? And
It's not only bloggers, maybe because they have a platform for us to hear them. But I'm very sure that even people that doesn't have a platform, they do the same thing, maybe in their own domain.
You see, to start with, some of those bloggers, those people, they just worship money. All they need is money. But for others, I think they just want to feel good factor, political correctness. You know, when you feel good to yourself, want to see you to be the person that is responsible, that will tell the truth, without thinking of the aftermath of what they are saying. Because ignorance is the issue, because when you destroy your country through your utterances, you are demarketing yourself as well. You can fight the leaders, you can fight irresponsible leaders, but when you start saying Nigeria is zoo, Nigeria is this and all those things, then you are getting in trouble. We are not saying we don't have challenges, but don't brand the country because, oh, Nigeria is zoo. Simply, once you say that, you've included even those people that are doing well for themselves. Oh, Nigerians, we are lazy people, we don't do this. So already you are including the like of Adenuga, the like of Tony Elumelu, that they are doing well for themselves. So that's the problem. So, like I said, was it yesterday or 3 days ago, people love negative news. You understand? Oh, Lagbaja that used to work in America, or that used to work in, let's say, Sweden. Oh, they've taken his engineering practice license away. I'm telling you, that's what people want to hear. So that they will keep giving you some kind of advice of. So negative news bring crowd, brings money to some people. Like I said, the issue of Dele Farotimi that people are talking today is that if Dele Farotimi has actually crossed and they scapegoat him, or they scapegoat many people that just talk trash online, yeah, people may not respond immediately. They may not. You may not start seeing the result immediately, but I tell you, decades to come, people will learn because, you know, like someone was saying the other time that they should train us to behave morally. Honestly, I don't really see that because we were trained in moral. They gave us moral education. even not only at home when we're doing social study. So all those officers, as if they were not trained. The only thing is that nobody to put out. Even that's why you even go to the religious houses. Those people that are supposed to be the people you look up to.
Hi guys, sorry. Mike is on, so you guys, accommodate him. Thank you.
Okay, Mike, welcome.
So you think Mike, if Mike want to talk, he will not talk. You don't need to speak for Mike. I just leave Mike alone.
Mike the general.
Everyone needs that permission.
Mike will talk. That one, I give it to you.
I know how to bring Mike out if I want to bring him out now. But it's only that I may not be able to face that. I've spoken already. I should have started Buhari and then not an issue now. Just everything. I know Mike, but I know about
Maybe we'll give Mike another name. Maybe we'll give him which Muslims start with M? maybe Mukaila.
So because I tell you to stop blaming other people for your problem, that means I'm supporting those people.
Talk your mind. We just want you to talk. That's why.
Are you done?
Okay. We are pulling your leg now.
Yeah, we want you to talk. That's why we are talking.
That's what you're saying about the North Africans not showing having respect for you, sub-Saharans, I guess. And I mean, and you also said it. You said that we ourselves we don't. I think it was Dorothy that said we see other people as better than us, right? Other race of people. Yes, now of course. So that's the. I mean, if you yourself don't see if you yourself see other race as better than you, then why complain? Why be surprised the other race see themselves as better than you? You know, and very unfortunate. Well, one can also say maybe because out of all the inventions or great product innovations that's going on in the world, majority, in fact, we don't contribute much. We the blacks, people of the black race, and on the other hand, if you really pay attention to individual black person, go to any institutions, you really cannot say an individual white person is inherently more intelligent than a black person. So the question is, just like somebody said before, they said our individual IQ is high, but our group IQ is very low. So meaning
collective intelligence is very low.
Collective intelligence is very low. So collectively, we are not people that are doing great. I mean, producing great things or showing greatness, and the other people, even the Arabs, they are not producing anything themselves. They think they're better than you. Well, you can't tell me some kind of inventions are coming out of Morocco or whatever they call themselves, Algeria, all these, Libya. These are shithole countries, man. I mean, I don't see anything. But the thing is, what I can say about we as the people is, you see, anybody has ever read the Law of Attraction? Chama, have you read the Law of Attraction? Anybody know what the Law of Attraction is? So the Law of Attraction is basically the way you think of yourself, your thoughts of yourself, and also the way you describe yourself, everything is what you will become. You understand? So, and also people that became great, they say greatness, we start from the imagination, from the way you think, how you think of the way you see things and what you see of yourself, what you believe you can do, and you end up becoming that thing, you end up doing it. But I think
so basically positive vibes, right?
Say it again.
So you mean basically positive vibes? Like
yes, not necessarily just that as well. That's another aspect of it. You know, you think positive, you experience positivity, right? You think negative, you experience negative. So it also applies to every other aspect of creation or reality. It's what you envision, what you think of. You know, if you're always thinking, well, see, like for example, I will drop one secret here. If you want to become successful or rich, already put yourself there mentally. See yourself, believe that you're already rich and act like you're rich already. I'm not saying go and be posing and be lying to people that you're rich. I'm just saying figure out how rich people reason, how they're thinking, how they. There's a book I read that say how successful people think, how wealthy people think, and you start thinking like them. Just assume you are there. You don't have to have the money yet, but before you know it, when you're thinking like that, you just see yourself growing because we just see success coming in your hand. That's one secret I just drop out there. Anybody will pick up.
No, that is not a secret. Mike,
Some people don't know
for
now.
me,
Yeah.
it worked for me. It worked for me very well. Anything I said I aim at, I achieved it. Believe me.
There's a difference of aiming and also putting yourself there. You're aiming, meaning
No,
you're walking to.
exactly.
No. Okay, like before you became a doctor, you already believe you're a doctor, right?
Even now, they've been calling me doctor even before I became a doctor.
like for example, like before, like when I first started my who's that? Like when I first started my company, right? I didn't even know Jack. I didn't know anything. I didn't know much. Like my knowledge was so limited. So I would go in the room. I would go to meetings where guys, people that are doing the same thing, that have become very successful. I'll find out where they are meeting and they are doing their bidding and everything. So I would dress like I'm very successful. And I will walk in there with confidence like I'm very successful. I will sit there and mix and I'll be engaging them. But they'll think I'm just on their level. Like this is a guy that his company is on our level. But they don't know that this guy he has nothing. Like they didn't know that I don't even park my car near them so they won't see my car. They didn't know that this guy was nobody. But I was in their midst talking with them like I'm on their, like I'm even, some of them even thought I was richer than them. So when you put yourself in that position already, before you actually possess what describe you as a person that's there, you understand? You begin to accelerate towards that place. You see yourself getting closer and closer and closer and closer. But if you don't think yourself as someone that belongs there at all, you see yourself as someone that can be there, you can never get to that kind of level. So I think a black people as a collective, when we look at our behavior and the way we think, and one thing is more common with the group of black people that have the greatest opportunities to become even great, like to even leapfrog to advancement are the black Americans. Because they are they're in the best position because the white already laid the foundation, everything for them. They're just living right next to the white and all the tools they need. But you'll be shocked how they are even more backward than those of us in Africa in their thinking. Because
Mike, that one has. Oh, sorry, who's echoing? Okay, Mike. Okay, that is why. Because before people used to mention that is the environment and all these things. Okay, those people that have been living for centuries in the same environment, what have they achieved with it? That is the question.
That's what they say. People that don't have that, they don't understand that principle, the concept of how to advance. That's what they do. They'll give excuses. You understand? They don't know that. Okay, there's no excuse to achieving anything. You just have to believe you can do it. It can be done. And just set your mind to getting it done. Like, just even if you don't have no idea it's going to be done, just believe it's done. First of all, just believe it's done. You understand? And then just begin to do the right, place the right attitude and the right moves, meaning what it takes, the research, the whatever. Before you know, you are there. And that's the secret to all this science. Because I remember around 2000 when American scientists were saying, oh, they want to send robots to Mars, but they have no clue how they will do it. You understand? They have no idea. They don't have the means to do it. Next thing, about 10 years later or 15 years later, they're already sending the thing to Mars. So they figure it out because they already believe they could get it done. There's nothing impossible, But we are a race of people that the way we describe ourselves, the way we think of ourselves, the way we talk about ourselves,
don't you think that we don't believe that we can
don't
do
believe
it
in ourselves
by ourselves? In fact, when we are even in the same, let me give you for example, maybe you have a group of blacks working with whites. Instead of them to actually think of the way they can excel on their own, they will be now be thinking that it's those white people that can actually, so they will be using pander to them to or bringing some of them down. You understand? And using them as if
they believe the
have to
whites are the
pander.
only one that knows the way, you know.
Exactly.
That they can never know the way. They are just, you know, they just don't believe in themselves. They just, even when they see another black man, they don't believe in him. They don't trust him. They don't trust that he knows it or he can do it.
Yes.
So the question is, those are the things we question me. Why do we think like that? You get my points. So those are the questions you'll be asking. Why do we think like that? And does that thinking need to change? We need how can we change that thinking? How can we switch that way of thinking, you know, to actually thinking in a way that can help us get somewhere? Because the way we think is what's going to determine where we get to or where we are. And that's exactly why we are where we are. Even your leaders don't believe in you. The billions they spend giving looking for foreigners to come and get things done for us. They could spend our billions investing in our people, in the minds of the people to figure out how to do those things. But your leaders don't say, they don't believe in you. They themselves don't. Average African leader or African person does not believe in the next black man. He just doesn't even, he's not even ashamed that things is not done by his own people. They were bragging about what a white man came to do for them. What he said, built it. We have this thing built. We have that built. But the contractor that built it was from another world. So they themselves don't even have shame. That's why are we in this position? And we don't question why we're in that position until other people begin to disgrace us. You know what's even funny, Simba? Just like you said, we ourselves walk to other people and talk bad about where we come from, or even tell them how bad where we come from is, right? But then when those same white people talk directly to you, tell you how that you are a low IQ, insult you, and that's when you feel the insults. It's almost like you have to be insulted as an individual before you realize that something is wrong with you.
Mike,
you know, is that not the truth? Is that not why do you lie?
They are shameless. Dr. Siba, do you know one time I did something? I did a small survey of my own. And what I did was I went onto CNN, BBC platforms on Facebook. Now I choose randomly, probably based on names and stuff. I look at it. This one should be probably American. It could be from where the way they talk. Also, you can actually identify where they come from. Of course, from their address or something. You know, people can fake account also. So I look at it. I checked through those from US and some other countries. I went to their page. Just like you click on their page and you see what they are talking about. Now you see at the end of the day, they don't have as much engagement as we do in Africa. Probably we don't actually know. They don't engage, and when they engage, they don't actually speak of the ills of that country. And somebody will ask you, who do you think is the number one tourist country in the world? Many people might not. Many people don't actually know, even in Africa, that the United States is number one when it comes to tourism. The money they rake in from tourism. Everybody wants to travel to the US to go and visit, summer, do this vacation, because they put their best
You are talking about tourism alone. What
I'm not even
about the
talking
money
about
that
that.
people put to apply for visa? US visa. Do you know how many millions that apply for visa every day? And they
So
will
that's
deny
how
them.
exactly, and that was how they were making big money. And and I read on CNN one time where they talk about Las Vegas. I think Mike should be able to bust me on this. Las Vegas, we're talking about a thin line, that there's a part of Las Vegas where Las Vegas is known for its nightlife, its casinos, all these things, games and sports and stuff like that, where people come and enjoy themselves. They blast money anyhow, show wealth. Said on the other side of Las Vegas, there is another what? There's another poverty, on the other side. But the Americans will never show that. I read that on CNN myself. I studied it. If I still look at my archives, I'll go and meet that write-up. how they will only show Las Vegas for you. The other side of Las Vegas, where people are struggling, they are living on food bank, they will never show you. And when you hear Nigerians, even those that are living in those countries, they will say, no, we must tell the truth. Fine, I tell the truth. I tell you, we have even discussed it here now. I told you by university how people are stealing money on the what's called the tickets. We are saying this, but how much do we say the positive things? I think there's a little bit of improvement right now. Probably people are beginning to see that, okay, even in this bad situation that we think we were, some people love to be Nigerian. Even some white people now, they want to come to Nigeria, come and flex, come and enjoy themselves. They want to feel good. Like feeling good in your life right now is it has to do with mingling with Nigerians themselves. Coming to Nigeria or mingling with Nigerians. So it brings some feel good, and it can even bring money into your pocket. People are beginning to, and now if you speak about Nigeria in a bad light, I can tell you, some people will embarrass you. They are not Nigerians, so they are the one that will even embarrass you. But talk to the Nigerians themselves.
Mike, are you still there?
Mike, are you still there? It's on the other side.
This Lukman thing, one thing I learned about the guy, do you think that if Lukman did not play for Nigeria, he can achieve what he has achieved?
No way, man. Who will give him a European Player of the Year?
He cannot even play. He can't even enter England team.
England team, yeah.
You understand? And that is the mistake most of our people are making. Even look at Alex Iwobi. What he has achieved. If he decides to play for England, he can't even be there. Most of the people that are taking those decisions, all these Agbolaon and even Fashanu, it was when he had retired that he retraced his steps.
So many of them.
So many of them.
I don't know what it is. Like, most of our children that live in the West, Europe, America, they develop very inferiority. I blame the parents, because even these Nigerian parents, when they talk to their children, they just tell them where they come from. It's so bad. So the children themselves, they just develop the inferiority, complex, and they see where they come from as they play. Africa is so inferior to Europe.
Mike, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. You just hit the nail on the head.
So the kids don't feel comfortable, so even going on the other shame being from where they come from where their parents come from. They don't. I see a lot of my relatives here that give birth to their children. They don't even speak their language. They don't even teach their children about their origin. If they would teach their children anything about Nigeria, it would be something of the colonial, which is not different from.
Did they even tell them good story, or they will just be telling them about what? Because I still believe that even this bad enough of a thing, is that the only thing she can say about Nigeria? Well,
Okay.
to me, I would blame my parents for that. I can't blame her, because maybe that was the mentality they put it. Yes.
For example, okay. First of all, those kind of girls, those are the people we call Ajebo growing up in Nigeria. Remember now, they are Ajebo children.
No, she said it now that she came from a relatively wealthy family.
Yeah, and I noticed that in Nigeria.
No, it was later. Dr. Siba, it was later when people propped him, when people propped that, people started lambasting her, that they traced her route, that she now came out to open up that, yeah, they actually they have some money, some relatively more kind of wealth from the oil boom. Before he was just saying it as if it was just from the trenches, full trenches.
So you guys can come and
Huh? I didn't hear you.
No, he just said I can. Don't worry, continue. I will join later. I continue.
So she was saying that she was talking as if she was from the trenches, real trenches. Like his father and mother did not amount to anything. Now that Nigerians started digging out some of our pasts, and she now knew that.
Okay, let me. Can you meet yourself? Okay, Simba. Okay.
Yes.
In Nigeria, right? once people start making money, what do? They start keeping their children away from people that don't speak English, right? They put their children, they start their children, okay, now you're an elite child now.
No, they because of the class themselves now.
Yeah, you're of a high class, so you have to be speaking English. In fact, it's not only in school they tell you speaking vernacular. Even some parents will beat their children for speaking their language. Like, you must be speaking English because and then they will not be exposing them to only Western culture. From Nigeria, I'm not talking about in the West. From Nigeria, they take them, they believe now you are no longer on the low class, you're in the upper class. So upper class person,
Mike, even those ones that doesn't, even those people that are not even that educated, their children cannot speak their language.
Yeah, so I'm not saying English is bad. Of course, you can kids should learn English or whatever. But the thing is, they want them to be far away from local language and local culture because they see it as primitive. You understand? Now, let's say you see local culture, local language as not as good as whatever, but why don't you draw the positive side of it, the positive part of it, and then have your children consume it? So that way they are grounded to a root. But what I'm saying is, in essence, is these kids, they begin to be uprooted from their roots from Nigeria there, simply because their parents have acquired some money. So there's this mentality that you just have to be the far away from your African roots, the better you are as a person. That's why when we become successful, or even before we become successful, we want to go close to the Oyinbos and see them as superior because the culture and the things you were taught to see as superior were all Eurocentric, foreign. Even your mentally, you've been taught as a child that this is a superior language, this is a superior the superior world is the white man's world, the superior philosophy, the superior ideology, superior religion, superior everything is those of the other world. So now what is the child left with? What you're left with nothing. It's like you are there's nothing African about you that's great. So now how can you now not see yourself as inferior? And now how can you not believe in yourself when you grow up?
Mike, is there anything they will lose if they identify with their country? Is there anything that you lose?
What is it in their country to identify? What? No, tell me.
No, let me know. I'm asking you.
No. In fact, I didn't put a question. Let me tell you. Okay, all your life, your parents and your whole family have been telling you that your country and everything about you, where you come from, is inferior to the Europeans. And then the Europeans themselves are telling you that where you come from, everything about you is inferior to them. So what is it about yourself that you will now see that will make you feel proud of being from Africa or being a black person? That's ridiculous. Because to me personally, I don't see anything superior about white man. I don't. The only thing I see is that their society is advancing technologically and they are richer in material. But when you're talking about culture, when you talk about tradition, when you talk about is it nature? Is he anything?
But Mike,
nothing
all
else
these things that you are saying is actually
that makes them superior.
Is to me is more of a black problem than other people. The Asians don't behave that way.
Exactly, they don't. We are the only people now.
Even the
We are the
Arabs don't
only
behave
people.
that way. Even when that way.
Do you know that China was considered the poorest country in the world as far as like 30 years ago? Like I remember, I'm sure when you were growing up, there was a time. Simba, there were times where they used to show China as a very poor country, and there was nothing positive about China like that. It was all poor. But the people that did not see them, they didn't start seeing everything about themselves as inferior and begin to. In fact, the Chinese people even brainwash their people to see
You
the war
immediately,
has there
Mike,
any
what you notice that immediately Nigerian escape from Nigeria like this, they will start talking rubbish about Nigeria. You understand? They have not even achieved anything where they are. They will start talking rubbish. Talking rubbish.
They are still poor.
I don't
They are
even
still
know.
poor where they are. Simba, Dr. Simba, you know, there was a time I listened to last week, I saw a video of a Vusi. I don't know whether everybody knows Vusi here, Vusi Tembakwayo from South Africa. The guy said he was one of those guys that was also talking about Africa rising. That he saw something that in the next few years or a decade or so, Africa will start probably getting itself right. I mean, and he showed us when the Times newspaper showed a particular caption on their front page that says Africa, the dark continent. He said, I started speaking about Africa in the good light. I started promoting Africa. You know, it's a thought shaper and a futurist. You know, it's a global icon also. I mean, African global icon. So he said, when anything opportunity I have to talk on platforms in the Western countries, I speak good about Africa.
Abdul is here.
Yes. So he now said, do you know what is happening right now? The same Times newspaper that said Africa, the dark continent. He showed us when they now said Africa is rising. That is the power. And I really said that I picked something. In my days in the university, the owner of GTB, the GTB Bank, it was Tayo Aderonoku. He said the first set of one of the most technologically advanced banks we have in Nigeria that embrace digital infrastructure and so many other things, technology. Then when they started, they were youths, they were young people, including the owners of Access Bank too. They started at the age of 30 something. They moved away from GT. How did GT became a global bank now? They started from the youth. They saw something in the youth of Nigeria. I remember them. I opened a bank account with 0 naira. I mean, you don't need to. Then before you open first bank, it will frustrate your life. You will bring about six things to identify yourself: your NEPA bill, your father's this, your mother's this, your housing this and that. Before you open an account, they simplified the account. They saw the future. So Africans themselves don't see future that they can become better. The people that they saw today that are leading the world, they were not there some years ago. Because if you read through civilization, you see that empire crumbles, another one re-emerges. So that's the mindset. Today, this year, GTB declared about $1 billion after tax, profit after tax. It's 1.something trillion mid-year profit, mid-year profit. And I was like, what? So this was a bank that started those days that
Profit
opened
from
bank
poor
accounts
people.
for all of us, for all of us. They opened free bank account for all of us there. The people that they opened those bank accounts for, my friends and some other guys, they are scattered all over the world now. They have businesses. They are doing something. So look at them. Assuming those guys do not have that foresight, where would you think GTB?
I hope you are hearing what people are saying.
Yes, I didn't get you. Yes, I'm hearing.
Somebody
I'm
wants to
hearing. I
talk.
heard them. Somebody wants to talk. Yes. So
Yeah,
that's my submission.
Remy or Abdul.
Abdul, are you there?
He's trying to talk.
Okay.
Well, I was the one who said profit from poor people. Because the other guy was saying they're making profit. I said profit from poor people. The one talking about banking system.
Well, the fact of the matter, greatness starts from the mind. So if you're gonna if we're gonna grow, achieve anything, you have to start thinking of believing in it, thinking of it, and believing in
Mike,
himself.
I don't think our mentality can change. I don't think so. I think you don't let me use that word, sir. Unless there is a new word when everything has to
Do you know? Do you know,
recalibrate.
Simba? Do you know that mentality is an habit? You know that, right? Another word I can call it culture. I won't say there's a difference between culture and tradition, right? Tradition is like, okay, one accepted way of maybe. Sometimes when I use that culture, people thinking I'm talking about our tradition or things like that. When I say culture, culture is like in America, when you go work for a company, they introduce you to the company culture. Company culture means in a company, this is how we do everything, this is how we move, this is how we dress, this is how we, you understand? So they make you adopt that culture. In that way, you be in uniform with the rest of the team, and we're all on the same page. And then you also the culture is created to help the company pretty much succeed, right? So when you say our mentality is a culture we created. I'm not saying a tradition like when you're saying Yoruba culture, Igbo culture, this Benin culture, those are tradition, not culture. Culture is like mentalities we have adopted. You understand? We have way we do things and backward way of doing things. The way to eliminate those things is to first start addressing it, right? And then the next step, you start condemning it. Because something that's put into condemnation, you want to drop it. You understand? And then thirdly, you make a law against those things. That's just the way. And then institutionalize curriculums, the way you want society to become. You first have to create a curriculum, and then you put it into the schools from an early age, where the children will start learning that from school. Like that's what you call education. You go through education to go learn how to be a member of your society and how to contribute to your society. Not copy and paste curriculum from other society countries. I don't even know what they call education, in Nigeria. And you make something a way of life, things you want to do. Like for example, in 2018 World Cup or the one in Russia? Was it the World Cup they did in Russia was 2018? Yes, the Japanese fans, whenever they have their space in the crowd in the stadium, right?
Okay. I think you
I
said
told you
that
that story
you
before.
told us those story before. Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember.
whenever their game is over, all the Japanese people will sweep that place. They sweep it, clean up the place, and leave. Whereas the rest of the countries, whenever they are fans, they finish in their own space, they just walk away. They leave the place dirty. You understand? And then when the Japanese team, when they finish, even though they got beat, they lost their last game, and they were leaving. In fact, every game when they leave their locker room, they clean it up to the point where the Russian people. So the last game when they left, they cleaned up the locker room and wrote a note and say, "Thank you, Russia, for hosting us." Do you know that that story? Like people, they kind of respect everybody. Just like, wow, what kind of people is it? Because that's what they start teaching them. That they were teaching them like, look, this is where you present yourself as a people. When you go somewhere, just clean up, do this. So they teach them from classroom, and they adopt the way of doing things. That's the way to behave. That's the way to do things. So you have to start teaching it. Orientation. We have to. We can't
Yeah.
stay all day. And also, if you want to advance, we have to start teaching our people how to think to advance. The mentality you have to have, the way you have to think. You have to believe in yourself. You have to envision. You have to believe in the power of imagination. You have to be innovative. Believe you can create anything. Believe you are God. You can do anything. That's what we have to start teaching children from childhood. Those are easy ways. Those are the steps you'll be taking. Those are the conversations you'll be having in Nigeria. Not all these our problem na Hausa, see these Yoruba people, Igbo people, that rubbish conversation Nigeria we're having. I'm like, oh my God, even your leaders, what are you talking about?
Yeah, like people usually learn by seeing something. You see something and you admire it and you start to do it. And the thing So, for example, like the culture that you mentioned, I know for sure. I heard that there's a culture where the Western, the Southwest at one point is more like the like let's say in the marketplace, a lady can just put her stuff down and just walk away, and someone will just put money, and they will buy whatever they want to buy. No one is stealing. Is that culture happened, but at the end of the day, someone infiltrates and bring another different version which we copy. So it's more like it's very technical. Like if you come from Nigeria and you enter, let's say, any Western country, and you see how they acting, nobody will tell you before you adopt that culture. Like, okay, I I can work on this. Oh, sorry. I can walk on the streets and just filter the streets. I can, if there's so many things that you see, you adopt just because you feel like, okay, this is good and I want to imitate it. Um so I I actually I think that's a great way to do things. I all of us don't have to do it. If one or two people are doing it, okay, for example, if I see how Dangote became how he's now a billionaire, and he tell us he write a book or they did a documentary about him, and I feel like, okay, I want to be like this guy. I can just imitate the guy and follow the rule the way he did things. So that's a culture that we can adopt, but we don't need everyone to, because if we are waiting on everybody, we will wait forever. The best thing that we can do is whoever, if we have few people that is doing well, and everyone, I mean, kids will see that. We're see, if I see someone that is doing something that is nice and I want to be like that person, we're always going to see someone that I want to be like, and we start acting that way. But and if parents start younger, I mean, I know like there's no law now that says at school they should start doing teaching them all the laws in Nigeria. This is how you need to do. Don't litter the streets, obey the police, do this is what you need. Since we don't have that, all we can do or
Well,
pray
realize,
for now.
you know
Sorry,
what is
sorry, we have civics. We have civic education. We have civic education for the past 8 to 10 years. 8 to 10 years, we've been doing that right now in Nigeria.
8 to 10 years.
civic
In fact,
education?
it's one of the important. It's one of the
Wait,
important
what
subjects.
is civic education? Tell
You
us.
must do
How does that work?
mathematics. It's about some of these things that we are talking about.
It's
Is
about
embedded in
your
it.
role as a citizen.
Your role as a citizen. It teaches you your right to hold the government
Yes.
accountable, and many other things. Human right, your culture.
You
I
know,
mean, how do
Dorothy,
you carry
Dorothy,
yourself outside the world? So, and they write
can
exam
you
on
mute?
it in why.
And Oriolas, that Dorothy, that civic education that you are talking about was actually removed by the military, the Diagbo Buhari regime. It was there before, and civic is part of right from primary school. You do civic from primary, probably from primary 2 to primary 6 those days. But when military came in 1983, they are the one that removed it. But now they have restated it back. In fact, now not only even at the primary school level, at secondary school level. In fact, people are now writing it in WAEC.
Okay, is that
So,
for private or public school? Everybody, right?
no,
Yes, if
the
you are able to write
curriculum,
WAEC,
there's
you
no
write
private
maths,
curriculum
English.
now. What are you saying this?
It's everybody. Math, English. The first subject you're going to write in WAEC is math, English, your civics education, and
Some
which other one?
gangster.
Yeah. And trade subject, entrepreneurship subject. You must pick one entrepreneurship subject, either
He was supposed to do this
marketing,
sense of Tuesday.
Abdul, can you mute yourself?
Was Abdul talking to us or someone else?
He's talking to someone.
Okay. So if that's the case, so we should expect that the new generation that's coming up, they will be totally different from us, because they already know if what you're saying is correct, since they already know how to do like the civic studies that they're taking, that should teach them how to behave in a society. So if that's the case,
But
I'm expecting them
Oriola,
to be
the
way
issue
better
is,
than us.
but by the time they know, earlier when we were having this discussion, I told you that it's not because of lack of knowledge. But if they learn all these things and it comes into the society and you don't see it being practicalized, so what is the essence?
Yeah, but if that's the case, like when they get to like maybe when they start working at the civil service and stuff, they will start asking questions, and that's where it will be a little bit different because now they will be asking questions that we learn this. Is there actually being is there a law, or is there's a policy in place that this is what need to be followed? Because it's a little bit
The
different. I didn't
Oriola,
have to do any of those things, but they
Oriola,
do it.
Oriola,
They will question the
Oriola, let
system.
me tell you this. Let me tell you, people think that we don't have law in Nigeria. I don't think that there's practically anything that we don't have law for in Nigeria. I think
I
what you should be
believe that.
thinking
I
of,
believe that. I know what you mean. I believe what you're saying. I'm just saying that like this one that there's a law, and there's another that you actually know that law actually exists. But now the new kids that you guys just mentioned, they know there's a law. Now, when they now get to being in position and they now find out that law actually exists, how come they don't put it? Because you already know that law exists. Like me,
the
for example, I don't even know that law exists. So that's two different things. Someone that knows that law existed and now is in a place where he knows that law needs to be enforced is a totally two different thinking. Now, because you already study about it, you know that I learned about it. This is how I need to be done. What I need to be doing. And now it now gets to a place where that law existed. They just didn't enforce it. It's easy for that person to now enforce that law because all my life I've been told this is how I need to act. Compared to people that don't know that law existed, but they now get there, they now saw a law. They're like, I'm not going to worry myself about this
Oriola,
stupid
I
law.
think maybe we have a generational gap. But what I'm saying is this: I can say vividly that anybody that had primary education in the 70s and the 80s, early 80s in Nigeria, cannot claim ignorance of not actually undertook this civic education. And I can tell you boldly that Nigerians know what is good and what is right. The will to actually do what is right is what they lack. Believe me, is the will. And because there is no punitive measure, that is why they behave the way they behave.
Okay, you might be right. Well, I was born 86, and so I don't know any of those things that you just said.
Because
That they existed
I
those law that
remember
you mentioned.
even between 1979 and 1983, when Bola Ige was the governor for your state, those books were given to us free. Yes, those books were given to us free.
So how come you guys, when you are now in post, how come you, for example, how
That is
come you guys don't make that
that
law?
that that is
Can I
a
come
million
in here?
question.
Can I come in here and help? Unfortunately for Nigeria, after the military took over in 1983, I think that was the downfall of that country. Because the space of 1983 to 1999, we have a little bit of decorum from 1983 to 1984. That was the short stint of Buhari and Idiago. I quite remember that time very well. Everybody sit tight, we line up for food, we obey the rules and regulations. But immediately this Babangida came in, that guy institutionalized corruption. And then Abacha came in. We are talking about no food. During that time of Abacha was the worst period of that country. It was stagnant. It was showing that everybody was in poverty. Sorry. It was terrible. No food, nothing. And if you blame, they will not joy one way or the other. Unfortunately for
AB
let me
Baba,
conclude.
it's not by age.
Unfortunately for Nigeria, unfortunately for Nigeria, when Obasanjo now became the president, I was expecting him to turn things around very well, but ego is too much. You need to see him during that time. He was just stepping like I am semi-god. Nobody can challenge me. Remove this, put that one there. His word is action, his word is final. Anytime he did interview, if they ask him one question, he will cough before he answered the question. It was that guy. Yeah, to be frank with you, is the most luckiest Nigeria, but he bungled it. All this thing is trying to do, if only that the younger generation, they don't know what he has done to that country. We all knew when he first started Yar'Adua in Nigeria. He knew the guy was sick. He has a game plan, and he knew that Jonathan was a gentleman. These two guys, they are not interested in the presidency of the country. He fostered them on Nigeria. They don't have no plan to become president. Jonathan want to go back to university and continue teaching. Yar'Adua just want to retire. He's tired after 8 years of governor. His health is not enough. So the institutional corruption during
Remy, Ola is not going to like this because he thinks we are disrespecting Obasanjo.
No. This is not about disrespecting. This is about saying the truth. I'm not saying that there's not a level of achievement he has done, but in overall, if you put it together, you will discover that he is the architect of modern day Nigerian corruption. He won the third term, and there were so many Ghana must go back in the National Assembly to bribe them. All those things is doing only that if people can replay back, and people because this younger generation, they don't know him. If you are there during his time, you won't like him at all. It's not a very good person.
No, Remy, to even support what Oriola is saying, I think I can't really put certain age group, but let's say anybody maybe less than 35 or 30 in that country is like their knowledge about that country is very, very shallow.
Yeah.
I'm
Do
very
you know
sorry to
why?
say.
Do you know why? I discovered one thing. Since 1999, it seems that an average Nigeria went to sleep. They don't want to seek for knowledge. They don't want to read. They are just depending. Unfortunately, for some of them, maybe their parents are well-to-do. They can send them to good schools and whatever like that. It's like from 1999 through 2000 plus, we have started to see separation of the wealth.
Remy, I could remember during even the Shagari regime, we used to play. I can name all the 19 state governor within 1 minute. I will tell you which 1 minute self that time. All the likes of Abubakar Arimi, Shehu Kangiwa, and all. You understand? Now, let me now ask you. Even if you ask somebody that is 35 years old in Nigeria today, the capital of Ebonyi State, you will discover the percentage that will not know.
Yes.
Believe me,
While
I can tell you that more than 50% will not know.
Yeah, while I was younger, I know all of those things. State and capital, all the governors. I think primary school, we know all of those. I know it up to So if you're saying people nowadays don't know it, I don't know, but I knew that, and I'm over 35.
They don't know it. They don't know it because the generation of nowadays are divided into different strata. There are some that their parents still maintain that discipline, but that percentage is all-time low. The percentage that is all-time high is a percentage of parent or maybe single parent or divorce or whatever is the highest. And they can do anything for money.
Where there's single parents in Nigeria. There's always like there's
no. What
lot.
I'm trying to say is that the percentage that is highest in Nigeria is that the parent, they welcome money from their children. Anyhow, he or she can get it. They don't care anymore. And they themselves are lazy. So when you now see the process, everybody blame the government. So I often ask myself good question. Your leaders come from your followers. And when you are blaming your leaders, is it not followers yesterday before he became a leader? The governors of what we are having today, if you are 50 years old today, that means you are about 20-something in 1999. So are they not youth that time? Are they leaders that time? But now they are leaders. So sometimes I think the problem we are having in Nigeria is so dimensional. There is problem of division among the major tribes. There is problem of worshiping money. There is no thing about worshiping a good person, about ideology or being people to be objective. And when we talk about Obasanjo and the rest, people will think you are biased. And when I talk about Tinubu, they think I have a soft spot for him. No. What I see is that I look at that country, even if you are eating the money, can we see the job you are doing? If you can turn things around, no, even in the advanced country, you cannot tell me that the things they are doing, they are not eating from the money too. But what about taking all the money away, not doing nothing? How can you say a president will say he spent 16 billion naira, $16 billion, is it dollars or naira, on electricity, and there's no visible improvement? They sold NEPA to themselves among the rich. Abu Salam, Obasanjo, all of them.
Yeah, can you imagine? And they didn't fire the entire.
And today, they didn't
what
find
is it?
solution.
The electricity department. They didn't fire the entire people. Like what? Fire all of them and sue them.
Before they left, they made sure that they cover all those loopholes. If you fire them, then you have to pay a large amount of money to them. And to make it even worse, when they now sold it to themselves, they still forced the federal government of Nigeria to give them soft loan, which they just eat all the money.
Hi guys.
No, what do you mean that they have to pay
Dawala
money
is
to them
here,
if
you
they
guys.
fire them?
Try to accommodate him. Thank you.
Wait, say that again.
I think another person wants to talk. If you want to talk, you can go ahead.
Dawala is here, you guys.
Okay.
Let them continue. Let them continue. I'll
So
join.
what I'm trying to say is this: when you look at everything, why is Lagos like that? Why are people now say when you come to abroad? I've seen some people that told me that they asked me where am I from. Before I even answered the question, they said we all know you are from Nigeria. Before I even answered, don't tell us you are from Lagos also. Why is every Nigerian is from Lagos? Because Lagos is beautiful and they're using it to show off in abroad. And
No, because that's well, you might be right, but this is why I think a lot of people say they're
I'm
from Lagos.
telling you the truth. Some of them will tell. Some of them will say, "Hey, I'm from the north, or I'm from the east, but I'm from this, but I grew up in Lagos." Why?
Yeah,
Why don't you show us your local village where you come from?
I think that when people ask them where they're from and they start to like explain, they don't have that time, so they'll just be like, "Oh yeah, I'm from Nigeria, I'm from Lagos," just so they save time of trying to explain that
I'm telling you why they are telling them why everybody's from Lagos. Why? A population of more than 150 million. Why all of them are from Lagos? It's because it's beautiful and they cannot. You know what? I've shown some part of Lagos to my students when I was in China, and they were amazed. They thought I showed a portion of their constructed road in Lekki and Victoria Island area. And I asked them to guess, where is this country, where it is in the world? And most of them are pointing to Europe, and some of them are even guessing maybe in some part of America. So that is the truth. But
And
when
how many Nigerian natives actually live on that island that you just mentioned? That
so that
Ikoyi Victoria
so
Island. How many Nigerians actually live?
what I'm trying to say here is this. I prefer to have 6 of Tinubu in each region of Nigeria and let them develop each state like that. I think we have 6 super states so that everybody will not be fixated on Lagos. So you have an option. If you are not going to Lagos, then you can go to Kano. If you're not going to Kano, then you can go to Delta. If you're not going to Delta, then you can go to Anambra. So if we had that 6 super states, things will also improve. But what do we have?
Yeah, let me
Just
ask you a question. Do you think those governors are not capable or they're just lazy? Because I think they're capable of doing everything you just said. It's just that they're just being lazy because they know the money will come in anyway. If they know like the money
you
is
have
not
already
coming,
answered the question. They are lazy and docile. And when you get to that
so it's not
position,
like they're not capable.
let me even tell you something. You know that averagely in a month, each of them is collecting over 300 million naira for security vote alone.
Right, but the question I'm asking, are they capable or not?
Some of them are capable, but majority of them are lazy.
Well, no. So if you're saying wait, if you're saying they're lazy, if you're saying they're lazy, that means they're capable, they're just lazy. It's not like they're not capable.
Trying to say, I cannot categorize it that all of them are capable, because in politics, everybody have their chances, okay? And if you play to the right party, you might be a winner.
I actually think they're all capable.
No, well, one way or the other. But in terms of, do you know why they are lazy? It's because the system promote that laziness. When you sit down and at the end of 25th, 27th, 28th of every month, you are collecting huge amount of money from the federal government. So, and you know, if you don't have a mindset of really helping your people, the people that surround you just say, let's share the money, and you will share it. And especially if you yourself, you are also that kind of person. You also share it. But if you are that kind of person that I really want to do something for my people, you will do it.
And don't you think they have to pay back their creditors, all the money they loan,
don't you think
the people that help them?
If they create more wealth, they can pay back their creditor one way or the other. Because out of the money they are receiving every month, those people that help them, they can give them good contract and follow them or that they execute the contract, maybe build road or whatever they want to do, or schools or health facilities.
Did you think they didn't do that?
I've worked with Nigerian Port Authority. I've worked for a company that will get contract from Nigerian Port Authority before. Let me tell you the truth. The contract is being raised from Nigerian Port Authority. The execution of most of the contract are done by engineers working directly with Nigerian Port Authority. And there's a markup of profit of 25%. But before they give you the contract, they already jack up the contract already. Because by the time you want to get final clearance to pay the money for your contract after execution, every table, including a clerk, they got a bribe, they got something. That is the way it's being run.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if they give their pals, they give them those contracts. Isn't that the problem we're having now, where those people that get the contract, they're not capable of doing the contract, and once the election cycle comes, they just forget about it, and the money just belongs to them because they know nobody is going to question them.
Just like what Mike said before, the mind, the way you train your mind, or the way you want yourself to be in this world, if you have an ambition and you follow it, even without zero money, and you believe in it, you will get it. I discovered that a lot of Nigerians are just contented to sit back and lay back and the blaming game every time. Why are some of these young generation becoming multimillionaire today? Why the rest I will be complaining? It's like I complain to every time. I ask myself a good question. Whether you like it or not, this one will spend 4 or 8 years and get out. Another president will come. Does that mean that the problem will go away? Or the problem will go away? I think it depends on the individual. I discover a lot of Nigerians are too docile. They don't want to talk. They want to enjoy the life. They don't want to put it to work. Some of them are extremely hardworking. I accept.
Yeah, but it's not their fault. That's Nigerian culture. You can go to work. Listen. You know what? you can go to work. You have a government job. You resume to work at 12 p.m. and leave work at 2 p.m. So that's the culture. That's what the
Okay.
government
Okay,
allow.
what I will tell you, Oriola, about that is that if that is their culture, then don't try to compare and contrast yourself with developed countries. Don't try and compare and contrast yourself that you want good road, you want that. No. If you are going to your place of work at 12 o'clock and you want a result that will show that I make an abnormal profit or I make a lot of money or my business is growing, tell me, even in this so-called developed country, they don't joke with hours work. If you don't put in the hours, you don't get the money. So why in a country people are docile, they don't want to work hard, and they want to enjoy life, and they don't have the resources to enjoy the life? That is corruption. So when you now compare and contrast to developed country, but you don't want to put in the work, and then you want to be like them, how come? How can that one be feasible? So we should appreciate the hardworking people. So when you look at all those Asian tigers, if you see the way they put in, oh my God, I learned a lot of things in life. When you go out, you discover so many things.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Those people, some of them actually, maybe majority of them, never step out of the shore of Nigeria. So they don't know that you really have to actually resume to work at 8, leave at 4 p.m. and you do your 9 to 5. They don't really know that. They just think maybe the way they hack is the same way they hack every other place.
Hi guys. Ekene is here, so try to accommodate him. Thank you.
Oriola, I don't agree with you. Before, people that are in civil service, they always go to work at 7:30 and they close at 3:30 or something like that. But as corruption continues to, or a lot of wala in that country, they are just doing whatever they want. In the so-called Nigeria, they lock out their minister. They lock out their minister.
Remy,
Yeah.
all those things did not start today. Let me give, for example, I remember during the Buhari Idi Agbon regime that time, between in 1983 and 1985, they had a governor in Kwara State that time. His name is Olatinwo. He was the guy was he was a Air Force man. He was a military governor. You know what that guy used to do that time? Because Nigeria has been corrupt since, I don't even know whether before independence or whatever. That guy, what he used to do that time
It's
to
in the
punish civil
blood.
servants. He said in the blood. He will go to the ministry before 7:30. You understand? And then by 7:30, he will now ask them to close the gate. Could you believe that time 90% of the civil servants will not come at that 7:30? 90% of them will not come. That was as far back as 1983, 84. So you can imagine what we have now when we now have civilians that can pander to whatever people wanted. People can be doing anything just because they know that they needed them to vote for them during the election. I'm talking even military that does not even need the approval of people.
Did you remember what they did to Minister of Works?
Yes, that's what I want to say now. You are right.
They locked him out.
And they telling him that he will be sacked. And everybody shouting, Obi will do it. Even Tinubu is having a problem. Anybody in that country will have problem. All of us on this platform, if you are to govern that country, you have problem with them. I'm telling you. They threatened the work minister that he will be sacked.
I just told Remy, just fire. Just fire everybody. They will realize that you're not joking. Fire everybody and rehire whoever has sense in his brain.
And the problem is that the ethnic card will not come on board. The ethnic card will come on board. The North will be breathing fire.
That's why I like
you
it.
can see what they are doing.
Fire everybody.
They'll be screaming fire. Do you see what he did just now? He revoked all their licenses. Even Buhari, the Chief Justice, I mean, everybody revoke all their house,
Now
their
everybody is
land.
telling stories. You don't even ask them for
Hey, that was
full
true yesterday.
stories. Just fire everybody. Like,
Dorothy, sorry, I want to ask you something. Sorry. Can you meet? Because I discovered that each time you come on platform, your device usually echo. What is the problem?
I think probably it's my YouTube account. So probably I don't know. Probably my YouTube account. I don't understand. Probably there's a kind of connection. But because I joined it, I connected it with my Facebook account. So the two of them are together. So sometimes automatically it switches on self on or something. But I've tried to switch it off so that I don't have that echo or something.
Maybe it's just switch it off and go directly through YouTube, not Facebook.
oh wait, you're watching the two at the same time. So you log into one and you're watching another one. If
So
that's the
when you say
case,
you are going to fire everybody, you will
yeah.
see if they don't use that ethnic something, they will use religion on
Who
you.
cares? See, you have to have a tough skin, man.
And
Have a
if you
tough
have that
skin.
tough skin, they will say, you are not people's person. You are not this kind of
Why do
people.
I want to be people's
To
person?
rule them is
For me and Oriola, when it comes to government job, because of the union bargainings and all those promises and all that between the government official and the civil servant, it's always hard to just fire on the spot. And that is why, because they are entitled to mediations and all those intervention. So it's very hard for government officials to just fire on the spot like that. People do that, but sometimes they do have a reversal. They reverse it because it's government. But if it were to be private owned business, you can fire and hire at the same time. That's why it kind of like, looks a little bit uncomfortable to people when they see that happen, but you can't just fire.
But if
Recently,
you have
anything,
evidence, what if you have
you see
evidence?
that evidence, eh? Sometimes you may have evidence, but at the same time, when you go for mediation, because you have to provide the platform for hearing of what actually happened. And you never can tell. I've seen people coming late. I'm not trying to give excuse, but I think Nigeria's case in a different case. People come late because they are of their personal issue. They come late to work because they have to take care of their kids, and they are the only person caring, and the husband is no longer husband. Don't buy. So all they still play, and eventually they find out during the hearing or intervention that this is what this one was going through, and the agency decided because of that they are going to provide a daycare kind of to accommodate those who have, only for them to find out that almost 30 or 20% of the female works in that agency actually have little kids that they needed to put in daycare. So it saves them money, and the government will have fired her just like that. But because of the cost of that hearing, they're able to accommodate. So it's harder when it comes to government job.
Yeah, but
To
why do you have to wait till something like that happen before you explain to your boss? At least your manager need to know that, okay, I'm coming late. This is the reason why I'm coming late. So it
you
won't get
haven't
to a
worked. You
place
haven't
where I
worked
have
with
to
the
fire
devil
you.
before. You haven't worked with the devilish boss before to know that not everything you tell your boss, they could use that to get you out of the system. You know, you
So,
keep your personal thing your personal.
Adewale, how can you be giving this example as okay? What about the men? They are
Excuses is
also
what I
breastfeeding
said.
their baby. Before that's why they are getting late to work.
Well, one of my professor once told me that there's no weak link. You just never find the right spots to put them. I'm not giving an excuse. Don't get me wrong. I've seen people that are actually not worthy to be. Most of our workforce in the Nigerian civil service are not doing their optimum. They are not contributing. I mean, they should have been fired a long time ago. However, there are some rare circumstances that it will happen, and that people would need to be accommodated. Now, are they well paid enough for what they're doing? I believe that workforce should be reduced. The government shouldn't be the highest employer of labor, even though that's what they're supposed to be. But if we are not remunerated enough, that could accommodate them for the point that they will be able to, take care of their family and themselves, they will be finding alternative, and that is why government look the other way around. So all this thing comes to play when it comes to government officials not doing their job to supposed to.
Adewale, if I have to speak to what you just said now, let me tell you, if government really want to pay the civil servant the living wage, you understand, they have to, the solution is going to also be counterproductive, because presently they are not doing anything for whatever they are getting as salary. There's no way they can even justify that. It might sound as if I'm saying something that is looking weak, but that is the fact. And if they want to pay a living wage, they have to downsize for them to be able to pay. Because a job that is meant, okay, let me give you for example. When I was in the teaching hospital, could you believe that as at that time I was talking about 2007, 2008, 2009, the people in admin, they don't even have seat to sit. You understand? They now ask them, okay, you can come to work maybe once in a week, maybe on a Wednesday. You can come on a Thursday.
No, they
Tell
They
sit
me,
down
don't
for
have
hospital.
seats. Are you
Hospital not
serious?
supposed to be sit down now.
did
They
it
don't
be?
have chair table.
Because they are too many for the job. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
okay.
You
Too
know what the
many.
government use, what they do for all the ministry, MDAs, and the department and agency in Nigeria is they just use it as a form of distributing, just giving people free money. That's the way I see it. Free money. Because some people don't even have designation. They don't even do anything. I discovered that we now even have more staff than even the patient that comes to the hospital. You see people hanging ID card on their neck. You by the time you are moving along the walkway, you will have met like 4 or 5 staff before you see one patient. And when you now look at the staff, are they really the staff that are supposed to be working in the hospital? When the hospital is not a secretariat, when you have admin officer, accountant, they are littering everywhere. The nurses and the doctors are not even enough. But you have more than enough accounting officer, you have more than enough admin officer. They are just loitering around doing nothing.
Honestly, engineers have not really discovered. I mean, civil service is supposed to be the engine room of the government. You're right.
Adewale, sorry to interject. I want to quickly ask you a question so that you can take it along. Let's assume we are practicing that regional government. Do you think the people work in the civil service will be lazy as they are now?
Can you repeat the question?
Let me tell you, Remy, regional governments will not solve. Okay, what about the state now? That one will not solve that problem. Look, go to the states. At least the state is regional.
Let me twist it a little bit. Do you think if the state are the one generating their resources, not expecting money from Abuja, do you think they will allow their civil service to be as docile or do whatever they like this?
Remy, you know what I would say? To disengage workers from workforce is a very, very hard things to do or to carry out, because you have to provide an alternative for those who are still productive, who are still within the productive age brackets. Now, I think what government can do, whether we are practicing regional or federal system, it doesn't matter. For government to disengage people from the workforce to reduce overhead costs and all that, the mode and the method of the disengagement is going to be the considering factor. Now, this is what government can do. When you are disengaging people from workforce, you have to provide, number one, alternative to what they are doing, in which they will know that they are doing this for their own benefit. Maybe create a skill acquisition program before they disengage from the workforce, and ask who the various areas they want to engage on. Maybe farming, maybe poultry, maybe
welding, maybe, whatever it is, then they provide that alternative platform for them to start getting that skill before they finally head out from the workforce, so that as soon as they are leaving, they are not going to be jobless. And for those who want to do maybe their own private business,
Adewale,
yeah.
it's been long that you have been to Nigeria. Let me tell you now.
Thank you. I don't understand what you. You just
Let me tell you,
people are
the
wasting money.
mentality,
You're asking government
the
to find job for them. What?
the mentality of the people that we have now. My mechanic that I use, I've been using that guy for more than 10 years now. I've never seen that guy with 2 apprentices. Anytime I needed him, he's still the same person that I've been calling, and he will come out. And the guy will not say, okay, well, this car that is taking, it will take him 3 days or 4 days, because he doesn't have people. Nigerians are not learning anything again.
AK, you can come in anytime now.
They are not learning bricklaying, carpentry, all those things. In fact, those work has been taken over by foreigners in Nigeria. They have been taken over by foreigners.
But
Hey
the
guys,
government can't just.
hello. Ekene wants to say something, so you guys try to accommodate him.
You
Thank you.
can't be begging for Ekene. If Ekene want to talk, Ekene can even subdue all of us on this platform.
Ekene,
Ekene
go
is
to
not ready
bed.
to talk.
It is your bedtime
If
now.
Ekene want
Go
to
to
talk, he
bed.
will talk.
Ekene, go to bed. It's
So,
your bedtime.
Adewale, it is that bad. And because even somebody was telling me yesterday, all these things that we even used to praise, that all this Igbo apprenticeship that we used to talk about, that the thing is dying, because those guys, our guys now, they are not ready to spend that 6 years, 7 years serving one master.
Hold on, Simba. Before Ekene comes on, if government fire, let's say 50% or 40% of the workforce, it will create security issue in Nigeria.
We understand that. What I'm
Okay,
saying,
so
don't get
No,
my
it
own
won't.
argument
No,
is
it
that
won't.
other
Why are
alternatives,
we? Don't we
hold
have
on.
farming?
Whether they
Why are we?
other alternatives,
There's
they are not
jobs.
ready to take it.
No, it is none of the government business whether they take that alternative or not. After all, they've provided it. So once they provided it and you are not taking it, that is your own cup of tea. So they provide alternative for you to
Wait,
have a soft landing
can you
when,
tell us other country that does exactly what you just said?
because you can't just let people out of workforce without
Wait,
something to
they
do.
need to do. They need to think. There's farming. There's so many things that
Yeah,
people
but at
can
least you
do, but we
provided
don't want to do it.
you provided it. It is now left for them. At least you provided alternative for them. Nobody will be going out of work for and say, "Oh, they just fire me, they retrench me, there's nothing to do." No, government provided, so there will be no excuse. So whoever chose not to do that, that means they are lazy or they want to go into private business. Now, if they take government to court and say, "Oh well, government fire us. What is the reason for fire? Because we can't take care of the business." Okay, what alternative did you provide? This alternative. If they don't choose not to take it, then that's their own problem. But my concern is the insecurity that will evolve into, because this Okada rider or all those things is going to be the order of the day, and armed robbery rate is going to increase. So you see, it's not a matter of I've been gone for so long. I understood that artisan works is no longer fashionable. I get it, but government had no
No,
choice.
it's not as if it's no longer fashionable. The sacrifice that it's needed, the so-called, they can't be patient for them to
They're
get small
lazy.
money.
Say it.
Exactly.
They're lazy.
Let me tell you, all these people that we used to call rewire now.
Yeah.
Adewale.
Electronics.
Yeah, rewire for
Yes.
guy, all those things.
Okay. The one I'm using presently, the guy is a millionaire because he has upgraded. He uses other people, and when you get there, you stay hours, sometimes for days. He may not even have time. He might even say you should go and give you an appointment that okay, you have to come by so day. Why is it like that? when we have a lot of people that are unemployed that can also venture into that same thing? Why are they not venturing into it?
Hold on, I got one question. Diwali, you're saying government cannot just leave people out of work, something like that, even when they are unproductive and not doing their job. I'm trying to understand what this logic you're trying to make there.
Mike.
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I said government cannot just disengage people from workforce. They provide a hearing platform where grievance or allegations are being addressed, so that on their way out they'll be able to understand, okay, the reason why they are being fired, even if government is going to fire. Because in government they have unions, and sometimes those unions can be a little bit powerful, and they find a way to retain those people that are having issues with the gas and all that. So I don't know how it's being practiced in Nigeria.
I mean, I understand the part of maybe people getting one, everywhere in what they do, even your own business. You hire somebody, when they screw up once, you give them warning, you set up guidelines, like, okay, first mistake, warning, and if they are unproductive, you give them more training and things like that. But when you get to the point where you realize that, okay, the person here is just not fit for purpose, you have to let them go, man. Which is the case. Which is the case in Nigeria. Most of the workers there, they are just unproductive.
Yeah, of course, I agree with you, but it's not just like, oh, somebody say you are fired like that, and that's the end of it. No.
No. That's a whole different argument.
Both civil servants and the government are just deceiving themselves in Nigeria, because there is no measure of productivity.
Yeah, there's no measure. That's the thing.
There's no measure of productivity. So the two of them are just deceiving themselves.
I think they should introduce the
but you just told us
out,
now that they over hire people. So if you're over hiring people, you don't need them. Just cut them into half and just fire the rest of them. I think we're just giving excuses for this.
I know what's really messed up, right?
Huh?
I know what's really messed up, right?
Yeah.
If you go to a lot of Nigerian institutions, for example, you go to the airport, you see like 20 people like doing the job. I don't even know. Only one person is working. The other 19 are just standing. They are just sitting around. There's nothing for them to do, and all of them are being paid peanuts. Like they are being paid what they cannot survive on. So I'm like,
that's what I'm saying, Mike. So that was what I said earlier now.
And so I'm like, this doesn't make sense. So why don't you take the salary of those 19? If it's a job of, okay, it's only 2 people that are actually going to get something done, right? It's a job of 2 people. So why don't
Mike, that was why Adewale was saying that they cannot sack them. That was what actually led to what Adewale was talking about.
If you really ask me, I think the government, all these jobs are creating poverty, to be honest, because if you can't pay people enough to survive, leave them, let them go and find something else to do, because now you are keeping them in a work, right, where they can't be able to go do something else to make money, and now you are paying them what they cannot survive on. At the end of the month, they are poor. So why don't you hold on, let me land this. Why don't you take that money you're paying 19 people, take it and pay 2 people good money, and let them do quality work, and they are not in poverty, and they get paid, and they are doing well, and you have more people doing well than people not, just doing bad, So I don't. That's one thing I don't understand.
Mike, you see, there's some jobs that you have to have enough people in that workforce, in that agency, for them to be effective. And I give you an example. You see all those airport workers, especially the security agencies in the airport, not the way they open bags and harass people. I give you an example. Here in the United States, you see TSA. From time to time,
every one of them are working.
No, wait. They do have shortage of staff. Some during some festive period and all that. They do have, shortage of staffs and all that. But I tell you this: if you go to any airport, hardly you will see just maybe few number of TSA officials at the security post, because they purposely populate that area so that the people will be able to check very well. So in an agency
but they're
like that,
doing something. They're not
But
standing
they are all
around.
doing something.
Well, Yeah, they do something, but it's not like, one person is really sweating it out, like, walking like Jackie all
Adewale,
day.
in Nigeria, you see people on the queue, and then you see like 7 of them standing, and only one person will be walking, and people will be on the queue. So what is their role?
And
Is it
even
not
the ones
okay
that are
if you
not working,
populate that place? It's not for them in case of emergency for them to clear whatever problem that is on ground. They are not ready to do that.
Simba, they will even be distracting the one that's working. They'll be gossiping with him. The one won't even be able to do his work because the one that's not working are pretty much distracting him. I'm like, okay, this is complete unproductive. Like, just doesn't make sense. Like,
And, you see, there are some states in Nigeria that needed to purge their workforce. They see, if they really want to make any breakthrough, they need to purge their civil, because at the end of the day, state like Osun State, Ekiti State, Taraba, all these small states that they can barely feed themselves, and yet they keep employing people to civil service every year. So
Adewale, you know when Osun State was created out of Oyo State, Osun State inherited like 80% of the civil servant from Oyo.
how come?
Because they are the predominant civil servant there now. In fact, at that time, because Oyo people, how many of them are even educated? You understand? A level 10 officer was now becoming a permanent
Where's
secretary.
Thomas to come and defend his state too? They say you guys are not educated.
Is
Hello,
Chioma from
guys.
okay?
Hello.
Okay, yeah, one man.
Ekene, are you there? Because Ekene, he's very soft, so I don't think he's gonna really push
Chioma,
you guys. Ekene,
what
go
you
ahead
just
and
said?
you guys
Shema
give him
just
5
called her.
minutes. He doesn't really. He's not aggressive.
Watch your mouth. Just call himself. He's not
Okay,
soft.
go ahead, Ekene.
Ekene has gone to bed. It's your
Well, I know
bedtime.
that. What is your plan? Today is. I was just listening to monologue, so there is no counter argument to you guys' arguments. Since I was just listening, so I just wanted to come and put some obstruction so that you guys will have some difficult work to do. Even though,
Ekene, let me give you something to talk about. Your governor is yet to congratulate Lukman. Or how come he didn't congratulate Lukman?
who?
Peter Obi.
That means you are not on the internet now.
Did he?
That means you're not on the internet. You are not on the Twitter. It shows that the ones that are blaming Nigerians for not reading are the ones not reading. Go to the
I don't have
space,
to
check
be on.
it.
I don't have to be on Twitter now. You tell me, has he
Then
congratulated
you don't have to speak
Lukman?
now. Don't say what you know. Even before all this Reno Mockery, they talk rubbish self. You don't tweet them. So
Oh, really?
make una
Let me
yeah.
go check. Go ahead. Let me go check.
So most of the times you call Nigerians lazy. This, don't do this. But the reason why I come here is that everything you are talking about this night is about Nigerians, because what you are doing now is to make Nigerians citizens look unproductive and try to exclude your government that's supposed to do what they're supposed to do. Why is it that the guys you call unproductive, when they go out of the country, they become productive? Because they find themselves a system that works, that provide that productivity environment. Not here in Nigeria.
but that's what we are
So
talking about. The system, it's
if you
not
manage to,
it's the system that we are blaming now.
if you manage to up yourself in Nigeria, then you become productive. And how many few people can do that? How many? How many can do that? System that we have. It's just
And do
few.
what?
So
Ekene can do
and
what?
when you yeah,
What did you say? What did you just say now?
what I just said.
I didn't get your last
How
statement.
many
That's why I'm laughing.
are you hearing me,
How
Simba?
many people can open shop and sit there and just be productive, sitting down and selling stuff?
Yeah, we can
Most of
hear you,
what I'm trying to mean is that the few productive ones you see in Nigeria is what they did by themselves. They build themselves up. We're able to do that. Just like when you are talking about this this Igbo boy system, that is
Dying down.
sometimes when I sit down, I begin. Are you hearing me?
Yes, yes.
So sometimes when I sit down, I begin to think our Igbo governors and those that are in the seat of power, they are not doing enough to sustain that system, because a system will come to a time when people will become tired of it, especially when the inflation is going on. So people are now looking for quick ways to make money. So, but if the government are sitting back and thinking what government should take over from the individuals that are practicing it.
But that boy system is killing Nigerians. To be honest, like it's killing us economically, because that boy system is not really based on teaching somebody how to do a handwork. It's just how to open shop and sell, import. It's all
No, it's
import.
not killing anything. It's not killing anything.
We are over importing into that. Too much
That
importation.
boy system. Even if you want to do it, you can do it in every sector. It's not only in business. You can do it in
Exactly.
the tech
That's
sector.
what I want to tell Mike. It's not only in buying and selling now. What
It's not
about
only buying and
That's what
selling.
they do now. That's what the economic people do now. Just buying and selling. They don't.
No.
Many of them
When I
bring their boy
mention it,
to some.
when I mention it, I mention it just to support my point that even that one is also not. As I started by saying that people don't even learn artisanship again. They don't learn it. I mean, bricklaying, carpentry, even tiling, and all those
That's what I'm
things.
saying. We don't do that in the boy system now. They don't. The guy that he doesn't want the next boy to learn how to do the
But
carpentry.
that is where
The only boy
you see
is
when
come help me sell something in my shop.
when a system starts to work, when a system starts to work, and most especially when some other country begins to acknowledge it, I think what your government should do is to come into that system and know how to make it more.
This
No,
same
but
thing
the
that I said
government
is
is
not working.
already there though. The
Sorry,
technical
Oriola.
school. If you go to technical
No.
school, you do the same thing.
No, Oriola. Okay, what about the foreigners now, the Beninese, the Togolese that are now coming to do that same job that our people cannot do?
You see the
Why are they doing
Togolese.
it?
You see the Togolese. They are qualified. Their government acknowledge it, and it's part of their education. So when you see those guys let me finish now. You are not been there. They do it with certificate. What you have there is certified bricklayers, certified plumbers, and certified hairdressers, all of them.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
see it
what
here.
the technical school does.
So
We have
that is what technical school does. So, but here you just our government and our people just
But we have
neglect
those.
it.
Yeah, we have technical
Wait,
school
we
though.
have
Nigeria
it.
has technical schools.
Even I can testify. Even in Kwara State, they open a vocational center where you can learn fashion designing and all those things. It's a very big center, but how many people enrolled in those
Those
things?
ones are not. Those ones are not. As in, there is no push. You understand? So if government wants to do
What do
something,
you mean by push? What do you mean by push? I
you
don't
just
understand.
I mean,
They
people are
should
not much
start forcing
encouraged.
people, or they
People are,
go and be taking them from
the
their
people are
house.
not much encouraged into it.
Government
You
is going
understand?
to knock on
So
everybody's
even
door.
though I know there are some technical schools that are not working today, maybe because of lack of equipment and all that. You understand? So most of our technical schools, or the ones we have had before, you barely see equipment or good trainees, people that will train, or more.
Okay, what about people that are doing it
We're not
privately?
supposed to
Why
be
can't
hiring almost of all these contractors we are using for our road works today. We as in our population, we should have good contractors that can even handle our state roads and our local government roads. You understand? But you
I
barely
agree
find
with
them.
you. I agree with
Any
that.
small thing,
We
you go
should
and
be
call
building
Julius
our own
beggars
roads.
when you have a
We
large
should be doing it.
number of youth
Yeah,
roaming the
but
streets.
Ekene,
So, but
listen.
these things,
Ekene, give me 1 minute.
yeah.
Ekene, listen. So, Minister of Works the other day was saying that even our local people that get the project to be done, they will wait for 4 years to be completed, and they won't do the job. They know like the next government will have to start all over and pay them again. So we have our
why you
people
see
that is sabotaging us.
the reason why you see it is that they want those foreign contractors maybe to siphon money and all that. You see, but most of the time,
No, I'm talking
when I
about
look
the
at
local. I'm talking about
when
the
I look at
local.
Nigeria, when I look at Nigeria and the way it's designed, I think even we, the supporters of these politicians, are the ones not getting things right. Because I just look at your budget presentation, how it went. I begin to cry for Nigerian. How can you just carry a budget to the National Assembly? No questioning, nothing. Just sing the president name and approve everything and go. Without any
That's not
question.
the Ekene. Hey, how can you be talking like this? Hey, budget
Why would I?
presentation is not for questioning. That is
No.
why he submitted. Wait, now you
If
don't understand
it is not
certain
for
things.
question, why did
Wait,
you go there?
which question do you want them to be asking him?
Why wouldn't they ask him? So there is no scrutiny. Why
Why are you
difference
submitting
between
the
budget
budget to? Why are you
presentation
submitting
and
the
what?
budget to them?
Why did he put it there in the first place? Just to sing his
Let
name.
them answer now. One
Just to
voice.
sing on your mandate we stand, and for him to promise them the next election. Is that why you went there?
If you don't know how things work, let us explain to you.
There is not. Let me see.
The budget has not been approved.
You have been talking. Let me say a few things before you question me.
You ask
understand?
I want to explain to you.
Yeah,
You say
I
what's
saw it, and I am not impressed, because even me, I know that budget is even lower than what you have in the 2024 budget. It's lower with a few things that are in it, which even many of the things you sign for maintenance of vehicles and all these things. These are the things that needs questioning. But me sitting back, I have already studied. I have already looked at the budget and the 2024 budget. I know that 2025 budget is lower than 2024 budget. But many of them don't know. You just sing the name of the president and go. Why? How would they know?
So what is your
do you want us to now comment on what you said, or you want to continue?
Comment now. Let me know what you want to comment.
I can just want to lament.
Budget presentation. You understand? That is not an approved budget. He submitted the budget for them for their scrutinization. They will scrutinize it. They can raise it. They can lower it. Budget presentation is not for them to come and be asking questions. Oh, why did you budget this? Why? It's not. That is not the way it is done anywhere in the world. That's what we are telling you. That's not an avenue for them. They have to go and read it and then raise questions. Whatever the questions they want to raise, they will raise it between them and submit back to him. By presenting it, that's not the time they will be asking all those questions that you are raising.
Okay, which time have they? Okay, let's say what you said is how it's done. So which time are they creating to look into that budget and get back to the president? Or didn't you see that the budget is already accepted by them without anything, or even thinking of going back to the president and tell him this is not this
How
thing
did
will
How did you arrive at that?
Works.
How did you arrive at that?
How I arrived at that is that because most of them has already sing his praise. He promised them the next election and all that. So I believe that I have arrived at that. So now if it's only this administration now, you don't think that even the national anthem
to be honest, you are right to some extent. The reason being is this: the optic itself kind of look like, okay, this is going to be an easy peasy for the executive, but that's not the way it's done. To some extent, some of the government agencies, parastatals, are still going to be invited to defend, part of their stake in that budget. And then we also have appropriation bill committee that will also probe it. Yeah.
Adewale, sorry. The question is this: is it necessary that executive and the judiciary must fight before they do their work? I don't understand this sentiment. This is the way they do budget. Second reading. After second reading, all the MD and ministry, they'll go and defend their budget.
But you have to understand where.
So why do you have that? Why do you have the legislative in the first place? What is the work of the
So
legislative?
are
Is it
you
not for
saying
scrutiny?
relax? Are you
When
saying
you
the
have a
legislative
majority from the
relax?
same
Let
party,
me
it's
ask you a
always
direct question.
happening like
Are
that.
you saying the legislative are just there just to go and fight the executive? I don't understand it.
There
Is
is
that
nothing
what
like fight. There is nothing like fight. It's scrutiny. Not you don't. It is you that are using the word
are
fight.
you saying?
It's
Do you
scrutiny.
know how to
So don't say
scrutinize?
because don't say because
It's not about that.
because your politician is there is
No.
the one
It's not
leading them.
about
Then they should not scrutinize him. What you're trying to
And
do
they will
is to
still do
diminish the
that,
work of the legislative.
Ekene is
Why
right
are you
They
somehow.
will
denying the
still
work
do
of the
Why
that
are you
now.
legislative?
denying the work of that? They must do the scrutiny. They must scrutinize them, and they don't have the integrity for a long time.
They
So
will. They
Nigerians have
will.
the capacity to
They
actually
will.
feel like
So
that.
they will
The
no.
They
politicians
always
have
do.
the
They will.
That's now.
reputation.
That is the way they always do. They will call the ministry to go and defend their budget. And when they defend their budget, sometimes they will remove some money, they will add some money. That's the way they always do. And that's all over the world. That is why
Okay.
how it always pander.
You
Even in
know, Remy,
America, people also lobby. They lobby
Remy,
for their ministry. So what are we talking here?
the
Somebody like
What
executive
I'm
didn't
talking,
come up with it.
what I'm talking is that what we used to have today is not the type of legislature we used to have before. Even during the time of
which
Bukola Salaki
legislature
and
are
all
you
that.
having before?
So
Which
you see,
Ekene. You know, we have to, even the one that you are referring to, that one is not even, is not scrutiny. That is vindictive. What Saraki was doing, that they will not approve budget until June, July of the year. Is that what we have to be praising? Is that
I
what
don't
we
know, but
wanted?
there are things that you have to.
What Saraki was doing that time was not scrutinizing budget. He was acting like an opposition to the government.
It was actually showboating, not
Whether
opposition.
however you want to put it, and that is how it is supposed to be.
That is not
A
how it's supposed to
legislator
be
has to
done.
be
A budget is
no, the
supposed to be
legislator
approved
has to be an
by the
opposition
beginning
to the
of the year.
government.
Bukola will not approve, but they will not be able to approve budget until like June or July of the year. What are we talking about? What do we
Can we
even
ask
want
him
for that
question?
country?
Can we ask him a question?
No, what we
So
want for that country is that we don't want. You see, if there is no scrutiny, or if
No,
there is no people questioning your
there's
government,
a
then everything
committee,
goes.
there's an appropriation bill committee that also oversee this thing. They look at it at the committee level. And that committee does not only contain APC member, other opposition party, including PDP, are also part of it. Now, they will look at some mistakes or some things that are needed to be changed before you now throw it to subcommittees. Now, this is the way it works. They don't just go and append signature and say, oh, it's been passed and forward it to the presidency. No, it has to be scrutinized. They will scrutinize it, but the presentation is just the ceremonial part of it, where the president comes, present it, speak glowingly about the budget, what is intended to achieve, and that's it. And everybody depart. Now the work will now be, as a matter of fact, see all those legislators you see, they will not be the one to break it down. They also have workers at the National Assembly that will break everything down into smaller pieces for those legislators to understand what it actually contains. That is how it's being done. Don't worry, Ekene, but your fear that, oh, this is going to be an easy passage. Of course, in any government, any democracy where you have majority in the house, they usually have some, some kind of like a benefit of, okay, we are the majority here, we control things here. Of course, it's happening. But, in that situation, opposition also can make their voice count. And look, we are now in the era of social media where every little pieces of that budget is going to be splashed on the pages of bloggers tomorrow.
And they were in the coming weeks, we start seeing drama on this budget. You just that's you start seeing drama.
Budget will come for them. Budget.
I want to see the drama, and the reason why I want to see the drama is because looking into the budget, I've already see some things that I'm not in alignment with. You understand? But due to because of how Nigerians think, people think that 47 trillion is higher than 35 trillion these days. You understand?
Which
But
one?
I've
Which one
looked
was
into it.
35? Which one was 35 trillion?
I think 2024 is about 35 trillion or so after
No,
most
where
of their
okay, maybe the
supplementary and all that.
additional budget.
Yes, the additional budgets and all that. So it's about
Okay.
35 trillion. So this one now is about 47 trillion. That is a 2024 35 trillion is about $44 billion.
No, sorry,
You
this
see
one is
it?
about 49.7 trillion. And Ekene, I have a good news for you. The National
No,
Assembly.
what I have
listen quickly.
No,
The National
let
Assembly.
Ekene finish before you ask.
I don't know.
I want you to take this along. The National Assembly have called for people like you, Ekene. They said any Nigerian that does not satisfy that they want to put something to the budget or whatever, they should come to the National Assembly or write a paper. So go ahead, write a paper. What you want to be in the budget, you yourself write it there. At least you're a member of the Labour Party. Go and do your own work and put it
For
there.
where?
Don't be
I don't hear you. I don't hear you. I don't hear you. You help me with butter and pepper.
Let me support you briefly. We haven't, for a very long time now, Nigeria has not been known to balancing budget. I've never seen where government agency return money back to the federal government saying, oh, we have a shortfall because we didn't spend everything that's been allocated to us. I have not seen it. In fact, when was the last time it even happened? I can't remember because most of the time that money.
No. They don't say that.
Okay.
In fact, most of the MDAs, by the time they get to like November, December of the year, they ask them to return unspent money. But what most of them do, but they reduce. They now, as at that time, that is when they start doing some what do you call it?
Abracadabra projects.
Projects, exactly. But they do return, it might not be substantial. But what we're supposed to be speaking about, I support you.
What I'm saying in total is
okay.
What I'm saying in total is that that budget shows that we are not moving ahead at all. That's my own conclusion.
What is your own? So I think your fear is that that is what we have been. Me especially, that's what I've been saying. That Nigeria is very poor. You understand? That kind of budget, it cannot carry us anywhere. You understand? And you can still see that even with this little amount that we are budgeting, how much of it are we borrowing? You can see that our revenue, that country, it cannot meet our expectation as citizens.
Simba, before
and at the same time, you don't want tax reform. You don't want tax reform at the same time.
You understand? That is what you are raising, and that is what you're supposed to be talking about.
But Simba,
that's what I'm saying. But Simba, the problem I have is most of the time people say 35 trillion, now is 47 trillion without looking into in-depth calculation and no. You understand?
Simba,
so
the budget
but what you have.
Let us even hear what Remy was to say. Let us.
They are going to borrow about 11 billion. About 24
what do you mean by 11 billion?
Is it
or 11 trillion or 11 billion?
It may be 11 trillion.
If it is billion, then it's dollars.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I know that when you are right, Simba, that the budget money is about 49, blah, blah, blah. Maybe it's too small for a population of 200 million. The question I want to ask both of you is that, would you accept Nigeria to go and borrow $50 billion to show you up to more than the budget is more than 60 trillion? Is that what you are saying?
No, I'm not talking about borrowing. I'm talking to a critical sector that we have to look at.
How can you finance the budget? The budget will come from borrowing. Most part of it will come from borrowing.
No. Most part of it is not from borrowing. In fact,
Okay, whether it will not come from borrowing or whatever, however you want to, you still have to borrow. What we are talking about is that you still have to borrow a good amount of billions to support the budget. And another thing is that this budget will still have carry some, I don't know, supplementary and other. But the point I want to raise from the budget is that Nigerians are not going forward. Nigerians are going down every day by day with this kind of budget, honestly speaking. But we don't.
Can I say
Okay,
something? That's not true.
Ekene, what do you think? No,
Can
just
I
hold
say
on. Let me
something?
ask you. Let me ask you. What do you think? Is the budget the issue or our revenue that is the issue?
It's our revenue.
What about the
So
implementation as well?
It's our revenue.
how do we increase our revenue, raise our revenue? That is what we're supposed to be talking.
Everybody knows productivity, but we sing it every day. So if Nigerians are not producing, I don't know who to be blamed, because
What
if you look at the number of
but what if you have a smaller budget and you are able to appropriate it and focus on certain area of the better economy, education, and in a way that even though some areas will be lacking, but you're able to concentrate.
Let me break it down for you so that everybody will hear. The defense have about 4.7 trillion.
Remy, don't break nonsense. You can't be breaking small money and be saying what are you breaking? Let me tell you. Let me say this. Remy, hold on. Let us appropriate all the budget even on one sector. It's not enough.
It's not enough.
Appropriate all the budget to give it. Let me talk now. Give it to education. We have smaller country, even the country where you reside. Do you think that even budget for education alone will not more than our own budget for a population of how many? Maybe 2 or 3 million people.
Okay. I've asked you a very good question. The budget.
So what are you now breaking down? That you want to break?
You want to break 2 billion for me and 1 billion for me for education. At the end of the day, sir, you not even see it in that educational system being pumped into the whole money being pumped.
Let me say my own. Fine, the budget is small. Now you want to increase your budget, and this is a country that has been bastardized. And I asked you a question. You say you don't want them to go borrowing. And this year budget alone, according to the estimate, they are trying to generate over close to 30 trillion as revenue from oil and non-oil sector. And they are going to borrow the rest to finance the bill, to finance the budget. If you are calling for more higher stake than that, that means you are trying to tell us that we should borrow more money. And when I said break it down, according to what the 4 critical something, defense came first, about 4.76, followed by infrastructure, 4.07, followed by education, 3.85, and the last one is health. These are the 4 basic cardinal that they focus on. But when they break it down, when they start doing the National Assembly trying to do their work,
Remy, don't let us be deceiving ourselves.
You have not answered my question. You want a bigger budget. Answer this question.
It's not because we are not saying we are not saying that we are just trying to bring out
my question.
Okay.
My question. You want a bigger budget because you are comparing our budget to the rest. Now tell us the objective with the realization of that country today. How can we improve or increase our budget allowance? I want you to answer me. Thank you.
Hey, that's the question I asked earlier now. What we're supposed to be talking is how to increase our revenue. And one of them is this tax thing that we are still digitalizing about. Even our petroleum sector.
The tax thing that some of them, they don't want it to happen. What are you talking about? You are just deceiving yourself.
That is where he has to show his political will.
We even deceive ourselves by mentioning trillion. You understand?
Yes.
Okay.
That is even my annoyance. That is my annoyance.
If you say 4 trillion for defense, that is less than $4 billion.
$4 billion.
So what can $4 billion do for security? do for security in a country like Nigeria? 4 billion. What is that? What can he do? He can't move an inch.
Look at 47 trillion naira today. Is just $32 billion. It's just $32 billion. Why 2024 budget? Why 2024 budget? 35 trillion is $44 billion.
You should not waste your
Let
time.
me ask you.
Look at how we are just falling. Look at how we are just falling.
Something.
They can raise the
Economically.
before the end of the year.
Let me say something real quick.
Why are you not
So, I don't like this conversion that we always do, because if you, so like the road construction now, if you have to give the project house, I don't believe that when they're bargaining, I don't think they put out the project in dollars. They put it in naira. And you guys was talking about the infrastructure, like we understand this is what we have, and you don't want them to keep borrowing and borrowing for something that might not eventually will just be wasteful. Wait, let me land.
Before you continue, the money they are going to borrow, are they going to borrow naira?
They're not
borrowing. Or you don't know the economy hovers around the dollar?
Wait, the money they're borrowing, I believe that they're borrowing a majority of the money from the banks in Nigeria. I'm not sure they're borrowing from outside Nigeria. And if they do, it's in dollars.
That means
if they do, it is in dollars.
No, they are borrowing from Nigeria. They are borrowing almost half of it.
Exactly. So they're borrowing
borrowing.
almost everything in Nigeria. But the point has nothing to do with dollars now. The point is, if you give out a project like the Lagos Calabar Road, for example, if they're giving it out, they'll give it out in naira. The expectation of what they're paying for that road is for that company they're hiring to hire Nigerians. Those Nigerians that has been hired, engineers that will work on that road, will pay taxes, and that taxes will be what's going to our revenue. That's number one. Number two,
Oriola, what happened to you?
The internet don't want
sorry
to
about that. So let's say Department of Minister of Works wants to give out projects. They're not giving out the money itself to Minister of Works now. What the Minister of Works, if the Minister of Works has to pay contractors, he will go to the Accountant General. Accountant General will be making the payment, not the minister. So now, if any of those ministries are doing their budgets and there's leftover after a year, or they didn't complete a project, they don't have the money to themselves now, where they are before. From what I know, is more like they give them the money to pay the contractor. Now, unless the contractor has done the job and the minister has confirmed that the job is done, and Accountant General now have to pay the money. So they're making it where the entire system is being a way where if you have nothing to do with money, if your job has nothing to do with money, only what your job has to do is what your job has to do. So we have to understand that this.
What is your point? This second point that I raised, what are you trying to tell us? I don't understand.
That we will save money because so my second, the reason why I mentioned this is the fact that one of you guys was saying that, do we ever get money back at the end of the year? Money that they budget for. And I'm saying that this time around, if the work is not done, the budgets that money is not going.
Oriola, the money that we are even talking about is not even the one that say all this one. You know, we have MDAs, the department agency and all those parastatals, because they give them overhead costs to pay salary and for the running costs of all those agencies.
No, that's budget.
It's not because
that.
Those are the money that they get directly, but for projects, for projects, they don't give them their money directly, as you said. They don't give them money directly like that. Even most of these
Now they
projects,
just started that this year.
most of
They
these
they
projects,
used to.
what percentage of finance they give them every year? That's why they can still carry one project for like 4 calendar year.
Wait, no. Well, me, like for example, I manage budgets. I create budget for myself, so I know like at the beginning of each year, you create a budget. So that budget is expected to last for a whole year. So it's the same thing. Ministry of Education, they create a budget. In that budget, they have salary of everybody that they have to pay throughout the year. So that's all they put together to create the Nigerian budget. Every department bring their own budget. The cook for the president bring his own budget. Everybody bring their budget, and that's what they put together. So now the thing, the checkmate they put on it now is the fact that you're not getting that physical money anymore. If you say you buy 10 tomatoes for $10, that's person that you claim that you bought 5 tomatoes for $10, they will have to
They will
pay
get
that
the
person
money
directly. So now the I can charge more and pay less. That's out of it, because without receipts, the accountant general will not pay money, and he has to see that. And when you make your budget, if you say you're buying 10 tomatoes, you're already writing your budget that 10 tomatoes will last for 100 people or will last for 10 years. So,
Oriola,
right, go ahead.
speaking to your first point, yes, I totally agree with you that, okay, whatever you put out there, that's where you can get tax from. But if you have a low budget like Nigerian used to have, do you understand? How much tax can you even have? You are putting out maybe $40 billion out there. How much tax can you think you can generate from that $40 billion back?
Right, but you're
So the
talking
higher
about
your
just
budget, the more money you can also get from tax.
right. I get you, but you have to remember that this is just for the civil workers only. We are not talking about the private. We are not talking about the private companies. We're not talking about the people that they are importing into Nigeria.
Let me tell you,
We're
the
not
talking
talking
private
about
about those
company,
people. We
the
are just
private
talking
Simba,
company
do you
just
also
think
for the
rely
corporate that
Nigeria
they
has
can make
also.
money.
Let me
do you
say
think
this: the
Nigeria has
private
created
company also rely on what government put out there. Because most of the private company also work for government. So if your country has a very low budget, it has a general implication on the economy generally.
Wait,
You cannot have if you want to
how
stimulate.
many
You
private
remember
companies
when
work for
America
government?
had the problem, they said they have to
How many
stimulate the
private
economy.
companies work for government?
Let's hear Simba
Majority
now.
of
I want to
companies,
understand.
they're
Simba, say what you want to
they're
say. I want to
private. They
understand
don't
you.
work for government. Huh?
Let me what I'm saying. Let me say this. When America had problem that time in 2008 and during Obama this thing, what did they do? They said they have to stimulate the economy. They have to bail out most of these private companies. They gave them money.
Yeah.
They put in a lot of money into the economy. If you are not, let me tell
Yeah,
you,
but that's the
the
failure.
money. Let me
Wait,
tell
that's the
you, the
failure of
money
the
Let
that
me listen
government
private
to
spends,
now.
the
Let me
money
listen to
that
Simba
government
now.
spends, we enable private
That's
sector
not the
to
same. That's
create
not
more
the same.
jobs.
The example you just
What I'm
cited
saying is
is
that
not the same.
this budget that we are having year in, year out in Nigeria cannot stimulate our economy.
We
It's too
understand.
small.
I agree with you. Well, I understand. But do you want him to borrow more than? I mean, do you want to
What
compare?
me I'm
Wait. Do you want to
advocating for?
compare 5 years budget to this time budget? You
What
can't
do you mean by
compare
5 years?
because majority of your revenue is what you're using to service debt. But this time around, you already cut it to like 60%. So you can't. It's not even the same. I mean, NFPC, they said they are reporting profits last year and this year now. It's not the same. Usually before, all your revenue, almost 90 to 99 or whatever percent in a higher percent rate, is what you use to service your debts. But this time around, you already cut
So
it.
all these things you are saying, is that why we are having a low budget in this kind of inflation that we are facing in Nigeria?
Well, everything will be. Wait, let's wait till
If these
next year.
things you are saying now,
I
if
mean,
these things
2026, everything will
let
get
me finish.
better.
If these
It's
things
little
you
by
are if
little.
these
Baby
things you are
steps.
saying now, if these things you are saying now are into play in our economic system, is that why we are having lower budgets than what we have in 2024?
Yeah.
Because
Especially the
if what
deflation.
you are saying,
The deflation of
what you are saying is aligning with our economy, then we should bigger budget.
Yeah, but they're working. The thing is, we have to give them time. This thing is working little by little. Like
Nobody's not giving them any time. Nobody's giving them any time. But as a nation, we expect something better. Just like when you have a lower budget last year, you should have a bigger one this year. You should have something better,
So
at
you
least
are
to
asking us
show
to go and
improvement.
borrow
but
money.
there's
To
money
borrow more money. That's
devaluation.
what you're
You have to
asking
put
for.
that into
The
Okay.
one you have
perspective
even
as
borrowed
well.
more. If you are talking about borrowing, you doing our debt profile is even more than what way
Do
higher
you
than
want
what
them
you
to
met it.
borrow more money?
They have been borrowing and they always rely on borrowing. The most important thing is borrowing is not even an issue. I don't even
No,
have any
it's an
problem.
issue
I don't make
because
argument
they
about
borrow.
borrowing.
See, wait, they
My
borrow
only,
money.
let me finish now. Let me finish. My argument is that most of the money you borrow, you talk about productivity every day. How many have you invested into productivity? How many
Right.
of the money have you
That's the
invested into
point I
productivity?
want to make
Even
to you
up
as
to today,
well.
I don't have any argument. If you want to borrow the whole world and use it to develop Nigeria, as long as you're going to use that money to put Nigeria in a better position, I don't have problem with it. Don't just borrow and come and share it. Borrowing to
But
pay salary. I don't even like that idea of borrowing money to come and pay salaries or not. We are
Yeah,
supposed to
but
pay
last
salary
year
for
they
what
didn't
we
have to borrow
generate.
money to pay salary.
No, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, but
That's
they didn't
consumption.
have to do it
That's
this year.
consumption. What you
2024, they
have
didn't
to
have to
borrow
do
money,
it.
you have to borrow money for critical areas, of development and productivity. That's not what you have to do.
That's correct.
Oriola, quick question
That's
for you.
correct. And that's why they put
Oriola, in
higher
America.
amounts on
Oriola, sorry.
infrastructure.
Oriola, in America, when Obama was the president, I think they continued to print more money, right? So
Yeah,
that they
but
can
you
pay
have to. But you remember that there was the financial
crisis
then.
And we cannot compare. America continued to print more money, and according to the debt
Yeah, they can't let those companies fail because
yes,
they're bigger
but
companies.
in Nigeria, the one they pretend during Buhari, we are still in it.
Yeah, it's a mess. Yeah,
and then you also want us to continue to borrow and print more money.
Right.
We have to take it step by step.
Yes,
I did not tell you to go and print money.
yeah.
I did not tell you to go and print money. I talk about only borrowing, which I know that even this government is even borrowing more way higher. Maybe they are not printing money, but they are borrowing money even more way higher.
Nigeria is
than
not
what,
Nigeria is not
so
borrowing more higher. Ekene, Nigeria is not borrowing more higher.
What are you saying?
Wait.
Check our debt profile.
In dollar
borrowed
terms.
within 1 year within 18 months of the administration.
Wait, you know what? You have to understand something.
Let him give us what the information. Maybe we don't have the information. Oh yeah, enlighten us, Dorothy.
What I'm saying is this: the borrowing that we are doing is still very, very small to the size of the economy that we are supposed to be running. You see, this thing is not a one-man thing. It's not a one-man show. But I normally use Lagos as an example. I look at the blue line alone that Lagos did and the amount they used to build it and the money that blue line will generate in the next 10 years. And I look at the very good plan whereby government will definitely have money to spend. They will be able to pay their creditors and stuff like that. So those are the kind of things, borrowing, that we are supposed to actually do. Nigeria is, IMF listed the number of countries that are the highest creditor on the African continent. Nigeria is not even in the top 10.
Yes,
We are not
Nigeria is
even
not
in the
there. Yes,
see,
yes,
Nigerians
yes.
don't
We are
understand
not there.
society. You know, we have this bad mentality about borrowing. Ekene might have understood this now, that borrowing is not actually bad, and he was saying, and I support that, it's supposed to be for production. Even if we need to borrow, let's go. France, go and look at even Finland, Mr. Remy. I just checked some few things. They had to go borrow. I mean, every country borrows, but
100 billion euro. 100 billion.
and we need to borrow also. France, they borrowed over 100% of their GDP.
This argument you are making here, this argument you are making here, have I ever condemned any borrowing here? If they say Nigeria should not borrow money,
That's what I'm saying. No, I'm not speaking to you. I'm also saying, I'm also backing what you are saying.
But what I want to tell you,
We need to borrow more and do this infrastructure once and for all. Fix our problem once and for all. Not all this small thing, because Nigerians are always not happy.
Nigerians are
They
always saying
criticize the
borrowing.
government.
Nigeria are always against borrowing. You see it on social media. Any kind of borrowing now, they start shouting, "Hey, they are borrowing, they are borrowing." America debt is more than their GDP.
No, simple. Why Nigerians are borrowing? Why Nigerians are shouting? Why Nigerians are shouting about our borrowing is that
because we
most
lack
of those
of
borrowing,
trust. Because lack of trust.
yeah,
We don't
lack
trust
of trust,
ourselves.
and yes, that is the only
Lack
problem.
of trust.
Because
You know all
if you
this.
want to borrow, that's the problem.
All these 500 million here, 1 billion. How can Nigeria even be borrowing $2 billion, $3 billion? What is that one going to do?
What are you going to do with it?
Can I say something? It's not about the amount that they actually borrow. It's about what they use it for. And for example, you guys are saying, okay, borrow it to do infrastructure. I'm against the fact that the person that you hire to do your infrastructure is foreigner. So meaning, majority of the time, look at the Chinese, for example. They bring their own people to do construction. It shouldn't be that way. It should be our people. Meaning, if they put $2 billion into a infrastructure, 10,000 Nigeria has to be part of that project. Meaning, they're collecting salary and paying taxes.
Do you know that there is a law? We do have law for that.
Yeah, but is it enforced?
Because we have this local content.
Yeah, but it's not enforced. We see if they don't enforce it, it doesn't.
No, they'll be enforcing it. Oh, no, they'll be enforcing it. We have the content development work. No, they'll be enforcing it. Let me tell you. No, wait. In the oil and gas sector and across board, we have this law. In fact, you know that's one of the things I like about Buhari. If there's one thing I like, that every other thing messed up. You get it. But one of the things that guy did, was believing in Nigerian contractors, and I can give examples, a lot of examples across sectors. So look at what Lagos is using, the cowrie card. It was done by what? By a Nigerian, young young boys that were 30 years old, 28, 29, 30 years old. They were the ones that built that cowrie card that you see Lagos using up and down. Those are the ways by which we can do it.
We're talking about.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying we already have them. Caverton is there now. Caverton is there. They are giving Caverton. I say Caverton. No, not Caverton.
We're talking about those big ones and the rail.
The big ones. The big ones they are building in Oyo State.
No,
in Oyo State.
Now.
There's this company that they are giving.
Simba, I want to ask you this question. Simba, I want to ask you this question. If a Nigerian today go into production, let's say into company and all that, and they be able to have a good training there and acquire good training, and knows that once he walks into the bank and get a good loan, maybe of about 50 to 30 years, that is going to help him build his company, don't you think Nigeria will be more productive with good interest rate?
That 30 years, the risk on the bank is too much. They cannot borrow that kind now. Commercial banks.
Okay, you are talking about
long do it. Why can't Nigeria do it?
It's not
long-term loan. No, but other countries do it.
Our financial sector.
Who says they cannot do it?
It's not that strong.
No, I disagree. Okay, I should ask you, Dr. Simba, who borrowed Dangote money? Who borrowed the first money Dangote started using to be that? It was Nigerian bank.
Somebody borrowed the money to start business.
It's not the amount that we are talking about. It's the duration of the loan that we are talking about.
Yes.
He's talking about 30 years.
Okay, 30 years. 30 years. Okay. It's too much. It's much for now. It's much.
It's not much.
Yeah, well, that is a
I mean,
that is
for now, we have not built our system up to that level. That's what I'm saying.
when you start to do that as a country, that is where I see many people have interest in.
No, Ekene, I think one of the mistakes that we are making, and because to me, you know why I thought the way I talk, I know the capacity of my country, and I know what I should expect. I think our expectation is too high than what that country can carry for us. Most of us will go out of the country when we see what we see in foreign country, want that our country to be like. But do we have the capacity? The answer is no. We have to come to reality. You understand? Now, if I am surprised that you are talking the way you are talking this morning, believe me, Ekene, the Nigeria, we have been saying it, that our country is poor. And you can see it in this budget.
Very poor.
We are very,
Very
very,
poor.
very poor. And not only poor, we are naive as well. Olodo.
You understand?
Naive.
So
Because
we
we have
know
people
the kind of
stealing.
things that,
See, people
let
are
me tell
stealing
you,
our money and we are praising them. All our mineral resources, their money, they're stealing them right in front
those
of
are
us.
we have to focus inward and use our resources to generate more revenue. That is what I cannot even encourage you to go and borrow, but we can still make use of our resources to generate more revenue. With all this small money, we cannot achieve anything. It can't even move a needle. It can't move a needle. That is it, and that is the reality you have to face.
Dr. Simba,
Yes.
do you know that for a long time, even under Jonathan, did you study our budget from that time even up to, I think
you are breaking, I can't hear you.
Our budget is good. You look at the current expenditure. Our recurrent has always been high. You will go and check from like 2010 upward. Just go and check the budget. The recurrent and the current. You see that it's always on the high. The recurrent is high. That is salary.
Usually
Just now we are moving towards.
Our recurrent usually take about 80 to 90% of our budget now. So
it is now that we are running.
Recurrent is more than your capital. It's
Current,
not going
capital
to.
budget.
It's not going to do
Capital.
that economy is in shambles.
I cannot, Dr. Simba, I cannot ask you, go and check what is happening right now. I think our budget is now becoming probably much more productive in the last 10 years. If you look at 20 years to this time, if you check it, our recurrent is always on the high side, 80%, 20 to 30% budget. Right now, even the state budget, go and look at, right now, I just checked the Ogun State budget. Ogun State budget is now at about 60, 55 to 45. Where you see capital moving ahead of recurrent. That is the measure of a budget. And let's now look at it. But it's not the end, though. Holding the leaders accountable to make sure that what is written in that budget, which way I support Ekene, holding them accountable to spend that actual money that they said they were going to budget, spend it on what they are supposed to spend it on. We've been feeding the part on, and we are beginning.
See, wait, that Ogun State budget. I think. Well, I don't think it's going to happen. That money, the budget for trade, I don't think that will happen. You just waste your money. That one will not. That one.
That's what we are talking about. Then we now need to put more fire on that guy's bomb. To make sure that he doesn't go and steal that money.
You wouldn't do anything. I'll be surprised.
So imagine.
To do anything.
We are just, you see, that's the reason why Nigerians normally shout. It is our budget has always been recurrent. Everybody is paying salary, increase salary, that this up, that this down. Whereas things that are supposed to be public good, which is big for everybody. You get it? People do not have access to some of these things. So it is only when you are working for the government that you can enjoy some few things, just small, even government now too. It has not happened to everybody. I think that is the reality that we have on ground right now.
Do you know that the private sector will only benefit from the capital projects?
Exactly. Exactly.
That is it.
So imagine that.
Well, honestly, Simba, the only thing why and even all our states itself, most of the state and all this, man, Nigeria need to
They're
organize
not doing
themselves.
well. They're not
Tinubu
doing
just
well.
have to pass that. Tinubu just have to pass that tax reform bill. He needs to do everything possible because that's the only way I see that.
Now you are
at
talking.
least you can get out of
I can see what you're saying.
because this money is too small to even come to Abuja every month and be shared. And it's not as if these are where they will be giving these governors their monthly allocation and all that. Yeah, they will go to their state and be, man. We have not started.
No.
No
They are not
wonder
sharing.
our road infrastructures are poor. Everything is
They are
poor.
not sharing out of it. They are not sharing out of it.
They are not sharing out of the government, federal government budget. They are not sharing out of this 40-something trillion. No.
Yeah. Okay, they are not sharing. They are not even sharing from it.
No, they are not
for the
sharing
FG.
from it.
That's for the FG.
That is for
the
the
local
federal
government have their own, state have too.
They are not sharing out of it.
No, wait. This is a budget. It's not. It doesn't mean they will even spend everything. It's just.
It doesn't mean that they can even finance it now.
Yeah.
Yes, now it's a statement of intent. This is what I want to do.
Intent. When you get to the ball, when you go to the field.
Even as little as this, they cannot even finance this one. It's not.
Exactly. That's what to make it worse. We might not even do 60% of it.
Mm-hmm.
But Dr. Simba, but do you know that one of the ways, like Ekene said, if we are able to pass that tax reform bill, if that tax reform bill can go through, if Nigerians can allow it to go through, we will see we will see on time. I mean on time. If not for political and vested interest.
I stand with Bola Tinubu in that 100%, and I will be very disappointed if he didn't do it. If he didn't do it, I'll be very disappointed because this is even what I've been. This is what I've been advocating for. So it will not be because of him. I will not say he will not do it. No, he has to do it because.
Wait. This is not on him. This is on the senators. He has nothing to do with him. He already did what he had to do. It's up to the senators and the House of Rep to approve it.
No, it's on him. If he wants to do it, he will do it. The only thing you might be fearing is his second term and all that. So that's the only thing that I will know that.
How is he going to do it?
If he wants to do it, forget about his second term agenda. He will still win because he will have the
Tell
number.
us how. Because it's not the senators and it's not the House of Rep. It's not legislators. You know
that number of senators there. Even the Senate president will always sign that bill. The only thing that you know is that most of the northern senators there are the one raising their voices, and the voice you never know you. So I was just surprised to hear the voice of Zurum. So when you hear those kind of voices shouting against it, the president has to be somehow marveled. Even me, I'm marveled for Zurum to come on national TV and be saying all those things he said. You understand? But you see, if I can tell you that if Tinubu wants to sign that bill tomorrow, he can do that because you know that the Senate president will sign it.
No, that's not how it works. They have to vote on it. The
have to vote on
senators
it.
have to vote, and if the votes pass some certain numbers, then they will approve it. You can't just say that.
Many things that would have happened to this country because of politics, starting from the confirmed reports now to this tax reform bill.
I think you are now beginning to understand the problem of Nigeria. Believe me, you see. You see that is actually very complex. So it's not about shouting about is PDP, is APC, APC is evil. We are so, and you know the major problem. Let me tell you, all our senators and the House of Rep member, they are not there for the country. You understand?
They are just there
Most of
for
the
what they are
governors.
for what they are going to for their gain, families. and For their and that's then all. they align more. They are not looking at the common collective benefits. They are just
Group
looking at
and
the
Nigerians
benefit of
entirely.
their
They are looking
people.
only to their only within
Exactly.
their space. Their family.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but you guys
That's it.
didn't put them there though. They have to work to make sure they get there. They have to borrow money. People have to give them money to be able to make sure that they get the post.
It's not
So why are you
in
worrying?
Oriola, it's not that even if you have done that, that does not mean that you should now work against the collective benefit of the country. That's what
So
we are
how
talking
would they
about.
pay the money back? The money, all the loans
It's not
they got.
about stealing. Okay, this one now, is it going to put money in their pocket? It's not going to put money in their pocket. What
It
they are
will.
doing now, no, wait. They are doing it for the benefit, thinking, okay, the Northerners are against it because they know that their government and their region is going to be shortchanged. That is it. So it's not about corruption.
What happens there is that before you become a governor, you must be a creative thinker. That is what will happen in that bill. So if you are not creative as a governor, definitely you are going to fail. You must know how to generate money. You must know how to build generate revenues and all that before you even think of
They
going to
can.
contest the
None
governor.
of them can fail.
That
And
is it. So it will
I'll
not
give
have
you a
to.
reason why. I'll give
It
you a
will make
reason.
all of them to become a failure. Maybe in the next 4 years, they all become a failure. Then citizens now will now think, how are we going to change these people and put on creative people that is going to
Let me
generate
say
power.
this. None of them can fail, and this is the reason why they can fail. Currently, all the mineral resources in each state, trust me, some of the governors, they're collecting their own back money. That money should be going to the
Exactly.
state, not to them. So now that's the reason why I'm telling you that none of them will fail. Because they know that now that money will not be coming to them anymore. It goes to my states now. So that's what
Yeah,
majority
they'll
of
be
them are
forced.
fighting for.
Yeah, they'll
They'll
be
be
forced to
forced
use that money.
to go and work, to use that money, to channel that money again. They will channel what will happen is that they will do you notice something? That even when you vote out a governor for tax in Oyo State, then they were shouting, oh, Ajimobi is increasing the tax. When Seyi Makinde came there, Seyi Makinde did not reduce the tax. So he even he even increased the tax. In fact, he now generates more than was he generates. Oyo State generate about 5 to 6 billion every month right now in taxes. So they will get more money. They will find a way to get more money. More.
Let me tell you, even Nigerians, we are very loud. Let me start by the example of Oyo State that you give, that okay, somebody increased the tax because of they voted him out. Even this policy that we are all castigating Tinubu, first subsidy, arbitrage on foreign exchange and all those things. There is no government, even if we voted him, if you vote him out in 2027, next president cannot reverse all this policy because they are just bitter truth. They cannot do that. That is one. Two, with even corruption that we are talking about in Nigeria, you understand, as if that corruption is the major issue that we have. Okay, let us look at this budget that we are talking about. We are talking about this money, to me, is not even more than what somebody can steal in another country. The whole of our budget. Okay, we said, okay, the money that the state is supposed to be generating from the minerals in their state, the governors are pocketing it. If that money is so significant that it can change the state, don't you think that we have billionaires in dollars? All our ex-governors will be billionaires in dollars.
Let me answer that question real quick. That's not what the
Yeah, I
problem
can answer
is.
that too.
Wait. That's not what the problem is. We have mineral resources. That mineral resources should be processed, refined, and in the state. But you should understand what
Unless
that
you can convince me that they are just taking peanuts to exchange for the dollars.
Thank you. They don't even
Exactly,
understand
that's what is
what
happening.
that mineral resources do. Like they don't
What?
know how, what they can do with those mineral resources. They don't know it. So if they know
But
the refined products, I
but
will give you
Toriola,
a great
but
example. Let me
Toriola,
give you a great.
but
Give me 1 minute. Let me say this real quick.
okay.
Like cocoa, for example, we are selling cocoa in massive, but we don't understand that the word cocoa, it means nothing. The refined process, the refined product is what really is tangible. Now we'll go to London, go abroad to import all the chocolate back to Nigeria, your Milo, your everything. But whereas if Ogun State has mandated that a processing plant has to be where this cocoa are from, that you process it, then you can now sell it to the company that will turn it into chocolate and all of that. You know how much money they for a processed cocoa? You know how much money they will
Oriola,
be getting?
I totally agree with you. It's not
So
only
now
in
they will
Nigeria. It's
put
a,
their
it's a,
thinking
it's
cap.
an, it's an African thing. Look
It's an
at the
African
amount
problem.
of, yes, look at tea that they produce in Kenya and all those East African countries. Look at coffee. When I get to this place, they are telling me that, okay, will I drink Arabian coffee? I said, are they producing coffee in
Exactly.
Arabia? It's something that you don't produce. The people that are producing it, they even name it after them. And if you see the amount of coffee they consume here every day, in fact, these people they take coffee, PRN, winter, summer. I don't. So billions of
Simba,
dollars. That people
even
that
their gold, all the gold they have in that place is stole from Osun State or whatever state in Ogun
No,
State.
but
In
you should appreciate Oshun. You should appreciate Oshun, the current
how you don't
former
refine
governor.
it, appreciate
No,
what? You don't even refine it.
no, no, no. They are refining. They are refining now in Oshun. Oshun is the only state in the country that have shown. You know, that's one thing I respect Oyetola for. He was the one. So what you are saying, speaking to, is that they are supposed to put in, instead of collecting peanut as kickbacks, just tell them go and be looting the stuff, loot it, just give me some chicken change. They should do what Oshun did. I watched it.
you know, well,
That's Segilola
I
refinery.
think we need to call the governors more. They need to work more because
Honestly
there is
speaking,
this slide that they say okay, resource control, resource. I am telling you, most of the resources are being controlled by the governor. It's only that they are lazy. Let me give you, for example.
And the kings and the governor. That Sanfara
mm,
guy, I heard he's just chipping gold anyhow.
So is that government? Is it federal government that is now preventing him from making use of that money for his own state? No, the answer is no.
mhm,
I think we tend to focus more on federal government. Let me tell you, in Kwara
government.
State, they have a lot of marble, and individuals, people, companies are the one mining it. The only thing that they are just taking is okay. They say okay, you pay tax. How much tax? Where this something a mineral that belongs to you, that is supposed to be taking the whole money, you will not say okay, if you take a certain kilogram of this is how much tax you are going to pay. Are you not the one that's supposed to be doing the mining and be taking the whole money? Why are you taking tax from something that you that belongs to you?
Exactly. Set up refinery process. Look at what they did in Osun. Segilola gold refinery. I watched a YouTube video. You all can watch it. I watched a YouTube video on it. And there are Nigerians that are working there. Nigerians. Osun, and from
Wait,
other parts of the country that are
wait.
working there. It's a Canadian
The
firm
process,
partnering.
like the process of gold, like you can mining is different from processing, and your processing
Yeah.
is even a long process because you have to when after you process it, then you now turn it, you now create gold from it. Is that what they're doing? They have exact gold, or
Yes.
they just
Yes.
mining? They
Yes.
have a mining plant.
No. They have a mining, and they call it, his name is Segilola Gold Refinery. It was a joint venture between Osun, a Canadian company, and also they have their
And
own
so, what's
consultant that
the
is representing the state.
percentage?
Then federal government also takes.
How many
That's I
percentage
can't
does Oshun
I
has?
cannot really. I think, but that is where Osun is getting his
Exactly.
money
Maybe
right now.
Oshun
Say
only have 0.5%.
No, it's no, no, it's more than that. It's more than that. You
You know,
know,
Oriola,
Oshu is highly indebted.
Oriola,
Oshu is highly
let me
indebted. It is the money
let
that
me
they are
tell
using right
you
now.
to buttress what this thing now. You know, in Ghana, they have what is the name of this mineral that they use for battery?
Lithium.
They now
Really?
engage an Australian company to come and mine it in Ghana. Do you know the percentage that they said they will getting? Maybe 3 or 4%. Can you imagine that kind of arrangement? 4%. I think we are sick. Believe
Yeah,
me, we are
because
very sick.
wait, they only get 4% because so the process of mining and processing lithium is a long process. It takes a lot of money. So they don't have their thinking process. They don't have their thinking ability. Like it's not there because if they do have it, they will be the one who just call a company to set up a mining or a lithium mining and processing plants for them. So meaning I hire engineers to build me a mining plant and a processing plant. That's what they should have done. But what they did is they don't know what to do with it. So they now call white people to think for them to do something. Now, if they're the one who is thinking for them and doing everything, what do you expect? They would just give them like nothing. That's what they did. So that's what I'm saying. We should be the one in the driver's seat. It's like if you want to build a house, you tell the architecturer the type of house you want that person to design for you. Am I right? It's not the architecturer that will come to you and tell you this is the type of house you should get. He can tell you that, okay, he can give you advice based on what you tell the architecturer. But in this case, it's the reversal. They're the one who's dictating exactly what you need to do and how things need to be done. So that's the problem. If we, to be honest with you, I'm even telling you that they might not even know how much of a lithium they have beneath the soil. They might not even have idea of how many tons they have. And so you see how like we
No,
get
Nigeria
manipulated.
knows. Nigeria has though.
We don't. We
No,
wasn't
Nigeria
it
has
last
though.
year
When it
that
comes to that,
this
we
guy
know.
was saying
Mm-mm.
Germany will come.
We know.
We
Let me tell
don't.
you,
Man,
the
that's what's
last,
killing us.
we
We
know
always
it.
think we know these
Ah,
things.
no, I said
So
we know.
the
You know
minister
that.
of
You know that was,
mining
we
is
don't have
lying,
that those
right?
things.
Is the guy lying? The
That's
minister
what.
of mining, is he lying when he said we don't know?
No, you know the cadastre that they normally use. That the former what's it called under Buhari, the guy that for the second time is from Ogun State. The guy, that was the work he actually did. And Fayemi, he continued for where Fayemi stopped. And that was what gave this government a leeway to see where those things are actually are. Before, we don't really know. We don't know. What I'm saying is not as if we have known for a long years. I'm just saying that right now, we now know. Unlike before, we don't used to know. That's the reason why everybody was just stealing it. And that's why the government is saying, okay, let's see how we can go into the mine. And Osun State being the only state in the country that was able to take up that task of engaging the federal government that come, let me mind this thing. We will play this thing, we put it on percentage basis, and we'll be able to get something. Instead of these guys, they are stealing this thing. It's no money is coming into. Do you know what prompted Osun to do that? Probably you don't know that they borrowed a lot of money from foreign banks, and they were cash strapped. They don't have money. So the only thing that Oyetola could do that time was to make sure that he gets money out of that state. And
Well,
Shegilola is the only hope that he was able to get. And
I
that's
don't
what
think
it
they
will
know.
push. That's what it will
But
happen to other states in the country also. When they don't
I
have
don't
access
think
to
they
all this free
know.
money, they
But
will go and
if
share
you
in
say
Abuja.
so, I agree with you. I just posted something in the chat. So that's the owner of Dangote refinery. So maybe next time we'll discuss further on that one. IBD, they own 70% of your Dangote refinery. So I think we should study that. Maybe another night we'll discuss more. So we always act like we have something or we know something, but we don't know. But we really we are not what we think we are. So all right.
Well, you might be right because in the last few years we don't we look like we know what we know, but we don't actually know anything. It's just sometimes when new government comes in and everybody comes with their blueprint, then we start to see that we don't actually know much. Because everybody was everybody have been shouting solid mineral for how many years, but we just now that we are just saying that okay, so we can mine our own lithium, okay,
Yeah,
so we can mine and process these things. Well, they have been there for
we know
lying
we
fallows,
have
being
them,
stolen.
but we know we
Yes.
have them, but we don't really know exactly where all of them are located, and we don't even know what they can be used for. Like when you refine them, what can be used for. So there's a lot of things that is kind of like in our head.
Oriola, you don't this thing that you are saying, you've been saying it for long. Let me tell you.
Which one?
It's not as if it's like we know we have them, we know where they are located, we know their use. The only thing is that we are lazy. Believe me, we are just lazy because maybe you have a ready-made source, the easier ones that is fetching us money, and so you don't see any reason to venture into them. Believe me, you don't say we don't know, we don't know. We know where they are. We might not know how much the quantity, but we know. How can you tell me that okay, we don't know what gold is used for? You can't tell me that we don't know what tin is used for. You can't tell me that we don't know what lithium is used for. We know.
Do you know that Nigeria has the largest lithium deposit in Africa, and one of the best grade in the world? We that one we knew that now. And Nigeria,
What
now
I've noticed, let me tell you, if you look at the whole world, how many countries have you seen that develop by virtue of their natural resources? It's not the natural resources that develop a nation. In fact, natural resources is more of a problem.
Big one.
Yes, than even more than a blessing.
And that's why countries normally channel money from
any country where
to
you
other
see
development,
war here
other
and
areas.
there is because of natural resources. Any country that doesn't have natural resources, nobody is interested. They will just be living their life and they will be better for it.
And but Dr. Siba, Singapore, do you see anybody fighting over Singapore? But you see, their human resource, and also the resourcefulness of their leaders was what brought them to that level. Today, we know what they are worth now. They are not our mate when it comes to development and wealth. These guys are not, and they don't have anything. They don't have oil. They don't have anything. Even water, there. Water, you desalinate water before you drink. This is a country that was colonized by 4 countries.
Any land that doesn't have any natural resources, we have peace.
Everybody wants to destabilize Nigeria by force and fire, and even the leaders too. Look at Osho that we are talking about. I think I gave the reason why Osho looked into that. For how many times everybody through our growing days, we'll be hearing Elisha, there's good in Elisha, there's good in Elisha. How many governors have ruled that state? How many military governors? How many state democratically elected governors? It was when they were cash trapped, when hunger want to finish their head. My mom is from Oshu, so I know what I'm talking about. So I mean, what I'm saying is that when they know that they have already borrowed, there's no money. When they share allocation, money was not coming to Oshu. It was very tiny money like that under Aregbe after some time. That was what brought that guy to go and say, okay, you know how
their allocation, because you know what the federal government used to do. Another thing that people don't realize that when they say Nigeria is owing this amount of money, they are forgetting that it's not only federal government that owns the money. including the states. In fact, majority of the debts are from the states. And what federal government used to do is, because they use federal government as a bait to get whatever they want to get. If federal government did not approve it, they will not get it. So federal government is the one that normally deduct the money from their allocation before it will get to them. So that time Osun was just not getting anything tangible from the federal government. So they have to look inward to generate money.
And you know that guy again, that Oyetola guy, that guy is a cool guy actually. He was not a sharp person like that. I mean, when it comes to political vibrancy like that. But you know what, the kind of money that they said he's making for them in the marine blue economy that they put him now. You know, nobody knew when he was doing this thing. He was just doing it little by little. He was challenging, and that's why I kept on telling our other Nigerians that how much did you challenge your governors? Because this guy was actually challenged when he came in. He was the chief of staff. We know how everything went. Now that his guy has already borrowed the money out, you use Oshun to borrow money. So he was able to look. Okay, they went to go. Come, how can we challenge the federal government? We can use this thing. What you need to do is, I'll give you.
Can I ask a question?
You collect. I'll collect. Everybody will be win. Everybody will be fine.
Let me ask a question real quick. So you mentioned that we know what all these mineral resources are used for. So let's go over some stuff real quick. What is crude oil used for?
Hey guys, I'm going to be
We
shutting
have a lot
down.
of things.
I'm going to be shutting down in like a minute. But I
Yes.
thank you guys. Yeah, thank you guys for joining me. But you guys can continue the conversation. But I'm just gonna end the stream like in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah,
No
go ahead.
problem.
That's good.
ahead.
Yeah. So
Crude oil, we use it for so many things now.
Yeah, tell us. Let's discuss. Let's discuss.
Hey, real quick,
Yeah.
before you guys go went into this rabbit hole about budgeting stuff, I just want to comment briefly on what happens in your state.
Okay, the stampede.
Yes, I've listened to so many people opinion about what happened, and some people blame poverty, and some people blame organizers. Some people think where it's ritual, it's spiritual, it's some sort of colorations, kind of. But this is my take. I think the government did a good job by arresting the organizer first and foremost. I don't think it's an attribute of poverty. I don't think poverty has anything to do with giveaway during Christmas. I mean, a reasonable person would know that when you are organizing something for kids, you have to have an adult around to serve as a guidance for those kids. But when you don't have enough staff, not making provision for
So
medical
you
emergencies,
mean those kids that came for the something, they don't, their parents are not with them. They came alone.
regardless. Well, I expect the organizer to at least have some. You can't invite 5,000 kids and not have a single provision for medical emergency.
How would they measure that 5,000?
No, they make provision for 5,000. They say 7,000 plus showed up. So at least that 5,000 alone, even if it's 100 kids that showed up, I expect the organizer at least to have some form of, number one, medical emergency in place. Number two, security for those kids that showed up. Whether their
How do
parents are
you
pumping.
the issue is
No.
did they ask for approval before they undertook this project?
No, they don't even need to have approval for anything. Anybody can do giveaway. You can stand in front of your father's house in
For
your village.
something as
And
massive as that?
well, we live in Nigeria where anything goes, and that's one of the reasons why this thing boomerang on these folks that organize this event. I don't care how highly placed they are, whether they are the ex or new wives or current honey wife. When you are even a get together party for birthday for kids, adults have to be present to guide those kids to make sure that they are protected from themselves. Now, not that we have natural disaster or anything, but this is a stampede where there's no direction and kids are falling on each other and